Thank you for joining us here today for Unlocking Capital for Sustainability, Transforming Asia, Mobilizing Finance at Speed and Scale. Let's just wait a few moments for the room to quiet down a bit. There, that's better. Thank you very much. My name is Ping Manongdo. I'm the Country Director for Eco-Business in the Philippines, and it is my pleasure to be hosting you this morning in person and virtually. Unlocking Capital for Sustainability is Eco-Business's flagship sustainable finance and business event hosted in partnership with the United Nations Environment Programme Finance Initiative and a wide variety of partners across Asia. Now in its 7th year, it is the region's premier event that brings together high-level decision makers in finance, business, government, and civic society to discuss and identify actionable initiatives that mobilize the capital markets for sustainable development. As the region's leading independent media and business intelligence company dedicated to sustainable development and ESG performance, I am pleased, on behalf of Eco-Business, to be welcoming all of you today. Before we kick off today's proceedings, I'd like to acknowledge all our partners, UNEP Finance Initiative for their partnership over the years and being the pioneering force catalyzing action across the financial system to align economies and sustainable development. Our strategic partners, BDO Unibank, LRQA, OCBC Bank, RGE, and UOB. Our Tech for Good partner, AWS. Our breakfast briefing partner, Fair Finance Asia, and to our knowledge and outreach partners. I'd also like to thank all of you, our guests and speakers who have joined us for this critical conversation. There will be plenty of interactive Q&As throughout the session, so do join the conversation. You can find a Slido QR code at the back of your delegate badge to submit your thoughts and questions anytime. You can also access the full program and Slido questions through the Give Me app. Let's make this as lively a discussion as possible so we can all come away with fresh ideas and renewed motivations. Our hashtags for the event are hashtag Unlocking Capital for Sustainability, hashtag UCFSSG. So if you're on social media, do tag Ecobusiness, UNEP FI, and our partners. We're now excited to officially launch our forum with a video especially prepared for you. So please sit back and enjoy.
Leaders must lead. No more hesitancy, no more excuses, no more waiting for the others to move first. There is simply no more time for them.
I hope you have enjoyed that video and now feel sufficiently prepared to engage on the most pressing challenges and issues of our time. Without further ado, I now would like to invite EcoBusiness founder and managing director, Jessica Cham, for her welcome remarks. Jess.
Thank you very much, Ping. Mr. Ravi Menon, Singapore's Ambassador for Climate Action and Senior Advisor, National Climate Change Secretariat, Prime Minister's Office. Professor Kishore Mahbubani, Distinguished Fellow, Asia Research Institute, National University of Singapore. Mr. Mark Greaves, Chairman, ComfortDelGro Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and partners, it is my privilege to address you today at the Singapore edition of Unlocking Capital for Sustainability. This is our annual flagship forum on sustainable finance and business for Asia Pacific, hosted in partnership with UNEP FI, which brings together high-level decision makers to discuss actionable initiatives that mobilize the capital markets for sustainable development. Our Thought Leadership Forum is in its 7th edition. This year, we kicked off in Jakarta in June, then in Kuala Lumpur in July, and last month in Manila, bringing together hundreds of delegates. I remember we started as a very small forum back in 2018 when sustainable finance was just emerging in the region and no one really actually knew what we were talking about. But today, it's been a huge advancement for sustainable finance and for sustainable development in general, and it's really hugely encouraging to see all of you here. This forum grows bigger in every year in each country, reflecting the momentum we're gaining in this region on sustainable development. We've onboarded many like-minded partners along the way, and I thank you all for your partnership. I'm sure many of you who are practitioners in this field or work in some way on sustainable development issues would agree that there's been a plethora of sustainability-related events in recent years, not just here in Singapore, but across the world. It is encouraging to see this growing momentum and the rise in action, in awareness and advocacy. But we are running out of time, and it is action that we need. We are proud that this forum is differentiated from the rest in that we are laser-focused on precisely that, action. And we're not afraid to go deep and technical, so I think you'll find that today's sessions would be quite geeky, I would say, but I love geeking out on these issues. We curate our discussions and activities with measurable, impactful outcomes in mind, and as an independent news platform as well, we focus a sharp journalistic lens on the issues that we debate. The result is that through our regional forums, we spotlight the key mechanisms that will unlock capital for Asia's transition, outline the frameworks needed to make finance an effective tool for hard-to-abate sectors, and to chart a path for accelerating an equitable net zero transition. To this end, we take a lot of effort and time to produce insights reports from our forums that helps to guide decision makers in policy and business well beyond the day of the forum. You can find our 2023 report on our website. Please do have a look. We will be publishing our 2024 report at year-end when all our regional forums conclude. Through this platform, we also keep organizations and decision makers accountable to raise the level of discourse, to exchange best practices, so that we can truly take collective action to achieve the shared goals that we have. Asia as a continent has long been blessed with rich natural resources, diverse ecosystems, and a vibrant cultural heritage. However, all these blessings also come with great responsibilities. We are the single biggest emitter of greenhouse gases, home to the richest biodiversity on this planet, and the most change. We have made great strides in setting ambitious targets, raising regulatory standards, and spurring investments into the region's burgeoning green economy. But despite this, no single country here is on track to meet our SDG targets. At the current pace, says the UN, it will take another 32 years for the region to achieve the 2030 agenda. Meanwhile, the world is beset with 2 wars, high geopolitical tensions, cost of living crisis, rising inequalities, and many large powers going through national elections and political transitions. There are simply too many competing priorities. Yet climate change is accelerating as we speak. It is the single biggest silent force shaping our future, determining our food and water security, driving scarcity, conflict, displacement, and it intersects with every single economic, political, and social issue that we face today. As UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has said, we have entered an unprecedented era of global boiling. We're hurtling towards nearly 3 degrees rise in global temperatures, which according to UN and scientists around the globe will expose over 3 billion people to dangerous levels of heat and humidity, something that we can all attest to living here in Singapore and Asia. There will be drought, water shortages, disruption to food supply chains, ecosystem collapse, sea level rise, heat waves, displacement, storms, and floods. These events all around the world have become an all too familiar backdrop. So familiar that the danger is now we suffer from climate fatigue, news avoidance, social fragmentation, and apathy. And this is why it's important to have conversations like these, no matter how difficult they may be, so that we might counter apathy with action and fragmentation with progress. This was the subject of a lot of discussion over the last 2 days. We have hosted almost 50 of the region's journalists and editors from across 9 different countries for a flagship program called the Sustainability Media Academy that is hosted by our charity EB Impact. Many of these journalists and editors are here with us today. I thank you for being here at this forum and for your stories on these issues that matter to the region. We also yesterday just hosted a masterclass in advancing financing for nature and biodiversity with our partners UNEP-FI to build capacity among businesses in the region on these important topics. One thread that keeps emerging through our thought leadership forums and training sessions around the region is this: there is a $1 trillion gap that we need to bridge. There is the capital, there is some willingness, but we are not unlocking this finance yet. So how do we do that? And how do we continue to keep the issues that matter at the top of not just the news agenda, but policy, business, and wider society? As we go into COP29 in Baku in Azerbaijan at the end of the year, it is billed as the Finance COP. This is an opportunity for all of us to really look at some of the policy mechanisms and financial levers that we can use in this region. At the same time, how can we also work together to face a world that inevitably, because of climate change, we will see more climate volatility, natural disasters, food and water insecurity? As we grapple with these questions, I'm excited to be hearing from all of our distinguished speakers today and to interact with all of you on a wide range of issues, from policy interventions, taxonomies, Singapore's efforts locally and internationally from our guests of honor, on the intersection of geopolitics and climate change from Professor Kishore, to how we can transform Asia by mobilizing finance at speed and scale, the theme of our main conference this year, to the role of the carbon markets in protecting nature and biodiversity, board governance, climate tech, technology, and innovation. I'd like to urge everyone to come and approach these conversations with the spirit of participation and learning so that we might be inspired and motivated by each other to come away with specific actions that we'd like to take into our personal and professional lives. Later today, we're also going to be launching the 2025 edition of our flagship sustainability innovation platform, the Livability Challenge, in partnership with Temasek Foundation. This initiative provides a $2.5 million grant to sustainability startups each year and will be in its 8th edition. Since inception, it has deployed over $10 million in funding to more than 35 startups who have gone on to raise hundreds of millions more while commercializing sustainability tech and innovations that have made measurable social and environmental impact. You'll hear more exciting details later. After today, our forum travels to Thailand in October and Hong Kong in November, so do join us if you are in these countries. In each forum, we always blend and share the insights of one country into another so that we might truly have a regional, international conversation and also foster different meaningful ways to promote international cooperation. And we need that so urgently in these times. I'd like to conclude by thanking all of you once again for your presence here and choosing to spend a day with us in these important conversations. I'm heartened that this community is ever growing and ever thriving, driven by a collective understanding that our future depends on the careful stewardship of our environment, economy, and social fabric. I look forward to further conversations with all of you and to a day of forging meaningful partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jessica, for those welcome remarks. It is now my honor and delight to introduce our guest of honor. Mr. Ravi Menon is Singapore's Ambassador for Climate Action and Senior Advisor to the National Climate Change Secretariat, Prime Minister's Office. He is a familiar face to many of us as a former Managing Director of the Monetary Authority of Singapore, where he helped to build a green finance ecosystem to support Singapore's and Asia's transition towards a low-carbon future. He led our central bank's efforts to develop a taxonomy for transition financing, forge an international coalition to promote transition credits, and build a blended finance platform to address climate finance gaps and increase the bankability of green and transition projects in Asia. He also chairs the Asia-Pacific Advisory Board of the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, or GFANZ. In his new role, Ravi now represents Singapore at International Climate Action and advises NCCS on whole-of-government climate policies and action, as well as drive public-private partnerships to seize opportunities to succeed in a low-carbon future. We are very honored to have him, so please join me to welcome him. Ambassador, the stage is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And thank you also to Eco-Business for this opportunity to speak with you. Special thanks to Jessica, a very good opening and setting the context. I like what she said about there being many such conferences where, frankly, many of us make speeches for one another, saying the same things. But we do need to get down to the brass tacks, roll up our sleeves, and as Jessica puts it, get geeky. Get technical. So I'll do a little bit of that because you're not going to be able to solve the problems if you don't get down to that level of detail. And I hope this conference will advance the frontier on that towards tangible actions. Climate change is already happening. I don't think that needs much reminder. It will only get worse in the coming decades. I think that's a fairly safe prediction to make. Global temperatures, as you know, already 1.1 degrees Celsius higher than pre-industrial levels, and they're continuing to rise. 2023 was the hottest year on record. 2024 will likely break that record. We're already seeing the effects of climate change and global warming. Storms, floods, heat waves, and droughts are becoming more frequent and more intense. Meanwhile, and I mention this in almost every speech I make, because when we gather at conferences like these, we celebrate the little successes and advances that we make, and I think that's important. But the only KPI that matters, the only key performance indicator that matters is what's happening to global temperatures and greenhouse gas emissions. Globally, greenhouse gas emissions are still on the rise. We have not even bent the curve yet, let alone brought it down to anywhere close to net zero. Emissions today are about 40% higher than they were 20 years ago. 40% higher. Climbing from 41 gigatons in 2000 to 57 gigatons in 2022. Given the stock of emissions that's already up there in the stratosphere, and emissions continuing to rise, we must prepare for a climate-impaired world. The effects on lives and livelihoods will be devastating. South and Southeast Asia will be the most vulnerable to climate change of any region in the world. By 2080, about 1 billion people in South and Southeast Asia could be affected by extreme heat. Coastal cities in South and Southeast Asia are particularly vulnerable to rising sea levels and coastal flooding. Globally, it is estimated that the damage due to climate change will cost an annual 38 trillion US dollars by 2050. That is about 28% of projected global GDP in 2050. 28% lost to climate change damage. So Singapore takes climate change very seriously and is undertaking a triple transition towards a low-carbon future for ourselves. I spoke about this at length just last week. But today I want to talk about Asia. That's our focus for this conference, and what Singapore is doing in partnership with others to facilitate Asia's transition. And I'll be quite open with the problems and challenges we're going to be facing in Asia, the difficult things we need to overcome, and some possible enablers. Because it is in Asia that the battle against climate change will be won or lost. Asia accounts for more than half of global greenhouse gas emissions. The pressures are for Asia's emissions to continue growing. Why? Because energy demand in Asia is growing by 2.9% annually, the highest of any region around the world. And Asia is expected to account for 90% of the world's future growth in energy demand is driven by industrialization, urbanization, a growing middle class, and the provision of electricity to poor rural villages. So if emissions in Asia are not abated, the result will be catastrophic climate change globally. But Asia should not have to choose between sustaining economic growth and reducing emissions. That's a false choice. Asia will have to work towards decoupling economic growth from emissions. It will not be easy. It requires Asia to chart a transition pathway that is contextualized to its own unique challenges and its stage of economic and social development. But there can be no compromise on the eventual goal, which is to achieve close to net zero emissions around the middle of the century. That timeline is not set by politics, it's not set by economics, but by nature, if we want to avert the worst effects of climate change. There are three priorities. Actually, there are many priorities for effective transition in Asia. I want to highlight three priorities that I think are the most important. One, coal phase out. Transition away from coal and replace with renewable energy to meet Asia's growing energy needs. Two, grid infrastructure. Build reliable electricity grids and energy storage systems to ensure that population centers in Asia can access clean energy. Three, carbon sinks. Stop deforestation and restore peatlands and mangroves to grow Asia's natural carbon sinks. So three priorities: coal phase out, grid infrastructure, and carbon sinks. Phasing out coal in Asia will be critical for reducing global emissions. Coal-fired power plants in Asia contribute to approximately 7.6 gigatons of carbon dioxide annually in the world. In other words, 1 out of every 7 tons of global emissions comes from a coal plant in Asia. If left operational to run their full course economic life, Asia's existing coal-fired power plants will exhaust about 2/3 of the carbon budget remaining to keep global temperatures below 1.5 degrees Celsius. But simply shutting down the coal plants is not an option. First, more than 1/3 of Asia's energy needs today is met by coal. Second, the coal economy is a key source of employment in Asia. More than 5.3 million people in Asia are employed across the coal value chain. Third, it is not commercially viable. Most of Asia's coal-fired power plants are young and still have an operational lifetime of at least 30 years. Four, Asia's energy demand, as I said, is still rising. More than 150 million people in Asia still do not have access to electricity. So that's a pressing priority, to get electricity to them. So we must transition away from coal in a progressive manner that is consistent both with a Paris-aligned 1.5 degrees pathway and in an inclusive manner. This means finding innovative solutions to accelerate the retirement of existing coal plants and replacing them with renewable energy. It will not be cheap. Just to retire a coal plant 5 years earlier than its end date, we will need $70 million per gigawatt of capacity. $70 million. Next priority, grid infrastructure. Expanding renewable energy production is a necessary complement to coal phase-out. Solar and wind are now more cost competitive than fossil fuels in many places around the world. In 2022, the global weighted average cost of both solar and wind was at least 1/3 lower than that of the cheapest fossil fuel option. And there is strong momentum in Asia towards renewables. Since 2004, Asia's investments into renewables have been growing by 23% annually, led by China and India. Today, Asia accounts for more than half of total installed global solar and wind capacity. But to make renewable energy a viable option, we need more than cheap renewables. We need grid connectivity and capacity. Renewable energy poses two problems that we need to solve for. First is transmission. Renewable energy facilities are highly location specific. We need to have large plots of land, or high wind speeds, or access to large, fast-flowing rivers. But areas with high renewable energy capacity often do not correspond to areas of high electricity demand. So we need to invest in grid connectivity to bring the renewable energy to where the demand is located. The second problem with renewables, storage. Renewables are inherently intermittent. We do not always have clear skies or stable winds for renewable energy generation. So grid reliability will get worse as we integrate more intermittent sources of electricity, such as solar and wind, into the grid. So we need to invest in grid capacity for storage and for reliability. In this regard, we really need to step up efforts towards an ASEAN power grid. Just as air and sea links have enhanced trade within the region, an interconnected power grid across ASEAN will enhance electricity trade across borders. And just as cross-border trade has benefited both exporters and importers in ASEAN, cross-border trade in clean electricity will benefit all parties. Regions without renewable capacity can have access to clean energy. Electricity providers can expand their markets beyond their domestic buyers. And countries can enhance their energy security by diversifying their supply sources. All this comes with an interconnected grid. But achieving an ASEAN power grid, or more ambitious, interconnected Asian power grid, will not be easy. There are many obstacles to overcome. The power infrastructure and standards vary across countries in Asia. There is insufficient capacity in resources and development of there is insufficient capacity in R&D for developing clean energy in ASEAN. Not to mention the cost. Building transmission lines and energy storage across Asia will cost about $2.4 trillion over the next 10 years. So we will require significant cross-border collaboration and innovative financing instruments to realize the vision of an integrated grid infrastructure across ASEAN. So the two priorities go together. To do effective coal phase-out, replace with renewable energy, we need strong grid connectivity. And financing solutions need to address this holistically because one doesn't work without the other. The third priority, the third big challenge that Asia faces is deforestation and the loss of its natural carbon sinks. Southeast Asia has one of the highest rates of tropical deforestation in the world, losing 1.2% of its forests every year. And so based on current projections, Southeast Asia is expected to lose 3/4 of its original forests by 2100, by the end of the century, driven by agricultural expansion and infrastructure development. Deforestation has serious implications for our planet. It impedes the effectiveness of forests as carbon sinks. In Southeast Asia alone, deforestation is estimated to generate over 400 megatons of carbon emissions every year. It also has an adverse impact on the availability of essential ecosystem services, such as access to food, clean air, and drinkable water that our forests provide. So we need to stop deforestation in Asia and find the right financing structures and policy levers to achieve this. Local communities, governments, and the private sector must work together to develop comprehensive strategies to combat deforestation. Now, these include sustainable land management practices, reforestation programs, and stricter enforcement of environmental regulations. Compared to other mitigation strategies, reducing deforestation is not costly. It is estimated that at a price of just $20 per ton of carbon dioxide, the rate of deforestation in Southeast Asia can be halved. So the financing problem here is not a huge one. But forest conservation is not just about cost. It is also about integrity. The methodologies for measuring, reporting, and verifying actual carbon abatement in many conservation projects are not accurate. So we need to tackle, that's one of the geeky problems we need to tackle. The actual reductions in deforestation across projects has sometimes been lower than claimed. So we need to set out standards to ensure the integrity of forest conservation projects and very strong MRV methods to give us that assurance. We also need to restore Asia's mangroves and peatlands. Mangroves and peatlands store more than twice the amount of carbon that tropical forests do. But we're losing these carbon sinks in Asia also. So we need to restore these ecosystems and devote more and promote more sustainable agricultural and aquaculture methods. And coupled with sound policies and strategies, technology and finance can be key enablers for such restoration efforts. So this is where we need to direct technology and finance efforts too. An effective transition in Asia will require significant financing. At least $1.1 trillion is needed annually to meet climate mitigation and adaptation needs across Asia. However, actual investments fall short by at least $815 billion, more than 80% of what's needed. Public finance alone cannot plug this gap. We must mobilize private capital. Three key enablers that can help to bridge this funding gap. One, blended finance. We need to synergize public and private capital to close the funding gap. Two, carbon credits. We need to promote high-integrity carbon credits supported by well-functioning carbon markets. Three, sectoral pathways. We need credible standards and definitions contextualized to Asia's context to attract transition finance for successful and effective sectoral decarbonization. Let me start with blended finance. Asia's transition financing needs are large. Yet, why is private capital not flowing to decarbonization projects in Asia? Let's unpack the problems. One, there is not enough expertise to prepare and develop projects to a bankable stage. Two, the projects have high capital outlays that may be beyond what many individual financial institutions can provide. 3, the risks are higher. Uncertainties in technology and regulations, not to mention foreign exchange risk. 4, the payback periods are very long. Transactions may face long lead times to even start construction, with challenges in securing the necessary permits and licenses. So to mobilize private capital for transition projects in Asia, we need blended finance to synergize across multiple players in the ecosystem, because that's what it takes to solve this problem. Governments, development financial institutions, and philanthropies could provide concessional capital or risk capital in the form of grants, limited guarantees, and debt or equity at rates of return that are not determined purely by commercial considerations. We need that base of concessional capital. Multilateral development banks can provide technical assistance in the form of project development expertise, capacity building, and institutional support. Financial institutions, such as insurance players, can also provide innovative risk mitigation solutions in the project development stage. This combination of concessional capital, technical assistance, and de-risking mechanisms will improve the bankability of these projects, help to mobilize multiples of private capital, private commercial capital for these projects. So Singapore has launched a blended finance platform called Financing Asia's Transition Partnership, or FASP for short, with a target fund size of $5 billion US. In December last year at COP28, the Singapore government pledged to contribute towards a base of concessional capital for this platform alongside other partners. Since then, we have had expressions of support from a few other sovereign governments, multilateral development banks, development finance institutions, and philanthropies to similarly contribute concessional capital. On the basis of the concessional capital that's being put together, we have been reaching out to banks and institutional investors to bring in their commercial capital. So I would make a pitch here for both providers of concessional capital and commercial capital. A blended finance structure like FASP is a good way to make real impact. And some of the contributing partners of concessional or commercial capital include the Asian Development Bank, the International Finance Corporation of the World Bank, Allied Climate Partners, the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, and Temasek Holdings. Reputed players are coming on board. FASP will target 3 key areas that are most pertinent to Asia's transition. The Energy Transition Acceleration theme will cover energy transition projects such as coal phase-out that I mentioned, renewable energy replacement, and grid infrastructure, the priorities that I spoke about. The Green Investments theme, that's a second sleeve, will invest in decarbonization projects such as electric vehicles, batteries, waste and water management, and circular economy. We're also developing a third industry transformation theme, which will focus on hard-to-abate sectors like aviation, shipping, steel, and cement, as well as emerging low-carbon fuels such as hydrogen and ammonia. Each of the 3 investment themes will take the form of a fund, professionally managed, comprising both concessional and commercial capital, and managed by a respective asset manager. So we'll be announcing at COP29 more details about the fund programs, the contributing partners, the asset managers, and the capital mobilized to date. But don't wait till COP29. Please come forward and get in touch with us to participate in FASP. The second key enabler, carbon credits. Asia needs access to high-quality carbon credits supported by well-functioning carbon markets. On the supply side, carbon credits are generated on the basis of emissions reduced or removed through mitigation activities. On the demand side, there are entities which want to purchase these credits to help offset their own hard-to-abate residual emissions and thereby meet their internal carbon reduction targets. This congruence of demand and supply helps to generate new revenue streams to enable decarbonization projects which would otherwise not have been implemented. But global carbon markets are not functioning well. There is a lack of data and systematic tracking of the generation, transfer, and use of these carbon credits. This raises concerns of double counting carbon credits. There is also a lack of well-defined standards and guidelines on environmental integrity. This raises doubts about whether carbon credits correspond to actual emissions reduction, and there have been several scandals in this space. And these limitations have undermined confidence in global carbon markets. So we need to develop strategies to promote high-integrity carbon credits and carbon markets. This requires many ecosystem players around the world to come together and develop solutions. Singapore has been engaged in these discussions. There is some progress, but it is still slow. Meanwhile, Singapore has also been doing its own small part to promote sound carbon markets through 3 initiatives. First, we have been signaling demand for high-quality carbon credits through carbon credit agreements with other countries. Singapore has signed implementation agreements with Papua New Guinea and Ghana. And we have also concluded negotiations on implementation agreements with Bhutan, Vietnam, and Paraguay. With these agreements, the countries that we signed agreements with will be able to generate credits to help finance much-needed emissions reduction or removal projects in their countries. We ensure that the credits generated are of high quality, using high-integrity carbon crediting methodologies from credible offset programs. And when Singapore and carbon tax liable companies purchase these credits for offsets, they would be contributing directly to the decarbonization efforts in our partner countries. Second initiative, Singapore has been working to promote high standards of integrity for different types of carbon credits. I'll give 2 examples, transition credits and nature-based credits. We're piloting the use of transition credits, a new class of credits to channel finance towards transition projects. A good use case of transition credits is coal phase-out in Asia. Credits are generated from the emissions reductions attributable to the early phase-out of a coal plant and replacement with clean energy alternatives, because that is emissions that you have reduced. To develop these transition credits into a viable market solution, Singapore has brought together 30 ecosystem players to form the Transition Credits Coalition, or TRACTION. We are consulting the Integrity Council of Voluntary Carbon Markets to ensure that transition credits meet the core carbon principles and Article 6 integrity requirements. So again, ecosystem players interested to join the TRACTION Coalition to help to shape this new form of transition credits, which will be really impactful for Asia. There's an open invitation to come forward. We are also working on standards, strengthening standards for for ensuring that nature-based credits lead to actual emissions reduction. I just spoke about this, how there's so much question about the integrity of nature-based credits. So Singapore has launched the Carbon Market Integrity Research and Development Program, or Carbon Integrity SG for short. So Carbon Integrity SG seeks to develop and improve internationally recognized standards and methodologies for measurement, reporting, and verification of nature-based projects. The aim is to strengthen the integrity of nature-based credits and thereby confidence in the credibility of nature-based projects, which are critical for Asia's transition. So here again, it's an open invitation to join us in this endeavor. Third initiative, Singapore is supporting the development of a harmonized carbon data platform to address transparency concerns. We worked with the International Emissions Trading Association, IATA, and the World Bank to launch Climate Action Data Trust, or CAT Trust, CAD Trust. CAT Trust uses blockchain technology to link aggregate and harmonize data across carbon crediting registries to improve transparency. It has also developed an interactive data dashboard which allows users to track carbon offsets generated by more than 17,000 projects in the world. To date, CAT Trust has grown to include 6 registries covering 85% of all credits issued globally. I've talked about blended finance, I've talked about carbon markets and credits. The third key enabler, sectoral pathways. We need clear standards in Asia on what constitutes a credible sectoral decarbonization pathway. It is not difficult to identify and invest in pure green activities like clean energy and electric mobility. But most of Asia's activities are transition activities of progressively greening the brown rather than switching colors at one go. But how do we ensure that greening the brown will eventually lead to green and is not greenwashing in disguise? So we need robust and objective definitions of what we mean by transition activities, so as to build confidence that investments in these activities will result in desired climate outcomes. These standards and definitions need to be, 1, science-based and take reference to a 1.5 degrees Celsius pathway. 2, contextualized to Asia's circumstances and challenges and different starting positions. And 3, be granular at the level of the activity. If decarbonization projects subscribe to such objective standards, they stand a better chance of attracting private financing. The Singapore-Asia Taxonomy for Sustainable Finance is the first taxonomy in the world to define transition projects. It sets out science-based thresholds and criteria for defining green and transition activities that contribute to climate mitigation. Take, for example, the early retirement of coal-fired power plants. The Singapore-Asia Taxonomy lays out both entity-level and facility-level criteria which are aligned to a 1.5 degrees Celsius pathway. The Singapore-Asia Taxonomy covers activities across 8 focus sectors, which are responsible for 90% of Asia's emissions. So the coverage is very good. Let me conclude. Asia's transition to net zero will not be easy, but it is essential if the world is to avoid catastrophic climate change. As I said at the start, the battle against climate change will be won or lost in Asia. It is not enough that Europe and America, or Singapore for that matter, reach net zero. The rest of Asia must also get there, so that the planet that we all share will be safe from climate disaster. The world has a vested interest in Asia's decarbonization. Singapore will do its part in collaboration with others to facilitate Asia's transition to a greener and brighter future. Thank you, and I wish you all a fruitful day. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you so much, Ambassador, for setting us off on that note. The climate fight will be won or lost in Asia. It is now my great privilege to introduce Professor Kishore Mahbubani, Distinguished Fellow at the Asia Research Institute, National University, Singapore, who has had an illustrious career formerly as Permanent Secretary of Singapore's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Singapore's Permanent Representative to the United Nations, and Dean of the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, among other previous roles. He is delivering a special keynote, Navigating the Nexus, Geopolitics and Climate Change in the 21st Century. Welcome, Professor Kishore. The stage is yours.
Good morning, everybody. You know, the Americans believe that you should start a speech with a joke. The Asians believe you should begin with an apology. And I'm going to begin with two apologies. The first apology is that I want to tell you straight away up front, especially after you've heard from two leading experts on climate change, that I'm not an expert on climate change. So please don't expect to get any kind of detailed knowledge about climate change from me. But I'm very glad that both Jessica and Ravi spelled out the big picture of what's happening there. And the second apology I have is that some of my remarks might make some of you feel uncomfortable. But I have to, in some ways, bring out some hard truths. Because if we are going to succeed in this battle against climate change, we have to deal with the single biggest force that is the obstacle to dealing with climate change, and that single biggest force is geopolitics. And I hope in my remarks today to explain how geopolitics is a big hindrance, and hopefully at the end make some suggestions of what we can do about it. But why is geopolitics a hindrance? Well, to start with, to sort of understand how geopolitics comes into play, we should all acknowledge that the big, in a sense, lesson from climate change is that the condition of humanity has changed dramatically. And how has it changed dramatically? Before, when we used to live in separate countries, and we still continue to live in separate countries, it was as though we were living in 193 separate boats, right? And that was the human condition. So, for example, if one boat got COVID, the other boats wouldn't get COVID because we're all in different boats. But what climate change has told us is that the world has shrunk. All 8 billion of us no longer live in 193 separate boats. We live on 193 separate cabins on the same boat. Which is why when one cabin catches COVID, everybody gets COVID. And now if somebody gets Mpox, guess what? It also travels. So if we are all on the same boat, the logical thing for humanity to do is to say, hey, let's come together and deal with the common challenges to our boat, because if the boat sinks, our cabins will sink. Now, as you know, humanity is not coming together to deal with climate change or other such global challenges, which is why I believe that what we should do is call this boat the Titanic, because we can see clearly what's going to come if we fail to handle climate change, and yet we're going full speed ahead towards it without any kind of significant or major reduction in our emissions. And you saw various voices, including Jessica's and Ravi, saying how we're not meeting our goals. So why are we doing this? Why are we being so irrational and not coming together to deal with climate change? And the answer is geopolitics. How so? Well, I'll give you 3 examples of, in a sense, massively stupid actions that humanity is carrying out. Now, clearly, if you are on the Titanic and you're heading towards an iceberg, we should all come together and say, hey, how do we cooperate together to deal with this? Especially the 2 most powerful countries in the world, the United States and China. And we all know that you cannot handle climate change unless the two biggest powers, the two biggest emitters come together to deal with climate change. But are they coming together? They're not. Instead, they're arguing about who should have the bigger cabin on the boat. I mean, that's bizarre. You have a boat that is heading towards disaster. Instead of them coming together and say, hey, let's save the boat so we can save our cabins, they're saying no. The focus should be on who has the biggest cabin. Now you may think I'm being crazy in saying that. You know, both Jessica and Ravi highlighted that you got to raise $1 trillion in financing. And Ravi said we are $800 billion short. That's a lot of money, right? Hard to raise. But you know how you can raise $1 trillion quickly? Just say, with this $1 trillion, we can defeat China. And that's how you get $1 trillion for the Inflation Reduction Act. And the USTR, Catherine Tai, admitted publicly that the main driving force for the Inflation Reduction Act was not to help humanity fight climate change. It was to ensure that the United States won the competition against China. So you can see how geopolitics is a far more powerful driving force when it comes to global decision making than common sense and rationality in dealing with a common challenge. And sadly, very sadly, I predict that the priority of US and China in the next 10 years will not be climate change. It will be about who's going to be number one 10 years from now. And that will drive the decision making. And to make matters worse, if that wasn't bad enough, we have this looming possibility that the United States may re-elect Donald Trump in November. Donald Trump sincerely believes that there's no such thing as climate change. What hope do you have in the world over the next 4 years of moving ahead if the leader of the world's most powerful country doesn't even believe in it? And what does Donald Trump believe to be the priority? Winning the battle against China. So you can see, therefore, why you have to follow geopolitics if you want to understand how to win this battle against climate change. But that's only one example of stupidity. There's another example of stupidity. If you are in a boat that is about to hit a disaster, as you know, the most important thing you need to do is to select the best possible captain for the boat. You look around at everybody on the boat, find the most dynamic, intelligent, committed person, and say, make him or her the captain of the boat. That will be plain common sense. And shockingly, Socrates warned 2,000 years ago that if any of us take a voyage, and if we don't choose the best captain, we are putting ourselves at peril. 2,000 years ago he said that. And you know what? After 2,000 years, humanity still cannot choose the best captain. Why not? Because if you're going to come together to cooperate, all 193 countries, there's only one place you can cooperate. It's in the multilateral institutions, United Nations, IMF, World Bank. These are the institutions. But guess what? To become the head of the IMF, 88% of the world's population doesn't qualify. To become the head of the World Bank, 88% of the World Bank doesn't qualify because it's preserved for citizens of either Europe or the United States. Now that may have made sense 50 years ago. The world has changed. The rest of the world has woken up. We need to change. It's impossible. Why? Geopolitics. Power. It's about who has the power is more important than who's the most competent. But if that's bad enough, I can tell you what happens in the United Nations is even more sad. And I say this as someone who was ambassador to the UN for over 10 years. I can assure you, I must say, I'm glad that we heard the voice of Antonio Guterres saying that we must come together, leaders must come together. But I can tell you in the process of selection of UN Secretary Generals, if you are dynamic, capable, driven, visionary, you're disqualified to become UN Secretary General. You must have one quality: you must be completely spineless. And you think I'm exaggerating, right? I can tell you that ever since Dag Hammarskjöld was a UN Secretary General and was so effective, the great powers, including United States and Soviet Union, at the height of the Cold War, they disagreed on everything except one thing: never again have a dynamic, visionary Secretary General of the UN. How can we hang on to that at a time when the world needs a dynamic, visionary leader to lead us through the greatest challenge facing humanity? Again, geopolitics interferes. And if you want a third example of stupidity, if I can read my notes in the dark. Who should make the most amount of sacrifices when it comes to dealing with climate change? Right? And the simple answer would be that you've got to find some kind of equitable formula. So those who have contributed the most to climate change should sacrifice more. And Ravi mentioned the current flows of greenhouse gas emissions, but he also mentioned there's a huge stock. Now, the stock was put up by the industrialized countries through the Industrial Revolution. So clearly, if you want to allocate responsibility, it should be allocated on the basis that those who contributed more to the stock should also make bigger sacrifices. But as you know, if any of you have attended climate negotiations, that doesn't work. And indeed, you know that our first effort at dealing with climate change was the Kyoto Protocol. But it died. Why did it die? Because it put all the obligations on the countries that had put up the stock and zero obligations on China and India. And there was a revolt, and it died. So you can see, therefore, allocating who should take more is what divides the discussions on climate change. And it's such a tragedy because you can't actually work out a fair principle of making the division of labor. But if you try to suggest in any developed country, including the United States should do more, then you're toast. So this brings me to another difficult point that I was going to raise here, which is uncomfortable, painful point. What's the fundamental reason why leaders, especially leaders in the developed world, cannot ask their populations to make bigger sacrifices to deal with climate change? And the simple answer is democracy, right? Leaders have to get elected. Most leaders in the world don't get elected when they tell the people, you will have to sacrifice more if you're going to succeed in fighting climate change. And what's even worse is that at a time when we should be calling on the citizens of the world to make sacrifices in one way or another to deal with climate change, the leading democracies are doing exactly the opposite. And I can tell you this, the level of deficits in public financing in the United States and Europe are amazing. The US, the US national debt, I don't have the exact figures, gone up from 40% of GNP to 125% of GNP, right? And this is not even having to deal with climate change, right? And if you cannot exercise responsibility in managing your finances for your essential things, how can you exercise responsibility in managing your finances for fighting climate change? So it's going to become harder and harder in the developed societies to get the resources. Now, how you fix this problem, I'm not quite sure, because it is now become a serious problem, including, by the way, in Europe, to get governments to agree to balance their budgets and deal with these fiscal issues. And if this carries on, if people feel the pain, you're going to get more and more populist governments being elected. It's actually quite shocking. In a society as liberal and as open as the Netherlands, the single most powerful politician is Geert Wilders from the far right. You saw what happened in the elections in France. You saw what happened in the elections in Germany. The far right is emerging. It's going to get stronger because people can feel that their lives are not getting better. And no one is giving them answers on how to make it better. So if populism takes over the most powerful democracies in the world, populists are not the people who are going to say, hey, let's make sacrifices to save planet Earth. So these are the sort of structural issues that stand in the way of humanity coming together. And unfortunately, it's going to get harder. So should I end on a very depressing note? Or should I try my very best to cheer Jessica up by injecting a note of hope? The note of hope that I have is that fortunately, and this is true certainly in the developed societies, where top-down initiatives are not coming, there are a lot of bottom-up initiatives, like the one we're seeing in this room today, right? And certainly, if you look at the figures, it's quite amazing how much the United States has managed to control its emissions. the United States record is admirable. Not from the top down, from bottom up. So perhaps what we need to do in this fight against climate change is to encourage more bottom-up initiatives and find ways and means whereby we mobilize the people on the ground and tell them, hey, let's make sacrifices and we can win the battle against climate change. And since they say the best way to promote sacrifices is to be an example yourself, I would say maybe Singapore can also think of innovative ideas for making sacrifices. And I'll just drop one. Because in this I wrote about many years ago in a column in Singapore Straits Times. If there's one country in the world that is small enough to not need private car ownership, it's Singapore, right? At least one person agrees with me in this room. And this I've written publicly. I mean, we have now reached a stage of technological development, especially with self-driving cars coming around the corner, that we can leave our homes, get a self-driving car, drop us at the MRT, drop us at the bus stop, drop us at our destination, and you don't need to have private car ownership in Singapore. But this cannot be imposed top-down. This has to come bottom-up from the people of Singapore. And sadly, the main obstacle to this is not rationality, but the car, unfortunately, in Singapore is a status symbol. So why you buy a Lamborghini to drive at 30 kilometers an hour? What's all that engine for? I mean, it's bizarre. It's a status symbol. I mean, I have seen, these incredible luxury cars, even now HDB car parks, right? It's a status symbol. So maybe we can at least start a bottom-up initiative and say, stop seeing your car as a status symbol. Your car is actually a bit of poison that is harming our fight against climate change. Find some other means, and you will still be as mobile as you were. So it can be done. Let's try to find novel bottom-up ideas. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Kishore, and we accept your apology for starting on a very sad but ending with a very hopeful note. If you don't mind, please come up stage. I'd like to welcome Ambassador Ravi, our Managing Director, Jessica Cham, and Executive Director, Junis Yeo, and also our co-partners from UNEP FI, Romy Gaudig Den Hertog, UNEP FI Co-Head Nature, and Nernita Talukdar, Asia Pacific Regional Head, to the stage to take a group photo before our guest of honor takes his leave. Please bear with us. Our photographer, thank you so much, Roy. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Please join me to thank Ambassador for being our guest of honor today, as well as Professor Kishore for being our special guest. Moving on to our next segment of the program, I am excited to introduce our opening plenary, Raising the Bar. Moderating this discussion is Ecobusiness's founder and managing director, Jessica Cham. And joining her on stage are our distinguished speakers. May I invite you to come on stage. Dr. Renato E. Reside Jr., Undersecretary for Tax Research and Expenditure Monitoring, Department of Finance, Republic of the Philippines. Mr. Kevin Franklin, Chief Growth Officer and Managing Director of Advisory, LRQA. Ms. Kitty Bu, Vice President, Asia ex-India, the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet. And joining us virtually, we have Ignatius Denny Wicaksono, Head of Business Development, Indonesia Stock Exchange.
Okay. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be your moderator for the opening plenary, and what a keynote from Professor Kishore. I hope all of you are not sufficiently depressed, because halfway through that keynote, I was like, you know, Professor, we need to like uplift the mood here, because these are people who are like the front lines working of sustainable development. But I think what's really interesting is that he does provide a sobering reminder that geopolitics is a huge elephant in the room that often doesn't get discussed at sustainable development conferences. It's something that we try and ignore because it's inconvenient and it's difficult. But that is also why I think as individuals and part of democracies or electorates, we actually support the right politicians. And of course, all eyes are on the biggest election of the year in the US this year. And we might not be citizens, but I think there are many things that we can do on the sidelines. And what Professor Kishore had mentioned about bottom-up initiatives is very true. And if you actually look at the statistics, we are on track to decouple global emissions from growth. And I think that is a very key message that we want to leave with all of you from his keynote, a note of optimism. And I'm really delighted to be here then talking about raising the bar for the region in Asia. This is an extremely important topic, and I wanted to send my apologies from Kitty from the Global Energy Alliance of People and Planet. She was actually here already in the conference, but then she got a call regarding a family emergency and therefore had to leave. But we are super privileged to have with us a very distinguished panel here today, talking about what are some of the biggest policy interventions that's most important for Asia's transition right now. So we want to poll all of you here, because I know you work very, very closely to these issues, on what do you think is the biggest policy intervention that we need. And a Slido QR code is going to come up shortly, where you can submit your thoughts on that. And you can also scan the QR code that's at the back of your delegate pass and give us some thoughts on that, and we will come back to that. For now, I think I just want to open this plenary by quoting a very important study that was issued by the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research in Germany. And this study basically found that the best way for nations to tackle emissions behind climate change is to use a combination of financial and regulatory levers. They analyzed 41 countries across the world and found that the most successful moves in nations such as the UK, Norway, the US, and China involved a mix of subsidies, regulation, and pricing mechanisms. Not the wrong ones, such as trade wars or protectionism. For example, the UK's effort in winding back coal-fired power generation and Norway's rollout of electric vehicles were successful only because the policies came in tandem with tax or price incentives. In the US, an effective policy combination was tax incentives, subsidies for low-emitting vehicles, and CO2 efficiency standards that helped it to cut transport emissions. And in China, we've seen that industrial emissions were cut by accompanying pilot carbon trading systems with reduced fossil fuel subsidies and more financing initiatives for energy efficiency. I think this research comes as countries are under pressure to draw up strong climate plans, also known as nationally determined contributions, that is submitted to the UN Paris Agreement on Climate Change. So I think I want to start here first with Dr. Renato. You come here with the perspective of the central government. How are central governments and regulators thinking about fiscal policy, and how does it intersect with mobilizing finance for sustainable development projects? And what are some of the competing priorities and challenges that you face today?
Morning, everybody, and thank you for that question. As you know, the Philippines is similar to Singapore. We're not a leading emitter of greenhouse gases, nor do we contribute a substantial amount of carbon into the atmosphere. In fact, the Philippines is more like a victim of climate change. No? And for this, our country needs a mix of financing for adaptation and also abatement. No? And the Philippine government, actually, I'm glad to report, and especially my ministry, the Department of Finance, is developing a lot of, is active in a lot of activities, no? to try to address the two needs that we have, no? Adaptation and mitigation. No? So we're quite well aware, confirmed by studies from our own central bank, that the warming that is caused by, the gradual warming that's caused by climate change reduces our output, so we know. It also has an impact on us insofar as because it reduces output and affects production, especially for agricultural products, it also raises inflation. No? So we have these things. No? Because of that, we have many competing adaptation and mitigation needs. No? We need to we need to address the continuing flooding that's going on, which is a product of climate change and a product of the storms that hit us with gradual increasing frequency and intensity. So we need additional monies for flood control. We also need, and these are potentially large infrastructure projects. No? So we need a combination of funds raised from the typical fiscal sources, taxes, and also private financing. No? So it's a mix of these things that what we need to address adaptation and mitigation activities. And we also need funds for deforestation, combating that, and also basically trying to rebuild after climate disasters. No? So as I said, we do need a mix of that, and we have at the moment some indirect tax instruments for abating carbonization in our atmosphere. So we have motor vehicle user charges and other fees that we raise. No? And also, let me just go over my notes here. We're also, at the moment, trying to be somewhat lacking in finance, no? Because we have a fiscal deficit at the moment, no? And we're trying to address that without bloating it. No? We do have a PPP program that's in place that we tweaked a little bit to gear towards sustainable projects and green projects. No? We also have tax incentives that are available to projects with a sustainable financing and sustainable development nature. So that's what we have done. We have a pipeline of projects that we're developing. We tweaked our PPP code, so we actually have a law that allows for financing to come in for PPP projects, for sustainable projects, and also our tax incentives. No? Yeah. We do have other things. No? Also, we have we're kind of fast-tracking and intensifying our promotion of electric vehicles. We reduced taxes on electric vehicles in the country recently. And I guess I'll just stop there for the moment. We do have other initiatives, and I may talk about them later.
Thank you very much, Dr. Renato. We'll come back to you on what are some of the trends in the Philippines. But I wanted to go to Pak Denny. Thank you thank you so much for joining us from Indonesia, from where you're based. And you know, work at IDX, and it's a carbon markets regulator, and you've been pushing quite a lot of initiatives in Indonesia. Would love to hear your views on, you know, what Indonesia is doing specifically on policy interventions, and how are you mobilizing the capital markets for sustainable development?
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for having me here, Jessica. Well, IDES is actually not part of government, but we are a self-regulatory organization. And according to the policy, we believe that policy plays a vital role to mobilizing the capital, both fiscal and also regulatory base. And we see there are several challenges here, as you asked previously. First, we see that not all the companies understand and want to integrate sustainability aspect. And in my opinion, the solution is, I believe we need the regulation to mandate the sustainability aspect so that all the market players need to implement, at least think of it. And hopefully they will make benefit of it along the way on their journey and get positive contribution for their profit for them. For example, in Indonesia, we have implemented the carbon pricing. When we implement the carbon pricing, the company is starting to learn actually how to measure the carbon and how to reduce their emission. And second, maybe we also implement the sustainability report. So most of the listed companies right now has been reporting the sustainability report. When they report it, they're starting to think, what kind of sustainability aspect that I need to report, and what is the materiality of it. So when the first is mandating it, and after that, they will go along the way to improve and also get the benefit of it. And the second challenge that we see that there is a different degree of companies, particularly in the listed company sides. We have the SME, we have the big companies. So what we can do to help them is actually to give more tools for them and also do more education. For example, in Indonesia, all the listed companies and also the financial institution need to disclose their carbon emission and also disclose their effort to reduce their emission. Some of them cannot do the calculation of the emission. Well, we'll bring some consultant. This sometimes make it even more complicated. So we try to pursue it like we are making the net zero incubators. We having a class, we give them the spreadsheet. This is actually how you calculate the emission. We give them the tools, everything, so that they can easily calculate and measure their emission. That's the two. The second, the tools we need. And the third, for the challenge in our experience, is the different language and standard of sustainability and how to identify the materiality. This is still quite challenging, but we hope that the ISSB will be one of the solutions to standardize these sustainability issues. And how right now Indonesia adapting to it, we also have defined actually the taxonomy, Indonesian taxonomy, to define what is actually green. So we can mobilize the capital through the definition of green that we define. And maybe the several initiatives to mobilize capital also in Indonesia, we, aside from the sustainability report, we also having the ESG rating to promote ESG among the listed companies so that they understand what actually is the ESG that we are looking for. And the second, we also have the GSS bonds and Sukuk framework. So we have the green, social, and sustainable bond framework, and we are giving also incentive for them. And the issuance is quite high right now. And next, we also have the 5 related ESG indices and climate indices. This will be more easily to mobilize sustainable or ESG thematic fund or climate thematic fund easily, because not all investors have the time to do the analysis. So we just provided the indices, and hopefully the capital will go accordingly. And latest also we opening the carbon exchange. This also hopefully will complete all of their journey, starting for their calculation, disclosure, trajectory for reducing emission, and also offsetting. So this actually what are we doing in the Indonesia right now. Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you so much, Pak Danny. I think there's a lot to unpack there, and Indonesia has been keeping busy for sure. And it's great to see the momentum that has been gained since you implemented the carbon pricing system and with your carbon exchange, as well as raising the level of disclosures among your listed issuers in the country. Kevin, I want to come to you. You've been a long-time practitioner in Asia, and you've seen what's been going on in the region. What is your ask of the region as someone that has been working in this field for a long time and in the intersection of regulation and data as well?
Oh, thank you. Well, maybe I can answer this in 3 parts. So firstly, I'm going to start with an apology, similar to the professor from earlier, because I'm not a policy expert, certainly not a policy expert in the climate space. My background is entirely in sustainability, as you've mentioned. PhD was focused on climate and biodiversity, and I waited 25 years for that to become a hot topic. TNFD is finally here to complement the climate agenda. LRQA is a global risk and assurance business, and what it essentially means is, and we're around 250 years old as a company, we support businesses to certify and verify things like emissions. Around 70% of what we do is focused on ESG issues. We're about 5,000 people. We operate in over 100 countries globally. We visit 60,000 plus suppliers and other facilities around the world every year, and we collect a lot of GHG and other data, hundreds of millions of data points. By the way, we'll come onto this later, I'm sure, but none of that is being actively used to unlock finance today, which is unfortunate, but something we need to figure out moving forward. The second point I wanted to raise as I come to answering your question is, and maybe I'll start with a question on this one. Does anyone in the room understand or know when climate science first became a thing, right? When did we first start to think about and know of climate science or global warming? I'll shortcut this, actually. It's in the 1800s.
Okay.
Right?
Wasn't expecting that.
In the 1800s was when the first climate science global warming papers were published. It really hotted up literally in the kind of 1960s and 90s. And in 1990, we had the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, right? So we've known about this for a long time, and we haven't done enough about it for a long time, right? And to your point from earlier, urgency and fast action is critical, which really gets me onto the third part, which is answering the immediate question. From our perspective, what is essential is for governments to have clear focus, to have national development plans, to have agendas, to think about scenarios, to focus on key sectors, to have long-term continuity, which is one of the things we didn't discuss from the professor when he spoke about China and the US. Long-term continuity is in place in China, and that is something that's really essential when it comes to the climate agenda. We need a lot more transparency, so we need rules around data quality, we need rules around methodologies, we need rules around transparency and accountability, and for companies to be held accountable when they're not achieving their goals and objectives or complying with the relevant regulations. I think that the fourth part maybe to what I'm going to answer here is, I think we heard from the professor that there are geopolitical issues, national sovereignty issues that will always get in the way. And that means we need to focus on local bottom-up initiatives quickly. For everyone in the room, right, that means looking at business and at the investor community to start action now. We don't have to wait, right, for more policy to be in place to start action. And there are hundreds of thousands of SMEs and there are hundreds of thousands of businesses that can be mobilized to action today.
That's really well said. Thank you, Kevin. It's a great reminder that there's a lot that we can do even while waiting for policy. And actually, there is a lot of momentum within the policy making as well. Dr. Renato, I'll come back to you for the Philippines. Kevin spoke about transparency of data. Can you speak to a little bit about what the Philippines and the region are doing in terms of raising the quality of ESG data, and how is this informing your government's policy making?
Okay, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Kevin for raising the importance of having bottom-up initiatives. We do have one in the Philippines. It's called the People Survival Fund. And what it does is that I think it comes from our appropriations annually, and it supports the projects of cities, municipalities, and provinces. And people, I think governments can apply, or private projects can apply for financing in that fund. No? So that's like something like a bottom-up, a good example of a bottom-up thing that is starting to build in our country. So we're glad that it actually happens. And in our country, I can't really speak so much about the quality of the data. No? We do have although I can say a few things about it. No? We do have a Department of Environment and Natural Resources that, of course, tracks the volume of greenhouse gases emitted by our country. We do also have projects that are being developed locally that require some amount of measurement in terms of how much carbon it takes out of the atmosphere. So we do have a demand for that. It's a small nascent industry at the moment in our country, developing projects that require measurement of greenhouse gas abatement or decarbonization. So we do need ourselves, we do need data to be able to move financing of these projects forward. No? And we have a little bit of expertise in that regard in terms of putting projects together that require carbon financing. But in terms of measurement, we do need outside external assistance for that. No? So these are things that we do realize are important. We recognize that the Philippines has a role to play in the global decarbonization movement, and we are increasingly also into developing projects that allow us to get financing from outside that way. No? So again, that requires good measurement. We also in that sense, the Philippines is also doing other things. No? We at the moment we became the host recently of the Loss and Damage Fund. That's a UN agency, if I'm not mistaken. That allows us to tap mechanisms for climate change mitigation. So the Philippines is happy to host that because we are, after all, one of the most vulnerable countries in the world to climate change. No? So, and again, even for that, I think we also need measurement. We need to know how much is lost and how much is the damage brought about by climate change to our country or to other countries that are vulnerable to climate change in order to tap financing from abroad. No? So the Philippines, we have our own unique fiscal circumstances. We have our fiscal deficit at the moment. And because we have a fiscal deficit which we're trying to manage, it's around roughly a little over 5% of GDP at the moment. No? So we're trying to manage a gradual reduction in that for prudential purposes. So we have large financing needs and some projects that are potentially very useful, we can't get financed right now because we need a combination of increased public debt right now, or private financing, which we don't have at the moment. So our country really needs a combination of enhanced public resources and also private resources. Could be private, domestic, or external. So we do need financing mechanisms, and I was about to say a while ago also that we do need, because we need a lot of private finance, we need a whole of financial institution, regional financial, global financial finance to tap into potential savings that can help us, no? And that will require the whole of, potentially rethinking the whole of financial markets, no? Whether it's direct through the investment banks or indirect through the banking system, no? So we need a combination of good instruments, people to design these, capital markets to tap these, regulatory agencies, and also supportive governments, and also hopefully not as much competing needs from other things. No? So the Philippines, I am aware that governments are running up against other competing savings needs, like for to address the needs of aging populations around the world. No? So this is one competing need against climate change financing. No? So we need to kind of address all of these needs at the same time, and we just hope that we find good mechanisms that will allow us to balance all of these needs. So that's spoken from a finance, a public finance guy like me. We have other competing needs for public sector initiatives.
Yeah, no, thank you, Dr. Ranato. I think that comes back to the point that Ravi made at the start as well, that, you know, there's also a lack of expertise of bankable projects, and actually there's a lot of blended finance facilities that developing countries like Philippines can tap on, and maybe you can join that FastP platform as well. Kevin, you wanted to share some views?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the data question, and also Dr. Renato's point initially about the challenge of data. Clearly, data is massively in the spotlight at the moment, particularly greenhouse gas data, carbon data, partly because it's directly linked to financial data, and verification of both GHG and financial data is a huge global question mark right now. And it's obvious that not all data is created equal, right? A huge amount of the GHG data, estimations, etc., are exactly that, based on estimates, not real world data. And this is a challenge, right? So one of the things we need to be doing to fix this problem is to be sourcing a lot more real world ground truth data that's collected by real people on the ground at factories and farms and in companies' facilities directly. That's the kind of work we do, part one. Part two, to do that effectively, we need a lot more education around things like carbon accounting. You know, if you visit a factory in the Philippines or Malaysia or Thailand or China or anywhere, and you ask someone there to calculate their emissions, they've got very little idea on how to do that, right? And there's a lot more education that's needed, even before we get to the place of being able to verify that that data is accurate. So on the ground, real-world verification. 2, education. 3, we also heard from, I think it was the ambassador, or maybe the professor, I can't remember, the ambassador, the whole point's around carbon credits, right? And we still need tools to be able to capture data for some things that are not quite so easy, in terms of we haven't got receipts for things like electricity. Instead, we're trying to figure out how much carbon was sequestered by trees. There are actually tools and technologies for that right now. In fact, last year we worked on a project which was looking at the data collected by sensors that are placed into trees to track water consumption, that can be used to estimate photosynthesis, that can be used to estimate sequestration, right? So the third part of what I wanted to say is technology can definitely be an ally for us in this area, and that's exactly where you can decouple, because that's a massive economic opportunity for companies that can innovate and come up with those new technological ideas.
Yeah, Kevin, that's an excellent point, and I'm very impressed with that technology. And I think that the proliferation of information as well as technological solutions is still very fragmented in Asia at the moment. And I think that's where conversations like these as well as collaboration can help to solve some of that. I want to come to Pak Danny, because we're talking about transparency and data, and we know that IDX has tried to raise the level of quality disclosures. You mentioned the ISSB earlier. How are Indonesian companies grappling with that? Are you seeing progress, and what are some of their pain points, and how can we solve for them?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we see there are a lot of progress. Actually, the regulation to submit the sustainability report is gradually mandated starting in 2017. And this has been like 6 years of journey to submitting the sustainability report, and the number of the reporting is increased tremendously. right? In the beginning, in 2019, it's only 54 companies that submitted sustainability report. Right now, we have in 2023 is around 97% or 873 companies. This comprise of 97%. But the challenges, as you mentioned about the data, I also agree that actually there are two challenges. Right now in Indonesia regulation, actually we have set of data that they need to submit, and it doesn't include the materiality. So all the companies need to submit the same data. But still, the challenge is how to calculate, for example, how to measure the carbon emission. Although the regulation already mandated, but it's still a problem for the listed companies to do the calculation and even doing the calculation correctly, like if you're talking about the integrity of data. So that's why, like I was mentioned, we are trying to give them a tools and also a class. We call it net zero incubators that we provide them the Excel, and also we also provide them with the emission factors so that they can try to manage the data easily. Although I'm also agree that if we have more tools and also on the ground person that do the calculation, it's even better to assure the quality of the data. But right now the problem is still under the estimation is still under problem of us. And the second is actually the detail of the data. Right now, we have the regulation, but we are not yet scrutinize what kind of metrics that they need to report. So many of them are reporting using the blah 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 using a story. What we are trying to adopt right now is we are discussing with the ASEAN exchanges. So we come up with several ESG core metrics, and then we will impose it in our system so that many companies understand actually on top of their storytelling in the sustainability report, there is actually a data that investor would like to see. This one that we would like to introduce right now and to promote it to them. And the other part of our regulation actually, if you are a company, you want to comply with the global standard, for example, GRI or maybe CDP or SASB, you can do that. And you can also doing the assurance. This is an optional obligation because we see there are still quite of divergence of the companies. Like I mentioned, we have the SME listing that are very small companies. We have the very big companies that needs this kind of data to attract their investment. That's why we are also positive and welcome with the ISSB standard, and hopefully the ISSB standard can also promoting the granularity of the data, and hopefully we can also deliver the right infrastructure so that all the ecosystem, both the investor and also the issuer, can report it properly and use the data properly and easily. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Denny. Yeah, I think that's a really great overview of some of the pain points and challenges. And Kevin, you've mentioned as well the collection of data and how do you actually measure and do carbon accounting. We actually run a ESP program on ESG training, and part of the 2 days training, we actually get everyone out to take the Excel spreadsheets and we teach them the GHG protocol. And you can see the look of pain on everyone's faces when they realize, oh my God, I have to do an Excel spreadsheet and actually go through the emission factors. But there is just no avoiding, that sort of technical capabilities and abilities. And I think the larger point here is really the capacity building that needs to happen in the region, and that's really, really key for Asia. I want to encourage, people here to ask questions of our panelists. You can either put your hand up and a microphone will come to you, or you can scan the QR code on Slido at the back of your badge or on the screen. We've actually got some questions already coming in. So I'm going to take the first one because it says, with so many different framework requirements, ISSB, TNFD, CSRD, do you see further consolidation? And if yes, which do you think will be the standard? I think the ISSB has been adopted as the global standard now, I would say. Many jurisdictions are either in consultation to adopt the standard or have already adopted the standard. TNFD is an interesting layer, and Kevin, I'm going to ask you to comment on this because we had the TCFD, and TCFD has now been absorbed into ISSB. We have the CSRD, which is an EU-specific regulation for EU countries that has now been consulted with ISSB and is interoperable. I've had the fortune of reading the interoperability guide between the ISSB and the CSRD, and I can tell you it's extremely technical, quite interesting, and there are certain disclosures that you have to make that are a little different. But to give credit to the standard bodies, they've tried to sync up these standards as far as they can go. But TNFD is quite a new emerging framework, and it's voluntary at the moment. Kevin, have you had some experience on helping companies navigate what the TNFD framework is, and do you see that eventually being absorbed into the ISSB as well?
Oh, that's a great question. I mean, I think the short answer to will it eventually be absorbed, should it eventually be absorbed, is definitely yes. But perhaps just a quick comment before that. Within the space of climate, actually, generally we've done a really good job of using common standards and tools over the last X number of years. As I mentioned, the Greenhouse Gas Protocol set a really good example for this. People still just use that one thing. In other aspects of ESG, particularly the social parts of ESG, it's much more fragmented. So what I would say is the fact that we're doing this already on the environmental GHG side is a great start. Agreed with you entirely on the kind of way forward in terms of the common standards and tools and how we need to drive towards that framework consistently and repeatedly. On TNFD specifically, actually this is a huge opportunity, and it's an opportunity for us to broaden the conversation beyond just climate in quite an easy way. If you look at the frameworks within TNFD, there are strong overlaps in terms of the expectations around risk, materiality, and also a lot of the topics and themes that are being looked at, such as water, biodiversity, etc., link back directly to climate. So I think the methodology is very similar to TCFD, and therefore logically it should align quite well with the existing standards and protocols. At the moment, we have very few clients that are actually really looking to engage in TNFD. It's probably still just a single handful, but hopefully that momentum will build, and I definitely think this is one of the things to watch throughout the rest of this decade.
Very interesting. Dr. Renatu or Pak Denny, I mean, how is the Philippines and Indonesia looking at nature and biodiversity metrics, and how does that intersect with companies' disclosure?
Yeah, this is something that's kind of new in the Philippines. Many things that we are discussing right now are actually in their nascent stages in my country. Our government commissioned a study to look into the feasibility of cap and trade recently, and we're waiting for the result of that study to see how we may, if at all, implement this in the future. But this is, of course, one of the things we're aiming for over the long run. So we do need also the results of this study to come in. And of course, these things will already generate a requirement or a demand for metrics. So the underlying instruments will only be credible insofar as the things that are underlying them can be measured. So, so having said that, though, I mentioned a while ago that we do have a demand for financing sustainable development projects. So we do have requirements that are consistent with what Kevin was talking about. Need to measure whatever carbon is saved from entering the environment. So we look at these things as potentially very useful in a deficit finance country such as ours. So to augment our sources of whatever domestic saving or tapping into external savings. So we do need these things moving forward, and again, that will also generate a need for not just transparency, but also capacity building in measurement. I participated in a conference in the lead up to this in my country, and I really got the sense there that This was getting carbon credit finance is something that is very, very new to our country. So we do need assistance in the development of capacities to understand whatever technologies are needed in order to tap into these potential sources of new finance in this. So it's very consistent with the name of this conference, Unlocking Sustainable Capital. We do need capacity for that, whether it's the government or some other, I'm not sure who does it in other countries. Maybe there's a private agency or a corporation that does this, that has the expertise. We do need these things, and these are missing things that can potentially unlock finance in my country and the future, because we really need it. Maybe just also to say an additional thing, being in Singapore, we know this is a regional financial hub. We also are counting on our regional financial partners as a hub for mobilizing savings as well. So we look forward to whatever creative financing mechanisms can come out of maybe a country such as yours that will help the region, and especially the Philippines as well, so that we can finance our projects. Just one thing, I was just thinking a while ago also that the impact on climate change is to reduce incomes, not just in our country, Philippines, but everywhere else. So that kind of risks as well tax bases moving forward. So if you reduce output or income, that reduces the tax base, and that reduces public fiscal resources as well available. So for adaptation and mitigation. So that, I think, moving forward, underscores the need to develop private sources of sustainable financing. So it underscores the importance of this meeting that we're having here. And so that makes me kind of encouraged that people are around and interested in this kind of financing. Thank you.
Thank you. Pak Denny, you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, actually for biodiversity, we also already have the regulation for that. So now all the listed companies mandate to report at least two things. First, the impact of operational areas near of located in the conservation areas of or having biodiversity. And the second is their effort on the conservation of biodiversity. Although this is not as rigid as the TNFD, but actually the listed companies in Indonesia already mandated to report that. And right now, after the emission, we see a lot of our partners, for example, CDP and other NGO is starting to collaborate with us to give more explanation and understanding about the biodiversity. And I believe this will be vital in the future, because we cannot conserve or we cannot do fully mitigation without having the support of the biodiversity. It's like two sides of the coin between the reducing emission or absorbing emission with the biodiversity. Maybe that's all. Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you very much, Pak Denny. Anyone in the room would like to pose a question or reflection? Can you identify yourself and your organization? Thank you.
Yes, hello. My name is Ralph. I'm from AMFS. We develop renewable energy projects in the region. And my question goes especially to Dr. Renato. So first of all, congratulations really to the development you have reached in the Philippines in the last year. I think it really puts the country at the forefront in the region. I have two questions. So what is actually happening intergovernmental in the ASEAN region to, for example, bring your successes you have had in the last years also to other countries? Yeah, because I think we have a very diversified type of countries which have a very different systems and developments, and we could have more similar and more secure regulations. So regulations are very important for country risk, and country risk is simply too big in a lot of countries. So that's the first question. Second question is, we talk about blended financing. Yeah, and for blended financing, really public government support at this point of stage, we have only a tiny bit of public of blended financing available nowadays. We need much more. We heard it from Ravi, we heard it from others. So at this point of stage, I think it's instrumental that governments come up, make the first step, come up with public funding as a catalyst to get this going. So are you thinking, I hear a bit from what you said that you are thinking about some things, but maybe can you have more concrete ideas what the government wants to do?
Thank you for your questions, Dr. Renato.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Yeah, you mentioned that you're in the renewable energy sector. Okay, our government has taken quite big steps recently. You know, we refined our well in the matter of trying to unlock investment, private investment. We refined our regulations, our PPP code. We strengthened it. And that's of course for the comfort of the investors. Not only that, we also reduced restrictions on the entry of foreign investment in our country in several sectors. So that's another. So I guess it's a combination of trying to placate investors who are worried about our investment environment, which of course is a valid point. We still do have an element of risk in our environment coming from different sources, but by refining our regulations and loosening our restrictions on the entry of capital, I think these things will help definitely in enhancing the flow of not just financing but also projects in renewable energy in our country to help us in the effort to reduce emissions. No? So in addition to that, I did mention that we had commissioned a study on cap and trade. We are revisiting all of our other carbon tax instruments as well. So we do have indirect instruments, but not at the moment a direct instrument. That's part of the study, by the way. So we don't have a carbon tax at the moment. And I think given our current economic environment right now, we don't expect to have one in the near future. So we will look at it. Having said that, though, I did say that we are looking at other ways to get financing and to also have projects that reduce carbon in the atmosphere. No? So I guess that's about, let me see. Okay, one thing that I wanted to see, because this is a gathering of, I guess, partly finance professionals, I wanted to comment on the institutions that were mentioned a while ago. So, of course, ADB is involved, IFC, the World Bank, maybe IMF is involved. If you want a greater, you probably could explore other institutions like the World Bank, I think has the MIGA, the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency. So these other financial support agencies, I think their importance cannot be underscored. They also provide a means for unlocking finance. No? So one can look at multilateral guarantee organizations and also domestic ones. No? So if they, in the guarantee or insurance industry, so if you have these institutions, then you may want to look into how they're used, because the Philippines does have these kinds of institutions domestically, and they provide good support for our domestic industries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe just to kind of round out some of the answer, because you've given a detailed response on the kind of incentive side. But there are also disincentives, right? When we talk about renewable energies, and as a business, we do a huge amount of work in the energy space generally, of all forms, whether it's hydrogen, oil and gas, solar, wind, but specifically on things like solar and wind. It's not just about the incentives in the manufacturing countries, it's also about the potential disincentives in the markets that you might be sending or shipping that material or product to. Really good examples of this are the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act in the US that has actually led to a lot of solar panels being held at the border due to their potential links to child or forced labor most specifically, whether they're being sourced from China or Malaysia, actually. So this is very important to understand, because when we're talking about energy, it's not just the actual production and delivery, it's also the supply chains, and increasingly how those supply chains might be linked to other aspects of the climate change debate, which is the whole just transition. So it's also about balancing environmental and social concerns and questions, and understanding the regulations in both the source and destination markets.
Very well said, Kevin. Actually, the word cloud that we had asked the audience had just transition actually at the top of that agenda. And I think you bring out some really good points about how the supply chain and all the intricacies of policies that regulate that has huge impact on the bankability of projects. With an eye on the time, I know we have quite a few questions in the Q&A, but I'm going to get the panel to just round up with your thoughts, and perhaps we can start with Pak Danny, and maybe you can speak a little bit to the ASEAN cooperation question that was asked, and also offer your thoughts perhaps on what do you think is the single most important action that we need to take, for policymakers or for practitioners that will raise the bar in Asia?
Maybe for the Asian question. First, actually, if you're talking about the Financial Service Authority in the country and the exchange, we have the, we'll call it network, like, for example, in the globally, we have IOSCO, and in the Asian, we have the ACMF, Asian Capital Market Forum, which actually comprises of the regulatory bodies of the Asian. Right now, the sustainability issue also is under discussion, and one of their products is actually the ASEAN taxonomy. You can find it. We try to realign the activity on which one is green, which one is amber, or which one is not green. And also, from the level of the exchange, we also have the WFE, or World Federation of Exchange, with the Sustainable Stock Exchange Initiative. So we are combining also together all exchanges around the globe to share the thought and idea. And also in the ASEAN region, we have the ASEAN exchanges. So we have the initiative, we call it Interconnected Sustainability Ecosystem. Among all the Asian exchanges, we often do the discussion and sharing on the implementation, and also trying to make a single standard like the one that I mentioned previously. We have the common core ESG metrics that we will implement across our exchanges. So that kind of activities actually already there to answer the question.
Thank you.
And the second question is what I would like to propose. I think first for all the investor, we are from the exchange, we have 2 point of view usually, how we promote sustainability. First, from the investor, we always mention that if you are an investor and you have the money, it is the same money. Please put it in the sustainable one, because not only you will conserve the nature and you give a positive legacy to our children or even grandchildren, but you also have the better return on top of it. So we now have the 5 ESG and climate indices, and if we compare all the 5 ESG and climate indices, the return is higher than the non-ESG indices. So this is the proof that integrating ESG can be good for your investment, for the investors. For the companies, yeah, please start doing your decarbonization and also ESG journey. You will get the benefit along with your moving part of the journey. For the policymaker, yeah, I believe that incentive and disincentive plays vital role in promoting the sustainability. So we need to manage that carefully, and hopefully with the right incentive and disincentive, we will get to the 1.5 degree of net zero pathway. Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you very much, Pak Denny. Dr. Renato, final thoughts on what is your ask?
Yeah, I think I mentioned a lot of things in what I previously said. So I guess just to reiterate, the Philippines is in a transition itself. We're transitioning in many ways, now moving from being climate challenged to facing those challenges. We need financing for that. We also need financing for projects that will help us adapt to climate change. We are also transitioning towards looking at all of the available sources of financing that we have from domestic, and looking at external sources, and looking at trying to look not just at traditional source of financing, but also innovative and more creative source of financing, and also trying to ready our institutions for the for innovations that are coming our way, including needing some capacity building for measurement, and also regulation, and also developing our own internal financial markets, looking at our regulations for renewable energy and other laws that can help us be more sustainable in the coming years.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Kevin, some final thoughts.
Yeah, I'll try and keep it simple. So this might be a bit unpopular, but I think the answer here is to start enforcing the existing regulation and to start imposing penalties for non-enforcement, right? Whether that's stock exchange requirements for disclosure, whether that is clear requirements for certain industries to reduce emissions by X amount, a lot of these things are already there. We need to start enforcing those regulations. If we do that effectively and we start imposing penalties, we will start to see more transparency, better quality of data, education rippling all the way through the value chain, right? Where there's a will, there's a way. We just need to create the will.
Thank you so much, Kevin. I think that's super well said, and actually enforcement and penalties was something that I was hoping to explore on this panel, but we've run out of time. We've had many interesting questions posed from our audience as well. There's one on disclosures providing a lot of information for comparison with peer groups, but how is it incorporated in financial institution decision making? I'm going to pass the buck to the next panel, who is going to answer these questions and more. But in the meantime, please join me to thank our panelists today for the really insightful discussion. Thank you. We'll take a very quick group photo.
Thank you so much, Jessica, and our esteemed panelists for that riveting discussion, and also to Pak Denny. May we please invite everyone for a quick photo. And perhaps to wrap on that, from the Philippines to Indonesia, it has been heartening to hear the development of policy supporting sustainable finance. Although, if I may have a personal take, Dr. Reside, on your mention of the carbon tax for the Philippines, if you're not an emitter, then definitely you will not be affected by it. So definitely this is a space that we will continue to watch. Moving on to our next segment of the program, we have our second plenary of today, which is also the theme for today's forum, Mobilizing Finance at Speed and Scale. Moderating this discussion is Nernita Talukdar, Asia Pacific Regional Lead, UNEP Finance Initiative. Over to you, Nernita. And joining her on stage are our distinguished speakers. May I invite you to come on stage. Mr. Kurt Metzger, Energy Transition Director, Asia Research and Engagement. Melissa Moy, Head of Sustainable Business, Group Corporate Sustainability Office, UOB. Lucita Hasman, Group Sustainability RGE and Director of Sustainability and External Affairs, April. And Mike Ung, Group Chief Sustainability Officer, OCBC. Passing the time over to our moderator, Nirnita, for this panel. Thank you.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. Welcome to this vital discussion on mobilizing finance at speed and scale, which is a part of the Unlocking Capital event today. I want to thank EcoBusiness for inviting me to be a part of the moderation today with all the esteemed speakers. Maybe just allow me a moment to highlight about UNEP-FI out here. So, as mentioned, I'm Nirnita Talukdar and I work as the regional lead for Asia Pacific at UNEP-FI. UNEP-FI, which is the UN Environment Program for Finance Initiative, we are convening a large network of around 500 financial institutions, mainly banks and insurance companies, towards working on global guidances and norms related to achieving the Paris Agreement goals as well as the Sustainable Development Goals. We are working across the globe, and in Asia Pacific, we are working with more than 100 financial institutions on basically looking at supporting the financial institution in sustainability integration, in capacity building of financial institutions, and also strengthening the agenda on sustainable finance across the region. Before I introduce the panel, maybe we have this question that I would like to pose to the audience. If you could scan the QR code, and the question is, what are the main challenges in mobilizing finance for Asia's sustainable transition? Policies, of course. Any more? Okay, really ask you guys to fill in the QR code, fill in the Slido question, but policy is definitely, okay, geopolitics, I think this came up in the keynote address also today. Maybe one thing I also wanted to highlight that in the morning today, Mr. Ravi Menon also talked about how there is nearly 80% more finance that is needed to address mitigation and adaptation. And of course, this is something that not just public finance would be able to do, and there is real need for private finance to plug that gap. Before I highlight about this, just again, really great to see all the responses out here, the knowledge gap, looking at a holistic approach, looking at the need for bankability. I think these are things that we will be talking about through this panel discussion today. I also want to talk about and quickly highlight about something that UNEP-FI has, which is the Principles for Responsible Banking, which is a leading sustainability framework for financial institutions. And when we started in 2019, we were actually only 30 banks that had signed on to the principles. And today, we are working with more than 350 banks across 80 countries. I think this really shows that private finance is definitely getting mobilized. We are working, as mentioned, across 80 countries, and sometimes the policy level gap still might be there, but we are seeing financial institutions themselves actually being quite ambitious. And I think it has been really interesting. So one thing that I think that today's panel, we really, really want to discuss around the challenges that financial institutions are looking at, but also the opportunities that are out there. And as mentioned, really get into some of these points that are highlighted here today. And without further ado, let me really introduce the amazing panel that we have here today. So Mike, who is the Chief Sustainability Officer at OCBC Bank, Kurt, who is the Energy Transition Director at Asia Research and Engagement, Melissa, who is the Head of Sustainable Business at UOB Group, and Lucita, who is the Group Sustainability Director at RGE and Director of Sustainability and External Affairs at April. Thank you so much for joining us today. With that, delving into the critical conversation for today and starting with my first question, fairly simple. Could you please introduce yourself and briefly mention what is the one big challenge that you are seeing in your work in mobilizing finance for Asia's sustainable transition? And so starting with you, Mike.
Hi, my name is Mike. I'm the CSO of OCBC Bank. First of all, thank you for having me here today. I think one of the biggest challenges is really to look at marginally bankable and unbankable projects and look at how we can actually make them bankable by instituting proper and effective risk allocation. And once we have gotten that successful formula, to see how we can scale them up across companies, across industries, and also across countries within the region.
Thank you. Kurt?
Yep. Yes, I'm Kurt. I'm Director of Energy Transition for Asia Research and Engagement. Just a quick note, we obviously do research, and we just did a piece for banks in developed countries, which included UOB and OCBC, so please go to our website and take a look at it. The second piece is that we do engagement. So I have a group of asset managers and owners, and the intent is to really accelerate energy transition in the region by engaging with banks and utilities and see how we can help them in their journeys. When I look at what's going on in the region, I have a bit bigger view because I cover the whole region, and we heard Robbie talk about the pivot to renewables, how that's critical. What I see is a lot of roadblocks in that pathway, particularly with LNG. There are lots of the country plans, particularly in the Philippines and also Vietnam, where LNG is still a major piece of their transition. The second is something called AZAC up in Japan, which is basically looking to promote co-firing of ammonia and carbon capture. All those things will take money away from the pivot to renewables. We need to really focus on getting the message that it's a pivot for renewables which will make the energy transition work.
Hi, I'm Melissa Moy from UOB and head of sustainable business within the corporate sustainability office. Sorry. I think taking a step back when we think about transition, in particular using the concept of transition finance, I think one of the challenges is that we actually don't have a clear definition of what it is. And if we're looking to really deploy finance and position finance at scale, we've got a clear view of green finances, understanding use of proceeds, specific technology, specific investments that we're comfortable with deploying, we're comfortable with labeling. But if we think about transition finance and the fact that we actually don't have a clear view, you've got some definitions on what it is from a hard-to-abate sector with specific use of proceeds. You have SLLs on the green side. But what's the incentive of a company to go to market with a credible transition plan, to have financing behind it, with the fear of then missing that plan, and then what happens to them in terms of the greenwashing impact or the reputational risk that comes with it? And so if we're really looking at the scale of transition finance that's needed to help companies transition beyond energy transition, but in other hard-to-abate sectors and real economy sectors as well, then we need to really be thinking about what's the enabling environment that we're putting together in order for these companies to be deploying capital in their transition efforts, in the pivoting of their business models, and then looking at the full value chain and sector decarbonization.
Thanks, Melissa.
Thanks, Nonita. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Lucita Jasmine. I represent a group called RGE. We are a group of resource-based businesses across the forestry, agriculture, and energy sectors. We have operations in Indonesia, China, Brazil, Spain, and Canada, and Malaysia. But we're headquartered here in Singapore, and globally we employ about 80,000 people. As a resource-based business, let me just take that lens in identifying a particular challenge that we've been trying to address within our sector. We speak a lot about investing in infrastructure, but the one critical or fundamental infrastructure that underpins the region's sustainable transition is basically our natural ecosystems. And I think we all would recognize that nature is still grossly immensely underinvested among the different streams of investments that we're identifying in terms of sustainable transition. It's been written that biodiversity and nature loss could actually impact about 60% of the region's GDP. At the same time, there are business opportunities that could be up to $4 trillion by 2030 if we do pursue nature-positive business opportunities. But if you speak to a local community in the developing economies where we operate, like for example in Indonesia or elsewhere, an agricultural plantation would always have more value for them than a standing forest. And why is that? It's because we don't pay them for sequestering carbon, for providing ecosystem services such as water provisioning or food provisioning or flood mitigation and all these other ecosystem services that nature provides. Many of the conservation organizations that operate in some of the developing economies are all challenged in terms of funding because they don't have long-term certainty of funding. And conservation and restoration are long-term commitments. Restoration could take decades or even a lifetime. And in our company, because conservation is integrated in the way that we manage the concessions that we have in our forestry businesses, then we are able to subsidize this or integrate the cost of conservation in our business. We're looking at about $15 per hectare as a cost of conservation, but if it's a standalone initiative, it could rack up all the way to $100 per hectare. And if there's no revenue that's actually generated, if there's no economic model or a viable business model that supports conservation, then it's very difficult to sustain that, right? So there are some ways that we've innovated to try and address that, at least in our company, for example. We've introduced what we call a conservation levy. So we tax our production, our forest production, for conservation, and basically we get $1 for every ton of fiber that goes into the mill. So on a yearly basis, there's about $15 million that plowed back into conservation. We also try to generate revenue by coming up with carbon projects. So one of our ecosystem restoration projects in Indonesia, about 150,000 hectares of it, has a validated, verified carbon project, and it could generate up to 6 million tons of carbon credits over a lifespan of 56 years. So that's a potential opportunity for for conservation organizations. But at the same time, of course, we know where the voluntary carbon market stands right now. And what are the challenges that come with avoided emissions, where we give more value to forests that are being restored, meaning they've been converted first and then replanted, instead of preserving or conserving intact forest landscapes. So I think we need to give attention to nature. We need to understand as well that there are some investments that are significant investments that need to be plowed into nature conservation or into the conservation of our natural ecosystems. And we need to provide incentives or a viable business model to do so.
Thank you, and thank you so much to all the speakers for starting us off. I think a lot of the challenges that you mentioned here was also reflected in the Slido poll that we did. So maybe just coming down to transition finance, because I think that's something that you both mentioned, and it is something that we also heard in the keynote address, the welcome address being spoken about. Transition finance has obviously become a very, very important topic in the region. The looking at how do you green the brown progressively, looking at Asia's contextualization is becoming more and more important. I have been in another panel earlier where actually I've heard that transition finance is marrying of the ambition with reality. So maybe just keeping that in context, coming to you, Kurt, with my first question is, how is ARE as a civil society group engaging with the lenders in the region that you mentioned on the phasing down of coal?
Yes, I mean, I think all lenders we talk to want to lend money. They know it's a big issue. It is the biggest issue in the region to phase out. But we don't have a bankable deal yet. The ETM has been going on for a couple of years plus. I think we finally realized that we need more money on the table. Now we're looking at transition credits in the Philippines. So until we actually get a bankable deal, then it's going to be very difficult. I think we're still far away from that. And will take some more time. Hopefully there'll be some progress made in the Philippines with the ASEAN deal and figure out how we actually get enough money to get a deal across the line. It takes a lot of work. It's a a lot of upfront analysis and structuring that needs to be done. It's still ongoing. But in general, I think all the banks in the region saying, yes, if there's a deal which is bankable, we'll do it. So I think that's what we need.
Yeah, I can imagine the challenges, but also great to hear that there is the willingness around from banks on this. So just maybe then coming to you, Mike, actually on this is obviously OCBC has tweaked its internal policy to accommodate the phase out of coal-fired power plants. What kind of safeguards are needed to be in place to ensure that financing does not go into new coal expansion?
Indeed, earlier this year, we have revised our coal policies to accommodate coal phase-out. We were the first bank in Southeast Asia in 2019 to actually commit to not finance any more coal-fired power plants. We were the first one. And we were actually very thorough, and if I may say, perhaps a bit overzealous in putting together prohibitions so that we will never, ever finance another CFPP. So you can imagine that earlier this year when we wanted to unravel and unwind all of that, it took a lot of time, a lot of debate, a lot of things, or a lot of approvals needed to be secured. But we felt that it was an important initiative, not because we want to do another CFPP financing, but really because of the impact that can be created through this initiative. So if we want to look at the impact, we wanted to make sure that whatever we do, the impacts that we create will not be negated, they will not be reversed. So there are several safeguards that we needed to put into place. First, if you look at a typical coal phase-out transaction, there are incoming sponsors and outgoing sponsors. We want to make sure that those new shareholders and old shareholders will not ever put another CFPP on the ground. So we want to make them to commit to no more CFPP development. Especially so for the outgoing shareholders, because in a transaction, these are the guys that will be receiving a sum of money for selling their share. And the last thing you want is for them to take that money, invest in another CFPP somewhere else in the world. And also, we need to look at the long stop date. This cannot be infinite. According to the IEA, all the CFPPs in OECD countries need to be phased out by 2040. So that is another requirement that we have put in place. Coming to the next one, I think is a bit more tricky, which is if a CFPP is scheduled to be closed in 10 or 15 years' time, how do we actually ascertain that it will really happen when the time comes? Especially if the power demand is going up and there's not enough capacity there, will the government really close down the plant? There is a bit of crystal balling there, and it's not an easy question to answer. So we'll need to look at the country NDCs, their power sector commitments, and see what that will entail. But it's closely tied to another topic that I want to touch on a little bit, which is really the economics of it all. When you close down a plant, that is not the end of the story, because you actually need to replace it with something else, clean, affordable, and secure energy. People actually need to have access to that. Governments will not close down a plant unless there is that sort of new installed capacity. MAS, together with McKinsey, published a paper last year to talk about how much financing will be required to close down a plant. The findings is that to early retire 1 gigawatt of power by 5 years, you need $310 million US. So if I take Indonesia, for example, if you want to close down all the plants there, 50 gigawatt, it will cost around $15 billion if you want to close them down 5 years earlier. In the grand scheme of things, 15 billion is a large sum of money, but actually is not insurmountable. Let's come to the next number, which is actually much more challenging. To replace that capacity with clean, renewable energy and battery storage, because you cannot live with just intermittent power. The cost, according to some industry estimates, $400 billion US. So you need 15 billion to early retire the plants in financing, another $400 billion to replace the capacity 24/7. That's a huge number. And a lot of international collaboration will be required. Financiers, investors, government entities will all have to come together to make that happen. So I think these are some of the considerations that we really have to take into account when we're looking at the coal phase out.
Thanks, Mike. Really interesting. Also, I mean, I think it also doesn't lessen the challenge because in Asia, we're also looking at a lot of new coal power plants that are coming up, right? So just maybe going beyond coal and talking about the other hard-to-abate sectors, what do you think that banks could be doing or should be doing as we move towards or start looking at our approach on transition finance? Over to Melissa.
So I think in the other hard-to-abate sectors, and going back to sort of the initial comment that I made, there needs to be sort of a clear definition of and understanding and support of how are we looking at transition. So I think in the early stages when transition finance came out as an asset class, we talked a lot about, well, how do we define within oil and gas, what are the specific technologies that we can then say, this is transition finance, it's going to help our brown companies become less brown, it's going to be a way to get them to the green side of things. And I think the challenge that we're seeing in that particular definition is that we're not seeing a huge deployment. We're not seeing the uptake of the technology itself. And it's difficult to see credible transition plans in market that can be assessed to be aligned to have that sort of high level of certainty that we need in order to build that asset class. And so I think what we need to start thinking about is, in particular, transition finance is more of a how do we support financing companies in their overall sustainability journey? How do we support them in their decarbonization? How do we ensure that we can think about financing not just with these very particular small strict boxes, but really thinking about from a sectoral perspective, how do we move them from above the decarbonization curve that we've all made in terms of our banks for our net zero, closer to the line and below the line? And how do we think about financing in a way that supports them at scale? And so part of that is then working on sector-specific conversations, looking at the full value chain. What are the activities that we can look at, whether it's through energy efficiency, whether it's through easily adaptable technologies that help them make those early reductions and then plan for future reductions in the next number of years. So it's sort of thinking, putting back on its head, what is transition finance? How are we looking at it, not just in a traditional, very hard to abate sector, but looking at the whole real economy.
Thank you. With the Net Zero Banking Alliance, we have started looking at it from a sectoral angle, but I think it's still a long way to go to also look at it from a region-specific manner, right?
Well, it's absolutely necessary, and what Ambassador Ravi talked about this morning is one of the key factors being sectoral decarbonization plans. I think that's absolutely true. And I think what we need is actually to take that a step further. If we have a sectoral decarbonization plan that is country-specific and then aligned with a country-specific NDC, then we have a plan of how a particular sector will reach and contribute to a country's goals. If we then back that up with an investment plan and the appropriate policy levers, both from a regulatory carrot and stick perspective, then we have benchmarks and goals of reductions that then the economy can step behind. Then we have a proper incentivization, a proper valuation, and then the banks and the financial institutions can get behind it. But in the absence of that, particularly with transition, we're still not seeing necessarily the value add behind it. And the question we often get is, well, how do I then pitch this? How do I see the actual payback period of X, Y, Z intervention? And if we can have those sectoral pathways, those plans, those investment plans, and then targets, then you have a clearer path to why an investment in a particular decarbonization technology or just in a general shift in business would actually be advantageous.
Thank you. Thanks, Melissa. Coming to you, Lucita, I mean, obviously we're talking about transition finance here, and then you brought up nature, and deforestation becomes very, very critical around that. So how, from a perspective of the private sector, what do you think that banks could be basically supporting in when private sectors are looking towards a green transition through their lending instruments?
And in our group, in RGE, 3 years ago, we adopted the decision that all our financing deals will be sustainability linked, right? So We have been actually securing sustainability-linked loans for our forestry company and also for our agriculture companies, Apical and Asian Agri. Basically, what this means is that we're really trying to mainstream sustainability into the business by having it some sort of a financial impact. But it's also our way of bringing the banks into the scrutiny process, into the transparency process, because all the loans that we get are actually linked to KPIs or specific targets. And these targets are, of course, defined right at the onset with proper baselines that are assured, agreed with a consortium of banks, and then eventually assured by a second-party opinion provider that the banks themselves actually contract so that they can get an assurance that, number one, the targets are relevant to the business strategy, material to the stakeholders, ambitious enough, and then, of course, the data collection methodology are all verifiable, replicable, and fit for purpose. So this has been happening, and in April, for example, one of the bigger business groups under RGE, we're into a second tranche of our sustainability-linked loans. It's interesting because I was listening to a panel a few weeks ago when it was mentioned that you do realize that it's not in the interest of the banks that you succeed in your KPIs, because it's going to cost them money, because it would mean lower interest rate. And it was a little jarring for me at first, because I thought, surely the banks do not go into SLLs with that mindset. It's them saying, we have a skin in the game and we want to encourage you by giving you that incentive that if you meet your targets, in fact, you can get lower interest rates. Yeah. So I think what we're saying here is that sustainability-linked loans, just like all other solutions, need to be encouraged a bit more. There is some scrutiny that is happening on how SLLs are actually implemented by the banks. There are some doubts that are being cast on the credibility of the process and the ambitiousness of the targets. But we need to allow space for such solutions to be tested. And we need to encourage companies and banks as well to engage, in a safe space where corrections or improvements can be done over time, right? Because otherwise, if we expect perfection right at the onset, it could become a case of perfection becoming the enemy of the good. And right now, there is a lot of value, actually, that is happening in terms of this engagement between the banks and private sector to actually drive sustainability within the business through, of course, the provision of such a financing mechanism.
Thanks, Lucita. Very interesting. And picking up actually on one word that you've mentioned, but I think that's kind of also highlighted throughout all the other speakers' talks, is with increasing scrutiny in this space. And I think in the previous panel also, we talked about the need for more reporting, etc. So just wanted to understand from you, how are you looking at reporting? And how do you see this basically translating into more impactful engagement by the financial sectors? So starting with you, Lucita. Oh.
Thank you. Well, as we mentioned with the SLLs, there's an annual audit and reporting that happens. That's a requirement, and of course, it's independently done. And then at the same time, of course, we supplement this with our own sustainability reporting. As a group, we started sustainability reporting since 2002, so it's been more than 20 years that we've been in this space. We've always kept the discipline of independent assurance. We've followed reporting frameworks, mainly the GRI right now, but of course, as more frameworks get harmonized, then we do adapt. Reporting for us, of course, is something that it needs to be underpinned by implementation. Okay, I think that's the one discipline that we need to maintain, right? It's not about putting the cart before the horse, where you adopt an ESG framework because you want it for disclosure. You adopt an ESG framework because you want to be guided in terms of the setting of your sustainability commitments, and then you report afterwards. So we have that discipline of being audited. It's a highly scrutinized sector. Between forestry and agriculture, we all recognize the kind of scrutiny that we get, whether from government and our NGOs or banks and customers, and of course other stakeholders. But this is something that we've already integrated into our discipline. That's part of our governance, and at the same time, of course, whether internally or externally, reporting and monitoring is very much a part of that. Now, whether we report on impact is another matter, because measurement of impact is a different dimension altogether, right? It's something else that you need to, I think that we need to understand a bit more, because sometimes, of course, we could confuse output from outcome and impact at the end of the day. And this is still something that we need to look into from a sustainability perspective.
Thanks, Lucita. Melissa.
Yeah, sure. Just for the record, we do want you to succeed at your SLL. So from a banking perspective, it is not about trying to eke the best interest rate. It really is about supporting our clients in their decarbonization and their sustainability targets. And I'm sure Mikey would say the exact same thing from a financing perspective. So I think from an SLL perspective, I think particularly on reporting, I think one of the challenges is we need to ensure, number one, high quality SPTs, and we need to ensure that the data is accurate and appropriate. And for a professional like Lucita, who has got a huge sustainability engine behind her in an industry that has traditionally been really focused, maybe not necessarily on decarbonization, but at least on environment and on nature, there are the resources and the knowledge there. I think one of the challenges as we look to deploy more sustainability-linked financing, which again moves away from that dark green use of proceeds, is when we think about how do we help decarbonize or help support our value chains in terms of their access to sustainability and their sustainability journey, is when they don't have a CSO team behind them, they don't necessarily have the resources and ability to then have this financial incentive through an SLL as another instrument to support them on their journey. And so I think one of the things that we have been looking at from a UOB perspective is how do we support our SME clients, the value chains of these particular real economy sectors, to ensure that they can also think about using these financial instruments to incentivize and drive their sustainability journey forward. And so we have programs in place that support our SMEs to understand how do they benchmark their baseline in terms of their emissions, how can they work with developing a sustainability plan and roadmap for themselves, how can they work with particular an ecosystem of supporters, of suppliers, of consultants that can help them measure, report, certify, get the certifications, get the rankings from CDP and their improvements, which then demonstrate to their queen bee suppliers who are tracking them in their scope 3 emissions and their commitments, and be able to then access preferential SLL financing in a way that is simplified, in a way that we feel comfort with, that's assured, that allows them to then really move along their journey rather than sort of be paralyzed with this idea that I can't access sustainable financing or I don't have a plan in place because I don't have the initial resources to move forward. So as we think about transition finance, not just as about the big companies who have the resources, but there's a huge value chain engagement that needs to happen, in particular in Southeast Asia. And this is one of the areas where we're trying to balance appropriate data, because absolutely it's important, because Kurt will knock on my door and have a conversation with me if we don't. But we also want to make sure that we can simplify that ecosystem coming together in order to move things forward.
Thanks, Melissa.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, just the discussion, there's just so much data we're talking about on who collects it and who uses it. And as you say, when I come talk to you, you have your sectorial pathways, and I come and say, well, how are you tracking your customers now? And how are you getting the data from your customers so you know who's at risk and who's not? It's just a huge amount of work that has to be done, but it will happen, right?
It has to. And part of it is don't let perfection be the enemy of the good, but at the same time, have the right standards in place. And then how do we, banks can't do it alone, and companies can't do it alone, and institutional investors can't do it alone. So how does the larger ecosystem come together, and how do we move things forward?
Yeah, for us, when we look at the impact, we are really looking at how we can help the real economy players, our clients, make that transition. When people talk about transition finance, it's very much a generic term, but if you want to promote transition finance, you really need to get into each of the sectors that we are looking at. If you look at the power sector, the levers that you can pull to decarbonize are going to be very different from the steel industry, very different from the real estate industry. So what you need to know, or what you need to do is really know those industries and see how you can help your clients to decarbonize. I'll pick one sector, which is the power sector. If you want to decarbonize that, I think some of the solutions out there, the obvious ones will be renewable energy, solar, wind, or hydro. But you also need to think about other solutions, battery, coal phase out, upgrading the grid. All those things need to come together. So what we have done is really work with our clients very closely to look at the transition planning. So in the power industry, for instance, we are now able to look at our clients' generation portfolio and tell them, okay, based on what you have got, your emission intensity is currently at X. To be net zero aligned, 1.5 degree aligned, these are the things you need to do to change your portfolio so that by 2030 and further on in 2050, you're going to be aligned with the IEA trajectories. And along with that, we look at the investments that they need to make, how much it will cost them, and we then look at the advisory part as well as the financing part. Hopefully to get financing not only from OCBC, but from other financial institutions as well, because a lot of capital is going to be required. I just want to point out one thing, which is last year, OCBC rolled out the 1.5 degree loan. What this does is that we now can work with our clients, depending on the industry they are in. We work with them to see in the particular industry what the net zero trajectory should look like, and then help them set targets based on those that are aligned with the 1.5 degree scenario. To the extent they meet those targets, we will offer them a discount on the financing. And this removes the subjectivity that we have seen in some of the other SLLs because it's aligned with the science. And since we have rolled out the product, we have found that our conversations with our clients are actually much more elevated right now in terms of figuring out what their transition plans are and also helping us to meet their investment needs.
Thank you. Just maybe a quick reflection, because you started off also with talking about how you're talking about reporting, it needs to be aligned with implementation. And I think what we are also doing with our members who are the PRB, the Principles for Responsible Banking members, is really asking them to look at their impacts, the impacts based on their portfolios, based on their regional or the national context. And definitely one of the challenge and one of the things that a lot of our members have been talking about is the need for how do you go about with the client engagement. This is different sectors require different ways towards looking at client engagement. And in Asia, it becomes way more difficult because the SME part comes into a huge number of your portfolio, right? So I think these discussions will just have to become much more pronounced, but it's really good to see that it's moving forward in a lot of ways. Like I was reading a report, I think a guidance from Malaysia, maybe a year or lesser than a year back on looking at how SMEs are reporting. So we see that there are small movements going forward. So, and just maybe a last point on this is absolutely the need for ecosystem to really come together is increasingly becoming very important. But going on to the opportunities part also in a way, so Mike, you started off this discussion with talking about bankability. And so just wanted to talk about what are some of the success cases of non-bankable industries becoming bankable that you have seen over the past few years?
I always like to say that most, if not all deals, can be made bankable if the risk allocation is right. And I think that is especially so when it comes to some of the emerging technologies that we are seeing. I'll give you a couple of examples. Carbon capture and storage, that is relatively new, emerging, and we have recently participated in a CCS project in the UK. And when we look at a project, there are several risks that we will pay a lot of attention to. First, technology, and the second is the revenue. And if you can get those two things right, I would say the bankability improves tremendously. I'll touch on the revenue part. For new technologies, typically you will need some support, very often from the government entities. And in that particular project that we looked at, the borrower gets its revenue from the emitters that will be providing the carbon dioxide. However, for whatever reason, if the emitters cannot pay the project company, that revenue risk is actually backstopped by the UK government. So the UK government will top up the shortfall should revenue not be coming from the emitters, and is based on a fixed return on the investments that the borrower makes. So in that particular case, demand risk is removed, price risk is removed, and we know for certain what the revenue is going to be forthcoming on a monthly basis from the project. So that gives the certainty, especially for a CCS project. That is really something we need to pay attention to. Then the next is technology risk. How do we actually ensure that the carbon is captured? So fortunately for this project, that risk is passed on to another project counterparty, so our borrower does not take that risk. So I think risk allocation, if it's done right, will promote bankability. And in terms of Asia, I think there are a lot of cases, use cases for that to happen. And if the risk allocation is done right, industries and technologies can be scaled up. One case in point is the offshore wind farm industry in Taiwan. When that was initiated 2017, 2018, it was rather nascent and there were quite a lot of risks. But what the Taiwanese government, to their credit, was they implemented a regime that made it much easier for banks to bank the sector. So the first regulation was that there was priority dispatch. So the offshore wind farm actually get to dispatch their generation before the fossil fuel plants can. So in that case, the demand is assured. Then the government also introduced the FIT structure, feed-in tariff, where each unit of electricity generated and dispatched will get a fixed price. Again, in that particular case, the demand risk, price risk is assumed by the Taiwanese government. So I think at the end of the day, bankability is really a subject of risk allocation. So whenever you hear someone say this is not bankable, there's always a way to do it if it's allocated to the right counterparties. And once you get the formula right, the capital will flow.
Thanks, Mike. And just talking about getting the formula right and passing on this question to Melissa, what are some of the promising financing structures that you're seeing emerging that can be scaled across the region? Because I think Mike also talked about the need for scaling up. And yesterday, actually, my colleague Romy, we were doing this nature masterclass. And one of the things that came up was, Romy was like, I really want nature to become boring because, boring means that there's a possibility of replicability, scalability. So I hope I'm not misquoting you, but yeah, so just wanted to understand from you, how do you think that such projects can become much more scaled up?
Scalability, I think, is the biggest challenge. So the initial bankability of a couple of sort of pilot projects is we've seen work, and we've seen particularly in the renewable space that has scaled immensely, given the right context, given the right country, given the right knowledge and skills within the sector moving up. I think so first of all, I'm not a project finance banker, so I can't get into the details of the sort of the risk sharing and so on and so forth. But I do think that from a potential move, I'm actually an old school person who thinks that there's a whole bunch of existing technologies that we are already bankable but aren't scaled yet. And so one of the areas that we think is really interesting is energy efficiency. So there's a huge whole host of, even if you look at building efficiency, using IoT, using different ways of more efficient chillers and coolers, redistribution, district cooling, all of these pieces that all have potential to actually help push back the demand for energy within this region that are already bankable, already scalable, the technology exists, the expertise exists, and it's something that we can deploy at scale to get us up that first hump of reducing our emissions. And as we look at some of these technologies like CCUS or hydrogen or others, which are super sexy and we love to talk about them, the scale of implementation and scalability is not 1 or 2 years, it's 5, 10, it's 15 years, it's 20 years, it's 30 years. And so as we continue to look at these innovative blended finance structures and other structures, the risk sharing that will help us get those demonstration projects that can then get the scale of production and financing and the expertise needed within banking and within the sectors. We should also be looking in parallel at these more old school, low tech solutions that already exist and plugging that gap. And part of it is trying to find the right financial incentives, trying to find the right regulatory environment, and trying to find the right sort of policies so that entire industries and sectors come to play. So Singapore, for example, if you look at the real estate sector here, and Singapore is this sort of unique beacon of ability to have government policy and regulation in place and a very compliant group of companies who work here, is you look at the work of BCA, Gold Mark, Green Plus, Platinum, where they can put in standards for energy efficiency so that you can have this deployment at scale, which then sees this implementation and the growth of technology and the growth of innovation around it. And so if we think about these sort of early, shorter term, more pragmatic ways of how we can be thinking about bankability and thinking about deployment, we should, I think, be also in parallel with these big sort of moonshot ideas, be focusing on these more scalable projects.
Thanks, Melissa. And maybe from there, coming on to you, Kurt and Lucetta, for this question. And this relates also to the first answer that we received on the first question regarding policies. Very aware of the time, but very quickly, actually, to both of you, what policies would you think should be there to ensure that there is credibility or the scaling of financing basically taking forward? Like, what are the policies or what should the government be doing?
Well, I mean, if you're setting up basically bankable deals, you need the regulatory environment, let's say for renewables, feed-in tariff rates, all the things which when you put them all together, you can say, okay, this is a bankable deal. Or, you know, there's certain progress made in Vietnam in regards to that. So it's just not one, it's a whole constellation of regulations and policies where a bank can go say, oh, yes, we see the risk and those risks have been taken care of in regards to pricing risk, price and demand and supply. Because as you're saying, we can't wait 20 years for our technology. We have it's 2030 we're talking about. It has to be things we can do now, energy efficiency and things like that. So we can put things quickly in place which will help companies say, yes, I'm willing to invest in this. We get a reasonable rate of return on our investments. And the banks say also, yes, that's a bankable deal. So it's just not one, it's making sure all the little pieces come together. It's not just one little thing.
Yeah, I can imagine there's a whole lot of things needed to come together to ensure an enabling environment. But same question to you, Lucetta.
As Kurt mentioned, I think it's a whole suite of things, right? It's policy, it's regulations, it's incentives. Some governments in the region are giving all the right signals. Just last week at the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum, Singapore and Indonesia announced this collaboration on cross-border export of renewable energy, where solar power that will be generated in Indonesia is actually going to be imported by Singapore. And this regional collaboration is really giving all the encouraging signals to the private sector as well. But at the same time, if you look at the need for incentives, like tax breaks or some other form of fiscal encouragement that can be given to private sector to invest or to look into transition finance a bit more, I think that could still be encouraged. We have an estimate of about $33 trillion that's allocated for fossil fuel subsidies in the region alone. And if you can just imagine if a fraction of that can actually be diverted towards renewable energy or other more sustainable initiatives, then that would really make a huge impact, right? In Indonesia, for example, some of the restoration concession license holders are actually taxed. They need to pay land taxes. And in the absence of any revenue, and with some of the grants that they receive actually restricted from being used to paying taxes, then they do have that problem of being saddled with this huge amount of back taxes. And sometimes they do come to us to say, can you help us pay the tax? Because if they don't pay their taxes, they lose the concession licenses, and then there goes the conservation program, right? So even just the basic rethinking of how do you actually incentivize conservation by not even just saddling it with tax, for example, is something that could really create a lot of impact, right? And then, of course, encouraging more public and private sector partnerships. There are a lot of sensitivities around the participation of private sector in some government-led initiatives, and this could be really just encouraged a bit more. We speak of technologies and climate technologies specifically, and everybody's thinking that perhaps this is the next space for competition, like it's the next competitive frontier for everyone. But actually what we're seeing is more of collaboration, which is interesting because, for example, the two new business streams that we have gotten into, sustainable aviation fuel and solar power generation, these are both collaborations or joint ventures with private sector and, of course, with government support. So I think encouraging collaboration, also public-private sector or between private sector, would really count a long way.
Thanks. Going back to the morning addresses by Mr. Ravi Menon, and also just, I think someone else also talked about the need for looking at geopolitics. I think this obviously comes into that conversation very aware of the time. So maybe I'll just take a couple of questions here, but also encouraging the audience that we'd be happy to take a couple of questions from the floor itself. So if you want just to ask a question, please pick up your hand. But going to the first question out here, Ravi Menon talked about the ASEAN grid. What are your thoughts on cross-border energy trading solar power projects between Singapore and Indonesia?
I'll say critical. I mean, it's very important for Singapore to have that type of interconnection because that's really at the end where it's most probable for the energy to come from. We can talk about hydrogen and other technologies, but again, we're a long ways away. And there's solar and there's wind and there's hydro all around the region. If we can figure out how we interconnect it all and bring it into Singapore at a reasonable price, and I think that's really the way forward for the country.
Can I just pick up on that? I think to make projects happen, you actually need economic incentives. And in this particular case, Singapore actually needs the power and is willing to pay for the power. And that provides the incentives for the countries in the region to provide the power. And very often, those projects would not have developed unless someone actually pays a reasonable price for it. And that is very much in line with what the Singapore government actually wants to do. But I look at it from a bankability perspective, right? I think there needs to be much more coordination to make a watertight structure for this to happen, especially on the contractual side. And the reason I'm saying this is that if you are aware, Singapore has upped its ambition from 4 gigawatt to 6 gigawatt of imports. And I think one of the issues that we are seeing now is that currently, not currently, but recently, for a number of years now, 100 megawatt has been imported from Laos. But recently, there has been some complications because the electricity from Laos needs to go to Thailand as well as Malaysia. And those agreements are now being looked at again, so the import has stopped happening. So there are certain political risks there, and contractual structures, regulations need to be put in place because it's cross-jurisdictional, and it's very important that we look at those issues.
Thanks, Mike. I think it kind of then relates to the next question also, but when we say a project is unbankable, what are the risks that a bank cannot price or mitigate that blocks the financing at scale?
You want me to pick that up? Okay. I think as a bank, we are actually quite good at looking at certain risks. So construction risks, operating risks, even technology risks, those are the things we can assess, potentially mitigate, and work with the client to make sure it's allocated properly. There is one particular risk that we actually find it quite difficult to manage, which is really the political risk aspect of it. And when I look at political risk, I'm looking at contract breach, I'm looking at currency risk, I'm looking at war and political violence, change of law, etc. So those risks, as a bank, very difficult for us because if anything goes wrong, we can't really march into the government office and say, you breach your contract. But for those where we really need help is the blended finance, where we have the export credit agencies or the MDBs like the ADBs and the IFCs to actually come in because they are the 800-pound gorillas that can manage this risk much better just because of the G2G connection that they have got. So I would say that is one prime risk that banks find difficult to manage.
Just from a philosophical perspective too, I think we need to remember that not every green deal is a good deal. And at the end of the day, we have a responsibility to ensure that we protect our risk appetite and our credit so that we can continue to bank the economy.
Thanks, both. Unfortunately, I don't think we have time to go through all of these questions, but maybe one last question to you, Lucida, specifically. How can FIs and other stakeholders help the real economy, like RGA, with its transition in Asia?
Okay, I think number one is, of course, engaged in the whole process, right? Or in the whole sustainability journey. Melissa was talking about really understanding the whole value chain. The first experience with the financial institutions and the banks for us was basically really just risk management, conduct of due diligence, and then them telling us, these are the things that we don't expect you to do, and that these are the things that we expect you to do. But through the building of the relationship and through them understanding the business context. And particularly in developing economies where there are socio-political realities or socio-economic realities that need to be factored into the whole sustainability process, right? It has become really critical for the banks to have an understanding of that context. And I really appreciate how Melissa is talking about sectoral pathways, and not only sectoral pathways, but really looking at a value chain approach. So not just pushing the responsibility upstream, where the producers take on most of the responsibility for sustainable production, for example, but really trying to engage how can they influence, how can they incentivize, how can they finance, how can they take on more of the risks, how can they help finance solutions even if they're not tested. And how can they allow course correction to happen over time? Because we are in a situation where all solutions need to be on the table. And we need to be much more encouraging of such risk-taking from the financial institutions and also from businesses like ours. And secondly, Mike spoke about successful use cases. We need to start casting more spotlight on such lighthouses, whether they're successful or whether they're promising. But this is how we encourage others to get into the same journey as the rest of us. I think I'm just reminded of a story that was told by one of our advisors where he was saying he was actually in a meeting of climate activists. And when they were trying to decide whether there's still a group of bruised romantics, you know, like heartbroken idealists who are challenged in terms of managing the trade-offs of the transition, or are they stubborn optimists? Like they're going to try and plod on and, you know, and go through the whole transition with the rest of the stakeholders. And I think my invitation to everyone is that we all choose to be stubborn optimists.
Sounds great. Maybe to Melissa, Kurt, and Mike, just going from what Lucita said, one last thought that you want to leave the audience with today.
So we need to have the industrial revolution of our lifetime to transition from an economy that was built entirely on fossil fuels as an energy source to one that does not depend on it at all in the next 25 and a half years. And this is something that requires innovation and deployment of capital and change of pace that we have never ever seen and will never see in our lifetimes. And so it's the everything, everywhere, all at once mentality that I think that we really need to embrace.
That's fine. I'll echo that. I mean, time is running out. We are at a tipping point now. There'll be no way back pretty soon. And the repercussions are, we can't even think of them. At least I can't.
I think to make the transition happen, we all have to vote with our wallet. What do I mean by that? Every time you bite onto a plant-based burger, or you sign up a solar contract, or you buy an electric vehicle, you are actually communicating something to the market, that there is a demand for that particular product. And when there's a demand, players will come together to try to make it happen, to make that particular product. And before you know it, prices will start coming down, economies of scale are achieved, and it happens. That's the case for electric vehicle as an example. So back in the 1990s, an EV battery would have cost $1 million US. Just about 30 years ago, yeah, $1 million. Today is $10,000. So can we do that with other technologies? We very much can. But we all have to vote with our wallet, and in some cases, vote with your purses.
Yeah. Thank you to all of you. I don't think I need to conclude. This has been an excellent conclusion here today. And it's been an honor to moderate this panel. Thank you so much to all of you. And also thank you so much to the audience for being absolutely so engaged. I think we have to stand here for a picture, if I'm not wrong now, but yeah.
Thank you very much for that riveting discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, right after the photo session, we will now be adjourning for a lunch and networking session in the foyer, just outside this ballroom. When we return, my colleague Shirin Keshvani, Chief of Staff here at EcoBusiness, will be hosting you all for the afternoon session. I've earned my lunch by now. And we'll see you back in the ballroom 5 minutes before 2 p.m. That is 5 minutes before 2 p.m. Thank you and enjoy your lunch.
Over the years, BDO has found ways to embed sustainability in everything we do. With the UN Sustainable Development Goals as our guide, we aim to create a sustainable future for our customers, for the communities that we are part of, for the country, and for our environment. we advance 5 key strategies that allow us to contribute to each of the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. Product sustainability for us revolves around innovating financial products and services to anticipate the evolving needs of our customers. Specific to the unbanked and underserved markets,
we delivered solutions like Cashagod,
microloans, and accessible savings and remittance services together with financial literacy programs. That opened doors to access to financial services for millions of Filipinos, even at the height of the pandemic. Over the years, BDO has found ways to embed sustainability in everything we do. With the UN Sustainable Development Goals as our guide, we aim to create a sustainable future for our customers, for the communities that we are part of, for the country, and for our environment. We advance 5 key strategies that allow us to contribute to each of the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. Product sustainability for us revolves around innovating financial products and services to anticipate the evolving needs of our customers. Specific to the unbanked and underserved markets,
We delivered solutions like CashAGod,
microloans, and accessible savings and remittance services together with financial literacy programs. That opened doors to access to financial services for millions of Filipinos, even at the height of the pandemic. As the country's leading bank, BDO is a pioneer in sustainability initiatives in the industry. With sustainable finance for renewable energy, energy efficiency, and green buildings since 2010, our 2017 Green Bond is the first of its kind from a bank in East Asia Pacific. It funded projects that support the Renewable Energy Act and have helped avoid millions of tons of carbon dioxide emissions over the years. In 2022, BDO became the first bank in Southeast Asia to launch a Blue Bond. The BDO Blue Bond finances projects that prevent ocean pollution, preserve water resources, while also supporting the country's climate goals. With the Philippines vulnerable to natural and man-made disasters, part of our responsibility as a key player in our economy is to leverage resources towards relief operations, rehabilitation, and reconstruction in affected communities through BDO Foundation and partnerships with the government and non-government organizations. In having the largest branch network nationwide, BDO recruits and trains thousands of Filipinos across the country, including growth areas outside of key cities. We provide an inclusive workplace that values people of diverse backgrounds. We are an equal opportunity employer that supports female representation and leadership across all levels. Together with our partners, we continuously enhance our corporate governance framework to deliver excellent business performance, anchored on the principles of accountability, transparency, integrity, and fairness. In our day-to-day work, we apply effective oversight, compliance with regulations, and sustainable value creation to promote the best interest of our stakeholders. We are humbled to be recognized for our sustainability efforts through the years. Sustainability for us is about the journey as much as it is about the destination. BDO is dedicated to building a bright future for all Filipinos, our clients, communities, the nation, and the planet.
Kimley Construction has been in the Singapore built environment industry for 58 years. Our long-term success depends on being able to think ahead and understanding the times we are in. We recognize the importance of embracing sustainability now and how we all have a role to play in this. For Kimley, that journey and commitment to building a sustainable future starts at home, investing in our own green infrastructure. At the Kimley Innovation Hub in Tuas, we have solar panels on the rooftop, roughly the size of half a football field, which powers our prefabrication facilities. All the electricity required to lift and assemble the prefabrication modules are immense. However, the solar energy generated is more than we need here. The excess energy is then sold back to the grid for other companies to tap on.
Since we founded Energetics in 2008, our mission's been about delivering clean energy solutions to our clients. I've been in this business now for 27 years, and up until about 5 years ago, it was quite a struggle because most building owners felt that renewable energy was a large expense and hard to justify. Fast forward to today, things have changed so completely and the growth is really snowballing. Singapore, being a city, is really about the built environment, and the most viable renewable energy source on buildings is solar panels. Our clients realize that by installing solar panels on their rooftop, they can harness the power of the sun to achieve two main things. One is to save electricity costs because they got free fuel, and the second thing is to reduce their carbon footprint. By adopting renewable energy, they're getting a return on their investment within 3 to 4 years. So it's like having an IRR of 20%. It's just such a compelling investment.
We are grateful for OCBC's support. It gave us the opportunity to invest in sustainability initiatives to develop new and innovative green building technologies. For instance, instead of diesel generators, we use smart battery systems to power tower cranes at construction sites. For our Midwood condominium project, the green financing loan from OCBC was also instrumental in helping us work with our client to build and design an energy-efficient building certified to the Green Mark Gold Plus standards. It's encouraging to see more of our clients looking to start or improve their sustainability efforts. But shaping a greener landscape is something we can't do alone. It calls for everyone in the industry to come together. We are on the cusp of an exciting transition to sustainability in our industry. And nothing will be more assuring than to have a trustworthy partner willing to journey with you on this.
As one of the biggest producers of sustainably managed resources, what we do at RGE impacts lives globally, every day. This is why we need to get things right from the start. By replacing plastics with eco-friendly materials to produce biodegradable products that are consumed by billions of people. By adopting alternative, innovative solutions to fuel our activities. And by using technology to achieve better yield and greater efficiency. Over the years, we've learned that sustainability not only makes good business sense, it guides the decisions we make. While we produce, we also protect. So we started the Riau Ecosystem Restoration Initiative 10 years ago. Today, we're conserving 150,000 hectares of vital peat forest in Sumatra, Indonesia, an area that is the size of London. Our goal is to conserve 1 hectare of natural forest for every hectare of plantation. Globally, we're accelerating our efforts to contribute to a greener planet. In China, we're producing Finex fiber with 50% recycled materials, with a goal of 100% by 2030. In Brazil, we've built the world's first fossil fuel-free pulp mill. In Indonesia, Asia-Pacific Rayon has been 100% powered by renewable energy since 2020. In Canada, we're building the world's first net-zero LNG export facility. And we're partnering with CEPSA in Spain to use agricultural waste as feedstock for sustainable aviation fuels. Because we believe that right starts here. RGE.
Dear you, from where I stand today,
the future looks a little uncertain. The days are getting so hot. I know there's no quick fix, but I try to play my part in any way I can. Change needs to happen on a scale none of us has ever experienced. It gets so complex because no decision is perfect. Still, I believe it's possible for people and the planet to progress together. That's the harmony we seek, to create a better future for you. I hope it's everything
I ever imagined, and more.
Over the years, BDO has found ways to embed sustainability in everything we do. With the UN Sustainable Development Goals as our guide, we aim to create a sustainable future for our customers, for the communities that we are part of, for the country, and for our environment. We advance 5 key strategies that allow us to contribute to each of the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. Product sustainability for us revolves around innovating financial products and services to anticipate the evolving needs of our customers. Specific to the unbanked and underserved markets,
we delivered solutions like CashAGod,
microloans, and accessible savings and remittance services together with financial literacy programs. That opened doors to access to financial services for millions of Filipinos, even at the height of the pandemic. As the country's leading bank, BDO is a pioneer in sustainability initiatives in the industry. With sustainable finance for renewable energy, energy efficiency, and green buildings since 2010. Our 2017 Green Bond is the first of its kind from a bank in East Asia Pacific. It funded projects that support the Renewable Energy Act and have helped avoid millions of tons of carbon dioxide emissions over the years. In 2022, BDO became the first bank in Southeast Asia to launch a Blue Bond. The BDO Blue Bond finances projects that prevent ocean pollution, preserve water resources, while also supporting the country's climate goals. With the Philippines vulnerable to natural and man-made disasters, part of our responsibility as a key player in our economy is to leverage resources towards relief operations, rehabilitation, and reconstruction in affected communities through BDO Foundation and partnerships with the government and non-government organizations. In having the largest branch network nationwide, BDO recruits and trains thousands of Filipinos across the country, including growth areas outside of key cities. We provide an inclusive workplace that values people of diverse backgrounds. We are an equal opportunity employer that supports female representation and leadership across all levels. Together with our partners, we continuously enhance our corporate governance framework to deliver excellent business performance, anchored on the principles of accountability, transparency, integrity, and fairness. In our day-to-day work, we apply effective oversight, compliance with regulations, and sustainable value creation to promote the best interest of our stakeholders. We are humbled to be recognized for our sustainability efforts through the years. Sustainability for us is about the journey as much as it is about the destination. BDO is dedicated to building a bright future for all Filipinos, our clients, communities, the nation, and the planet.
Kimley Construction has been in the Singapore built environment industry for 58 years. Our long-term success depends on being able to think ahead and understanding the times we are in. We recognize the importance of embracing sustainability now and how we all have a role to play in this. For Kimley, that journey and commitment to building a sustainable future starts at home, investing in our own green infrastructure. At the Kimley Innovation Hub in Tuas, we have solar panels on the rooftop, roughly the size of half a football field, which powers our prefabrication facilities. All the electricity required to lift and assemble the prefabrication modules are immense. However, the solar energy generated is more than we need here. The excess energy is then sold back to the grid for other companies to tap on.
Since we founded Energetics in 2008, our mission's been about delivering clean energy solutions to our clients. I've been in this business now for 27 years, and up until about 5 years ago, it was quite a struggle because most building owners felt that renewable energy was a large expense and hard to justify. Fast forward to today, things have changed so completely and the growth is really snowballing. Singapore, being a city, it's really about the built environment, and the most viable renewable energy source on buildings is solar panels. Our clients realize that by installing solar panels on their rooftop, they can harness the power of the sun to achieve two main things. One is to save electricity costs because they got free fuel, and the second thing is to reduce their carbon footprint. By adopting renewable energy, they're getting a return on their investment within 3 to 4 years. So it's like having an IRR of 20%. It's just such a compelling investment.
We are grateful for OCBC's support. It gave us the opportunity to invest in sustainability initiatives to develop new and innovative green building technologies. For instance, instead of diesel generators, we use smart battery systems to power tower cranes at construction sites. For our Midwood condominium project, the green financing loan from OCBC was also instrumental in helping us work with our client to build and design an energy-efficient building certified to the Green Mark Gold Plus standards. It's encouraging to see more of our clients looking to start or improve their sustainability efforts. But shaping a greener landscape is something we can't do alone. It calls for everyone in the industry to come together. We are on the cusp of an exciting transition to sustainability in our industry. And nothing will be more assuring than to have a trustworthy partner willing to journey with you on this.
As one of the biggest producers of sustainably managed resources, what we do at RGE impacts lives globally every day. This is why we need to get things right from the start. By replacing plastics with eco-friendly materials to produce biodegradable products that are consumed by billions of people. By adopting alternative, innovative solutions to fuel our activities. And by using technology to achieve better yield and greater efficiency. Over the years, we've learned that sustainability not only makes good business sense, it guides the decisions we make. While we produce, we also protect. So we started the Riau Ecosystem Restoration Initiative 10 years ago. Today, we're conserving 150,000 hectares of vital peat forest in Sumatra, Indonesia, an area that is the size of London. Our goal is to conserve 1 hectare of natural forest for every hectare of plantation. Globally, we're accelerating our efforts to contribute to a greener planet. In China, we're producing Finex fiber with 50% recycled materials, with a goal of 100% by 2030. In Brazil, we've built the world's first fossil fuel-free pulp mill. In Indonesia, Asia Pacific Rayon has been 100% powered by renewable energy since 2020. In Canada, we're building the world's first net zero LNG export facility. And we're partnering with CEPSA in Spain to use agricultural waste as feedstock for sustainable aviation fuels. Because we believe that right starts here. RGE.
Dear you, from where I stand today,
the future looks a little uncertain. The days are getting so hot. I know there's no quick fix, but I try to play my part in any way I can. Change needs to happen on a scale none of us has ever experienced. It gets so complex because no decision is perfect. Still, I believe it's possible for people and the planet to progress together. That's the harmony we seek, to create a better future for you. I hope it's everything
I ever imagined, and more.
Over the years, BDO has found ways to embed sustainability in everything we do. With the UN Sustainable Development Goals as our guide, we aim to create a sustainable future for our customers, for the communities that we are part of, for the country, and for our environment. We advance 5 key strategies that allow us to contribute to each of the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. Product sustainability for us revolves around innovating financial products and services to anticipate the evolving needs of our customers. Specific to the unbanked and underserved markets,
we delivered solutions like CashAGod,
microloans, and accessible savings and remittance services together with financial literacy programs. That opened doors to access to financial services for millions of Filipinos, even at the height of the pandemic. As the country's leading bank, BDO is a pioneer in sustainability initiatives in the industry. with sustainable finance for renewable energy, energy efficiency, and green buildings since 2010. Our 2017 Green Bond is the first of its kind from a bank in East Asia Pacific. It funded projects that support the Renewable Energy Act and have helped avoid millions of tons of carbon dioxide emissions over the years. In 2022, BDO became the first bank in Southeast Asia to launch a Blue Bond. The BDO Blue Bond finances projects that prevent ocean pollution, preserve water resources, while also supporting the country's climate goals. With the Philippines vulnerable to natural and man-made disasters, part of our responsibility as a key player in our economy is to leverage resources towards relief operations, rehabilitation, and reconstruction in affected communities through BDO Foundation and partnerships with the government and non-government organizations. In having the largest branch network nationwide, BDO recruits and trains thousands of Filipinos across the country, including growth areas outside of key cities. We provide an inclusive workplace that values people of diverse backgrounds. We are an equal opportunity employer that supports female representation and leadership across all levels. Together with our partners, we continuously enhance our corporate governance framework to deliver excellent business performance, anchored on the principles of accountability, transparency, integrity, and fairness. In our day-to-day work, we apply effective oversight, compliance with regulations, and sustainable value creation to promote the best interest of our stakeholders. We are humbled to be recognized for our sustainability efforts through the years. Sustainability for us is about the journey as much as it is about the destination. BDO is dedicated to building a bright future for all Filipinos, our clients, communities, the nation, and the planet.
Kimley Construction has been in the Singapore built environment industry for 58 years. Our long-term success depends on being able to think ahead and understanding the times we are in. We recognize the importance of embracing sustainability now and how we all have a role to play in this. For Kimley, that journey and commitment to building a sustainable future starts at home, investing in our own green infrastructure. At the Kimley Innovation Hub in Tuas, we have solar panels on the rooftop, roughly the size of half a football field, which powers our prefabrication facilities. All the electricity required to lift and assemble the prefabrication modules are immense. However, the solar energy generated is more than we need here. The excess energy is then sold back to the grid for other companies to tap on.
Since we founded Energetics in 2008, our mission's been about delivering clean energy solutions to our clients. I've been in this business now for 27 years, and up until about 5 years ago, it was quite a struggle because most building owners felt that renewable energy was a large expense and hard to justify. Fast forward to today, things have changed so completely and the growth is really snowballing. Singapore, being a city, it's really about the built environment, and the most viable renewable energy source on buildings is solar panels. Our clients realize that by installing solar panels on their rooftop, they can harness the power of the sun to achieve two main things. One is to save electricity costs because they got free fuel, and the second thing is to reduce their carbon footprint. By adopting renewable energy, they're getting a return on their investment within 3 to 4 years. So it's like having an IRR of 20%. It's just such a compelling investment.
We are grateful for OCBC's support. It gave us the opportunity to invest in sustainability initiatives to develop new and innovative green building technologies. For instance, instead of diesel generators, we use smart battery systems to power tower cranes at construction sites. For our Midwood condominium project, the green financing loan from OCBC was also instrumental in helping us work with our client to build and design an energy-efficient building certified to the Green Mark Gold Plus standards. It's encouraging to see more of our clients looking to start or improve their sustainability efforts. But shaping a greener landscape is something we can't do alone. It calls for everyone in the industry to come together. We are on the cusp of an exciting transition to sustainability in our industry. And nothing will be more assuring than to have a trustworthy partner willing to journey with you on this.
As one of the biggest producers of sustainably managed resources, what we do at RGE impacts lives globally every day. This is why we need to get things right from the start. By replacing plastics with eco-friendly materials to produce biodegradable products that are consumed by billions of people. By adopting alternative, innovative solutions to fuel our activities. And by using technology to achieve better yield and greater efficiency. Over the years, we've learned that sustainability not only makes good business sense, it guides the decisions we make. While we produce, we also protect. So we started the Riau Ecosystem Restoration Initiative 10 years ago. Today, we're conserving 150,000 hectares of vital peat forest in Sumatra, Indonesia, an area that is the size of London. Our goal is to conserve 1 hectare of natural forest for every hectare of plantation. Globally, we're accelerating our efforts to contribute to a greener planet. In China, we're producing Finex fiber with 50% recycled materials, with a goal of 100% by 2030. In Brazil, we've built the world's first fossil fuel-free pulp mill. In Indonesia, Asia-Pacific Rayon has been 100% powered by renewable energy since 2020. In Canada, we're building the world's first net-zero LNG export facility. And we're partnering with CEPSA in Spain to use agricultural waste as feedstock for sustainable aviation fuels. Because we believe that right starts here. RGE.
Look, there!
Dear you, from where I stand today,
the future looks a little uncertain. The days are getting so hot. I know there's no quick fix, but I try to play my part in any way I can. Change needs to happen on a scale none of us has ever experienced. It gets so complex because no decision is perfect. Still, I believe it's possible for people and the planet to progress together. That's the harmony we seek to create a better future for you. I hope it's everything
I ever imagined, and more.
Over the years, BDO has found ways to embed sustainability in everything we do. With the UN Sustainable Development Goals as our guide, we aim to create a sustainable future for our customers, for the communities that we are part of, for the country, and for our environment. We advance 5 key strategies that allow us to contribute to each of the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. Product sustainability for us revolves around innovating financial products and services to anticipate the evolving needs of our customers. Specific to the unbanked and underserved markets,
we delivered solutions like CashAGod,
microloans, and accessible savings and remittance services together with financial literacy programs. That opened doors to access to financial services for millions of Filipinos, even at the height of the pandemic. As the country's leading bank, BDO is a pioneer in sustainability initiatives in the industry. With sustainable finance for renewable energy, energy efficiency, and green buildings since 2010. Our 2017 Green Bond is the first of its kind from a bank in East Asia Pacific. It funded projects that support the Renewable Energy Act and have helped avoid millions of tons of carbon dioxide emissions over the years. In 2022, BDO became the first bank in Southeast Asia to launch a Blue Bond. The BDO Blue Bond finances projects that prevent ocean pollution, preserve water resources, while also supporting the country's climate goals. With the Philippines vulnerable to natural and man-made disasters, Part of our responsibility as a key player in our economy is to leverage resources towards relief operations, rehabilitation, and reconstruction in affected communities through BDO Foundation and partnerships with the government and non-government organizations. In having the largest branch network nationwide, BDO recruits and trains thousands of Filipinos across the country, including growth areas outside of key cities. We provide an inclusive workplace that values people of diverse backgrounds. We are an equal opportunity employer that supports female representation and leadership across all levels. Together with our partners, we continuously enhance our corporate governance framework to deliver excellent business performance, anchored on the principles of accountability, transparency, integrity, and fairness. In our day-to-day work, we apply effective oversight, compliance with regulations, and sustainable value creation to promote the best interest of our stakeholders. We are humbled to be recognized for our sustainability efforts through the years. Sustainability for us is about the journey as much as it is about the destination. BDO is dedicated to building a bright future for all Filipinos, our clients, communities, the nation, and the planet.
In Canada, we're building the world's first net zero LNG export facility. And we're partnering with CEPSA in Spain to use agricultural waste as feedstock for sustainable aviation fuels. Because we believe that right starts here. RGE.
Look, there!
Dear you, from where I stand today,
the future looks a little uncertain. The days are getting so hot. I know there's no quick fix, but I try to play my part in any way I can. Change needs to happen on a scale none of us has ever experienced. It gets so complex because no decision is perfect. Still, I believe it's possible for people and the planet to progress together. That's the harmony we seek, to create a better future for you. I I hope it's everything
I ever imagined, and more.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. If I could just invite you all to start slowly taking your seats and making your way back into the room. We'll be continuing with our program shortly. Thank you.
Over the years, BDO has found ways to embed sustainability in everything we do. With the UN Sustainable Development Goals as our guide, we aim to create a sustainable future for our customers, for the communities that we are part of, for the country, and for our environment. We advance 5 key strategies that allow us to contribute to each of the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. Product sustainability for us revolves around innovating financial products and services to anticipate the evolving needs of our customers. Specific to the unbanked and underserved markets,
we delivered solutions like CashAGod,
microloans, and accessible savings and remittance services together with financial literacy programs. That opened doors to access to financial services for millions of Filipinos, even at the height of the pandemic. As the country's leading bank, BDO is a pioneer in sustainability initiatives in the industry. With sustainable finance for renewable energy, energy efficiency, and green buildings since 2010. Our 2017 Green Bond is the first of its kind from a bank in East Asia Pacific. It funded projects that support the Renewable Energy Act and have helped avoid millions of tons of carbon dioxide emissions over the years. In 2022, BDO became the first bank in Southeast Asia to launch a Blue Bond. The BDO Blue Bond finances projects that prevent ocean pollution, preserve water resources, while also supporting the country's climate goals. With the Philippines vulnerable to natural and man-made disasters, part of our responsibility as a key player in our economy is to leverage resources towards relief operations, rehabilitation, and reconstruction in affected communities through BDO Foundation and partnerships with the government and non-government organizations. In having the largest branch network nationwide, BDO recruits and trains thousands of Filipinos across the country, including growth areas outside of key cities. We provide an inclusive workplace that values people of diverse backgrounds. We are an equal opportunity employer that supports female representation and leadership across all levels. Together with our partners, we continuously enhance our corporate governance framework to deliver excellent business performance, anchored on the principles of accountability, transparency, integrity, and fairness. In our day-to-day work, we apply effective oversight, compliance with regulations, and sustainable value creation to promote the best interest of our stakeholders. We are humbled to be recognized for our sustainability efforts through the years. Sustainability for us is about the journey as much as it is about the destination. BDO is dedicated to building a bright future for all Filipinos, our clients, communities, the nation, and the planet.
Hi, good afternoon. If I could just welcome everyone back and just invite you all to start taking your seats. Thank you. So welcome back, everyone. I'll just wait for a few more people to enter. Welcome back, and thank you once again for joining us here at Unlocking Capital for Sustainability, Transforming Asia, Mobilizing Finance at Speed and Scale. My name is Shireen Kashvani, and I'm the Chief of Staff here at EcoBusiness, and I'll be your host for the afternoon proceedings. For those of you who have joined us virtually, welcome back, and I hope you've all had a lovely lunch. We'll be moving on swiftly to the next part of the program, which is the most highly anticipated segment of today, the plenary debate. This debate has been a unique highlight of our forums, and for this year, we have chosen a topic that has been in the limelight, particularly here in the region. The motion that we'll debate today is whether regulation is needed to drive nature-positive outcomes in Asia. I'd now like to invite our moderator at large and the debate moderator for today, Augustine Andevan, onto stage. And joining him are our distinguished speakers, Romy Gaudik Den Hertog, UNEP Finance Initiative Co-Head of Nature, Dennis Wan, Head of Capital Markets APAC for CDP, Rajesh Sundaresan, co-founder of Carbon Impact Capital, and joining us virtually, we have Dr. Riza Swaga, Chairman of Indonesia Carbon Trade Association. Augustine, I'll hand the time over to you.
All right, everybody, thank you so much for making the effort to come back into the room on time. It's precisely 2:05. And this is a very precise timing debate format. So for those of you who are familiar with debates, like any other debate around the world, each side has a very precise timing. So the first thing is, as my dear MC has announced, could you kindly take out your phones and quickly vote on the motion? The production team will be flashing the QR code on the screen now. So I'm only given 60 seconds to do this. So could we all please do this? Yeah, seriously, people. But the most important thing to note here is this debate is all about you, right? The two teams here will spend the next few minutes trying to persuade you with their persuasive arguments. All right, that's two P's in the one sentence, right? Persuade you with the persuasive arguments. And I'll introduce them very quickly, but right now, they need your support, and I've got a similar copy of this in terms of having logged in to the Slido myself. So I'm seeing on my laptop, that's the reason why I have the laptop in front of me, and so I will now basically ease into the debate format. The motion before all of us today: this House believes regulation, emphasis on the word regulation, is needed to drive nature-positive outcomes in Asia. And both of you, both teams on either side, you can see it on the plasma screen in front of you, and I believe it's also being projected behind us. The motion right now, the 94% of the House says you believe regulation is needed to drive nature-positive outcomes in Asia, and there's still 6% in the room who feel otherwise. Arguing for the motion is the team on my right. Arguing against the motion is the team on my left. Could we kindly bring on the fourth speaker on the internet, please? And so with the four speakers, so today's format, I've been assured by my able production team, has been tried and tested. So we have four speakers, two on my right, two on my left, including the gentleman on the screen. Arguing, all right, for the motion is the team on my right, and I'm going to go with my first name sort of approach. And so you have the team on my right. Arguing for the motion is Dennis and Rajesh. And the team against the motion is Romy and Riza on the screen. And that Slido is still available. If you had just taken your cell phones out, you can quickly vote. And now we kick off. Debate format, as all debate formats. In the opening round, each speaker has 3 minutes. And I have this glass in front of me. I will tinkle it at the 2-minute mark. All right, that's about the best sound I can get. All right, maybe I need to drink more water and I might get a tinkle. And then after that, at the 30 seconds mark, I might do a 2-ting, right? But the best thing about this production is I have a very eager audio chief who will bring the fader down precisely at the 3-minute mark, meaning your microphones will go down. So at the 3-minute mark, your microphones go down, and that's the end of the story, and then I hand over. Now, on the against the motion, ideally in the debate format is you need to rebut what the for the motion team says, so you can devote as much time as you want to go and demolish the arguments, and of course also make your case. And we will do this in the first round, 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes. And then we have an open Q&A, and the production team will flash up the Slido for you to punch in your questions. And if I get a signal from the production team, we will make that decision if the microphone is allowed for a question on the floor. But the microphone coming to you with a question on the floor, you have 15 seconds to put your question. And then we kill your mic, all right? So that's how tight it is. In the finish of the Q&A, in the reverse order, in the final round, against the motion will kick off 2 minutes, for the motion 2 minutes, against the motion 2 minutes, for the motion 2 minutes. And then we'll invite all of you to vote. This House believes that regulation is needed to drive nature-positive outcomes in Asia. And we have presented to both teams 4 guiding questions. Is our markets-based approach sufficient to drive the changes we need to reverse nature loss? Second question, what are some of the real-life examples where nature loss has been successfully reversed in Asia? Were they driven more by market forces, or was this achieved by regulations? Third question, in terms of regulations, what laws are needed to hold companies to account for harming nature and to drive nature-positive outcomes in Asia? And that question came up since this event started. And finally, the fourth question, have there been instances more regulations have led to worsen outcomes for nature conservation? 4 carefully crafted questions. And now to kick off, Dennis, for the motion, your 3 minutes is yours. You may choose to sit, you may choose to stand, but there's an invisible line here. Please do not cross the line over to the other side. And production team, clock starts. Kick it off, Dennis. 3 minutes yours.
Am I on? Okay. I'll stand then. Why do we brush our teeth? As a child, you were told to brush your teeth. You didn't really know why. You just did what you were told. It took you a while before you caught up with why. That's regulation. I asked an AI chatbot today, what was the most heavily regulated country in all of ASEAN? It's Singapore. We cannot stand here, sit here in Singapore and not say that regulation is a good thing. I used to live here 12 years ago for 5 years. I used to travel around. I went to all of Southeast Asia, went to Indonesia, went to Vietnam. Traffic lights there are like a guiding suggestion. When you're trying to cross the road in the rest of Southeast Asia, then you're pretty much taking your life in your hands. Whenever I crossed the border back into Singapore, I breathed a sigh of relief. That is an example of regulation and enforcement. Are markets going to save us? Are just markets going to save us? Markets have done an awful lot of good for us. They have raised living standards. They have saved our lives in many ways. Many people have human dignity because of capitalism and markets. But 150 years of unbridled capitalism has also left us in the scientific hole that we are in. We heard all morning about the threats to nature and everything that we're facing to try and save ourselves and keep the climate under 1.5 degrees, and we're fighting a losing battle right now. So the problem with markets is that it's about greed, it's about self-interest. It's about what people can get away with. So although many good things have happened because of markets and capitalism, unbridled capitalism for 150 years has left us in the hole that we're in. Regulation is not a restriction. Regulation is a framework which can help fairness, the leveling of the playing field, so that good things can happen. And it's going back to, we might not understand everything that is happening to us. It's all a very complex landscape here. But regulation will give us the guardrails and the rules that we can play with to guide capitalism in the right direction and save the world. Thank you very much.
Well done for the motion, and you did that in 2 minutes, 45 seconds. Well done. I'll decide whether if I want to pass that extra 15 seconds to your colleague. Now, to make the case, this House believes regulation is needed to drive nature-positive outcomes. The first speaker, Romy, you have the floor, is yours. 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. With 94% in favor of the motion and 6% against it, you can clearly see what everyone thinks here. What I want to prove with my motion is also to show that Professor Kishore, when he spoke about the UN and that people are blonde there, showed that we actually have a lot of color within us in the things that we say. I want to thank Dennis for his comments, but I don't think he said anything about nature. He spoke about brushing his teeth. I come from a different culture. I never did it. And then he spoke about capitalism, and I think we all know that Gordon Gekko is dead. You know, that was the 80s, and we're here today. So let's go to nature first. One way of feeling better about the climate crisis is looking at nature. What we see increasingly is that nature loss is a financial risk. It's also a huge opportunity. especially here in Asia, which is one of the most biodiverse regions in the world. I was in the TNFD engine room, and something we learned there, we thought this project is going to be a success, but I don't think anyone was anticipating that TNFD would be the abbreviation I hear on stages across the globe. So when we speak about the relation between public and private, we always speak about a dance, and in different parts of the world we see different dances being danced. There might be a waltz, there might be a tango, there might be line dancing in other parts of the world. So when speaking against the motion, let's start with numbers. 180 companies in Asia alone have voluntarily committed to starting TNFD reporting since the start of this year. In 5 weeks, we have COP16, and I know that there will be more announcements. So you already see that voluntary markets are working. Then the second step is that TCFD, which was started in 2015, is translated in regulation in different parts of the world. But I think the only reason why that is effective regulation is because they could really base that regulation upon the experience of market participants who've been working on that. We always say within nature that we're about 5 years behind to the climate debate, so we expect the same to happen. Then on regulation, it's not top-down, bottom-up, but we also need to look left and right. So on nature, we saw a statement of institutional investor this morning calling for companies to assess and disclose, but also Chinese stock exchanges taking steps and mandate environmental disclosure, including a double materiality approach. And then lastly, we already have a global framework and our peace treaty with nature, which is the global biodiversity framework. So to close down my case, we need to look at what type of dance we're dancing. We're not working in a vacuum, and we need to push for transparency and inspire regulators.
Thank you very much, and there you have it. The case against the motion from Romy. Thank you very much, Romy. You did it in 3 minutes, but my ever-efficient audio chief brought the microphone down. And so I'm also looking at the poll numbers, the pre-debate polls, and I'm keeping myself up to date as the numbers are actually moving. Now, to make the case for the motion, Rajesh, you have the floor. 3 minutes is yours.
Thank you. I think I'll throw my prepared speech out of the window and start with nature. So WWF published a study which said by 2080, we will lose 50 to 60% of all species in the Amazon. Okay? We've all watched the Avengers movie, and the ultimate villain we could think of was somebody who will knock off 50% of life. And guess what? We are doing better. We are knocking off 50 to 60% of life by 2080. And we are still debating whether we need regulations. And this is the Amazon. We all know what goes on in Brazil. The government changes, tighter regulations, the deforestation rates slow down. The government pulls back changes, looser regulations, millions of acres gone in a heartbeat. Without regulation, we have no hopes. And Dennis already made the point about Singapore. So I'm not going to repeat that, but let me address the other point that they made about voluntary markets. I work in voluntary markets. So our company is in voluntary carbon credits. I've spent 25 plus years in the regulated part of the world in fund management industry, so I do have a flavor of both. Again, to put numbers into context, the voluntary market size, carbon markets, is somewhere between $1 to $4 billion, depending on how you measure it. The compliance market is 800 billion to 1 trillion. When you put regulations, people spend. When you don't, they don't want to spend. The average price paid by a voluntary carbon market to protect a tree is less than 50 cents a year. And people criticize that. When those projects are done, there are Guardian articles which will come and say these projects are a fraud. Nobody wants to pay for that. But we are all sitting in wooden furnitures, most of us. And we don't think about spending hundreds of dollars to cut trees. Someone has to intervene, put a price on nature. If we don't, the market failure which has led to this mess will continue.
You still have your few more seconds, Rajesh. That was the first warning. You're fine? All right, sir. Thank you very much. You're helping us to gain time. And so there you have it, the third speaker so far and the second speaker for the motion. Riza joining us live. Riza, the floor is yours, making the case against the motion. 3 minutes is yours.
Thank you, Partner. I think it's very clear, and it's a bit tough for 6% against 94%. But I will do my best, Romy. Don't worry. So, coming from a timber experience, we have a demonstration of how successful voluntary initiatives are, which is, I think everyone knows, to sell timbers, exporting timbers, you need FSC certificate, and it's voluntary. In palm oil, you need RSPO, it's voluntary. I hate to say that a very good example is coming from my own country, Indonesia. In the last 3 years, we are putting every regulatory perspective into a very serious infrastructures of regulations. And what happened? Nothing is moving. All the already registered and certified projects being standstill, being suspended. So I think what's happening there is 3 years of Indonesia is not doing so much on saving the planet, unfortunately. But this is the case that now the new government is trying to open up the market. And I think I'll be very keen, and I'll be very fortunate also advising the new government to have that motion, that movement. So I guess my point is, this is not about how things are being regulated or not being regulated. I think there should be a combination, but I'm always believe that future generation is not so much by being told, but I think something must be coming from within, which is, I think, from the culture itself that is not always being told. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Riza. All of you seem to be able to make your cases without the need for the full 3 minutes, which is good practice because in the reverse round, it is 2 minutes, all right? So I think you are setting the scene up. Now, for the motion has basically said nothing is going to move until regulations kick in, all right? And they have cited their arguments. Look at what's happening in the world. If the regulations don't kick in, more of nature will be lost and we will never recover it. Against the motion has said, hang on, there are evidences out there and real life situations, and they've cited that things do work from the ground up, private sector driven, and there is compliance, and we live in a generation where enough of being told what to do, and we know what we need to do. And so now we go to the Slido, and we look at questions that may have been placed, and so we need you to challenge both teams. So the rules of the debate are simple. If you pose a question to one speaker, all right, then that speaker will respond, and the response timing is strictly 30 seconds. And once that 30 seconds is up, I will give the same 30 seconds to the other side so that they can also provide a response. So now we already have a question, and can I just double check? Yes, it's coming in at 1:23 p.m., so it must be for this session, right? So James, thank you for the question. Do you agree that rules help bureaucrats make money from bribes to bypass rules and reporting? Education empowers people to restore nature for self-interest. I'm going to throw this comment to Romy. You have 30 seconds to respond.
For a long time, nature has been the elephant in the room, I would say. So I think, thank you, James, for your question. It might help indeed bureaucrats to make money from bribes, and ultimately action on nature has to come within, I would argue. So I think, thank you.
All right, well done. You did that in 20 seconds. Over to the other team. You have 30 seconds to respond.
Yeah, absolutely. Human greed is very powerful. You can take some amount of bribe, but when you have no rules, they will sell the planet. We have enough evidence of that.
All right, so let's look at the next question, if there's any. I'm going back to the live section. All right, so it looks like this approach. All right, we just have one that came in, has chosen to remain anonymous. Which came first, regulation or volunteering? My friend, this is a debate, so I mean, we can't really do that. But okay, we'll keep that for the tea break. Okay, so my production team is very efficient. They will just move it to archive, all right? So do you have an example of where a voluntary guideline has been more effective than a mandatory rule? On my right, you have 30 seconds to respond, either speaker.
I do not.
Right? That was the fastest debate I've ever done in my life. You know, you people are really making me start and stop my stopwatch, quite fast. All right. So over to this side, either Riza or Romy, would you like to respond?
Yeah, maybe I could come in there. I think
Go ahead, Riza.
I think high integrity is the key. I've seen how government has set rules and regulation and audit, but it's like the medieval age of auditing process, and that has to change. I think today's has been very, very excellent, and more startup coming in, disruption in the positive way coming in. That changed the whole game of auditing.
All right, thank you very much, Riza. Thank you for making that effort. But just to be fair, what this side of the house is saying is there is no example of a voluntary initiation, and that's why the answer was so short, no. So we'll move this to the archive, and let's take the next one. And thank you, production team, for being ever efficient. The comment made by the second speaker, now we all have to guess who you're referring to. Okay, we just lost that comment. Production team, I think you're getting a bit too excited. The comment made by the second speaker is, I get to decide to move to archive. The comment made by the second speaker is size of the regulated market versus unregulated industry. The only people have made money seem to be the consultants. Oh, wow, now we're really getting exciting. I wish you had put your name to this, but can I go to this side of the house, and would you care to comment? 30 seconds.
Sure. I think, see, unless we put a price on carbon, people are not going to move, right? Because in Europe, we have a price of around $100 on your carbon footprint. Companies are now thinking about, can we do something to bring that cost down? So if you have a solution which can reduce your emissions by, bring it down to $30, $50, $80, people will do it. If not, they pay the fine. So of course, yeah, consultants make money. It doesn't matter what we do. But the reality is that has enabled EU to be a leader in terms of climate action.
All right. Thank you very much for this side of the house. I'm going to give it to Romy. Would you care to respond? 30 seconds, Romy.
So I think a clear example of a voluntary market are indigenous peoples and local communities. So they comprise less than 5% of the global population, yet they protect more than 80% of remaining biodiversity. And often they don't have land titles for the land they protect or rights to the land they protect. Still they do it, and the reason they do it is that their livelihoods depend on the nature surrounding them. And I think it's very difficult to see.
All right, thank you very much, Romy. So, before I take on the next few questions, we did set a house rule among the speakers. We do not entertain acronyms, because part of the whole process of a debate is to educate the public and get more people on board. So you're really testing not just the moderator, but all four speakers. But I'm going to entertain your question. We'll move this question comment made by the second speaker to archive. How to get clarity without regulation? The VCM, and you, yes, I mean, I know, I'm just joking with them. So the VCM is a huge opportunity, also financially. How to make sure that repartition of benefits is fair without regulation? This side of the house, I'm throwing it to Riza. You have 30 seconds, Riza.
I think we have seen how over-regulating process has been counterproductive. So I think we need to appreciate what the voluntary standards has done. I know there are some cases in Kariba, for example, but it doesn't represent every project or every carbon projects. So I think we need to support that, and voluntary market needs to grow. Article 6 is a never-ending debate and never-ending argument.
Thank you very much, Riza. 30 seconds is up. You can always come back to your points in the closing arguments. This side of the house, you have 30 seconds.
I'll take it. Hello?
Yeah, can we have up the mic, please? Yeah.
Hello? Hi. Okay, so real quick. That particular question was self-evident in favor of regulation. You cannot play a game without rules. There are bad regulations which have been designed poorly and have unintended effects, like the bioenergy regulations which encourage the growing and burning of crops and deforestation, etc. We're not asking for bad regulation, we're asking for good regulation. So that, I think, is the gist of the question.
All right, thank you so much. And thank you, speakers, for all working very hard to keep to time. We'll try and take more questions because this is really the part where the audience gets to decide, are you convincing them? We'll move that to the archive, please, and we'll take this question from Jessica. Not too sure whether it's the Jessica I know, but remember the Kyoto Protocol that was supposed to regulate carbon emissions, but the CDM was a complete disaster. How will this be different? This side of the house, you have 30 seconds, either speaker.
Yeah, it is going to be challenging. I mean, there is no beating around the bush. It is going to be challenging, but we need it. And unfortunately, there is a lot of, greed lobby coming in to influence the way the regulations are going or faced. But there is no choice. We have only one planet. We can't go anywhere else. We need to figure it out.
Thank you. And I'm going to pass over the same question to Romy. You have 30 seconds to respond.
So let me be clear, I'm not against games, rules of the games. I think what I'm arguing is that regulation isn't always driving change. I think that markets can be driving change. So I think that's important. And then also going back to some of the previous points being made about the Amazon, one of the biggest threats of the Amazon is legal deforestation.
All right, and we'll have to end it there. But thank you, Romy, for making that case. And remember, you can always continue your arguments when you have the final 8 minutes to make your closing arguments. This has been a very healthy section of the Q&A, but I'm going to have to bring the Q&A to a close. We'll move that to the archive. And we have one question actually from someone who was brave enough to put their name, Shanshan Wang. The focus should be if regulation is needed to drive nature plus outcome. I'm trying to understand the question. Even with regulations, do we have the know-how? If not, does it mean it's not the drive? So reverse order. Riza, you have 30 seconds to interpret this question/comment, and the time is yours.
A bit confusing about the question, but I'll try my best. So basically, I think what my other opponent, I can say, saying just now, it's more on the how we can really give that high integrity. And I haven't seen rules and regulations from any countries that have shown that. And I think I believe that integrity comes from the voluntary standards that has been working so hard. And it worked.
And I really wanted to let you finish your sentence, but it is becoming clear now. Basically, the author of the question is saying if regulation is needed to drive nature plus outcomes, but even with the regulations, do we have the people, the technology, and the know-how to create this outcome? This side of the house, you have 30 seconds.
I think that this question is about the cliche of should we wait for perfection before we progress? We cannot let waiting for perfection get in the way of us getting started. Regulations come having been through white papers, having been through consultations, and even when the regulations are out in the wild, then they might not be quite perfect, but then they can be refined as knowledge progresses. So there's my answer, is let us not wait for perfection, let us get started.
All right, well done. And I'm just going to throw one last one in for both teams. Isn't there already a lot of nature regulation like CITES, impact assessment regulation for material sectors. What additional regulation are you advocating? This side of the house, you have 30 seconds.
The key thing I would say is put a price on carbon, put a price on our environmental footprint. That is missing. And so to put things in context, the implicit subsidy given to the oil and gas industry every year is somewhere around 5 to 7 trillion. That is explicit and implicit subsidies. The size of the voluntary market, as I mentioned, is 1 to 2 billion. So we are fighting a heavy battle against it. Key regulation should be a high carbon price.
And thank you so much for doing it in 30. Romy, you have 30 seconds to respond.
Yeah, I think I want to come back to Dennis's
We'll
point.
get the mic up, please.
I want to come back to Dennis's point, speaking about the need that we need action now, and that perfect is the enemy of the good. I'm not from Singapore, I'm from the Netherlands, and in the Netherlands it takes us a very long time to get regulation. And often when the regulation comes in, it's kind of reviving something that has been dead for a long time. So I think if we want action on nature, we need it now. We don't need it in 6 years or in 60 years when there is barely any nature we can protect.
All right, thank you so much, Romy, for doing it in 30 seconds. And thank you all for your wonderful participation. We decided to try this format for this time in this debate format. And we're going to move all questions to archive and keep that. It's actually good for research. We are on the home stretch. And we'll go on the reverse order. And before Riza kicks off in the reverse order against the motion, some key points for us to bear in mind and whether we can all benefit from this and move this forward. Once again, to remind all of us, this House believes regulations is needed to drive nature-positive outcomes in Asia. But there are a lot of factors, because you look at what's happening in the world, there are a lot of players outside Asia who make things happen in Asia. And I just want to throw one spanner onto the topic. That's assuming you have government continuity. So private sector looks at 5 years. No, they look at 25, 50 years down the road. And if you look at it, Asia, the two speakers this morning kicked us off. If you have a revolving door when it comes to politics, then the rules of the game might change. So that's part of my job as a moderator. It's been a truly enjoyable journey. I had to keep staying in the middle. Did you notice I always stay in the middle and I don't look at either side? And I try to restrict myself from nodding my head because I don't want to give the impression that I'm either for any team. But both teams have made very persuasive arguments. And now to make the final case, all four speakers have 2 minutes each to kick off the home stretch and the home round. Riza, you have 2 minutes. The floor is yours, sir.
Okay, Article 6. It's been what? COP 28 now? It's not yet there. I don't know if it will happen. So I think I agree on putting carbon price is the key, but integrity is more of the key, and it needs participation from the bottom. I don't think it will do otherwise. Thank you.
Riza, do you want me to pass the other 1 minute and 30 seconds over to your colleague? I think I'll do that. So Romy, if you do decide to use it, you can use the timing. All right, thank you, sir. And making the case for the House on this side, either speaker, you can go ahead. 2 minutes, the floor is yours.
I'm going to start with a confession. Augustine put enormous pressure on us before this, saying after this he's going to go and meet the Pope. So we have no competition here, so I'll keep it brief. But yeah, I think, honestly, we're all doing this debate, but the real winner out of this needs to be nature. And for that, I think we will all agree that we need, both to work together. And that's my honest view. So I'm not going to just make a point for the sake of winning a debate. But I think we need to work together, make sure that both works. But regulation definitely helps. In the voluntary market, for example, in carbon markets, a lot of Singapore companies are very conscious. But till the government introduced the tax of $25, they really didn't want to come and buy credits. That's the honest answer. So when you have a certain regulation, certain taxes or prices on carbon set up, then you start seeing even more voluntary action also coming in. they start thinking beyond it. And I also firmly believe we need to align green, greed, and good. And for that, some dose of regulation is needed. We can't rely just on voluntary action.
All right, so you did it in a minute. I'll pass the remaining minute to your final speaker for the motion. And so on this side of the house, Romy, bring it home. I'm giving you 3.5 minutes. Your clock starts now.
So I think my closing argument would be force is never fun. If somebody tells you you must do this, you'll feel less inclined to do it when somebody gives you arguments why you should be doing it and why it's beneficial for you. I've been working in the nature finance space for about a decade now, and it's been an uphill climb. I've been to, sustainability managers of many financial institutions who told me, nature, yes, if it's philanthropy and donating a bit of money, but actually looking at our impact on nature, we're not doing that. And through the GBF, the Global Biodiversity Framework, through the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, we've seen that change coming, and that change is there. And I think as part of that movement, there will be regulation down the line, but if you're representing a financial institution, what you need to do is very simple. First, you need to measure, then you need to manage, and then you need to improve. You need to do less of the bad stuff, and you need to do more of the good stuff, and you need to talk to your colleagues across the industry, showcase and share examples, because that's where the real change is coming from. I think something we often forget is that the word economy and ecology both stem from the Greek oikos, which means our house, and our house is on fire. So we need action, whether it's regulatory or not. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Romy. Despite the time that was allocated to you, you still did it under 2 minutes. Congratulations to the team against the motion. Dennis, I'm adding the minute to your time. Take it home, sir. 3 minutes is yours.
Our esteemed opponents here have brought up the idea that voluntary action is enough. They gave up the example of TCFD being adopted as a voluntary framework. My organization actually collects data. CDP collects data, and it also collects it on an entirely voluntary basis. We have 2/3 of the listed market capitalization of the world disclosing data to CDP to feed back to the financial industry and governments and policymakers in order to make the right decisions to save nature. But the thing is that it would go faster. It does go faster if there is regulation encouraging doing the right thing. There are still plenty of players who, if you leave it to voluntary markets, then they will dodge what they need to do. And yet, voluntary action, as my colleague says, is absolutely necessary. It must go hand in hand with regulation, because another finding of CDP over the 2 decades of our existence is that by the time we have this much voluntary action, then come the regulation can be set at a higher bar, because the regulators will look and say, well, this is what everybody is doing on a voluntary basis anyway. We can aim higher. We can create more ambition. I'll go into some real examples of it working here. The Terry Arc landscape in Nepal and India, that is a landscape approach to saving a landscape. 65,000 hectares of land was restored there. That's 800 Singapore Botanic Gardens worth of space there. Wildlife came back through the government and the community working together, but it was regulation driven.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Grain for Green, another organization in an initiative in China, saved 28 million hectares of cropland reforested. That's 153 Singapore's worth of land that was reforested. These kind of actions were driven by regulation on top of just the sheer enthusiasm of the markets. So, in conclusion, we can't achieve nature positivity without the guardrails of regulation. I urge you to vote for our motion.
Thank you very much, Dennis. And so a round of applause for all 4 speakers. Rajesh, Romy, Dennis, and Riza joining us live. And so now comes an important task. We need to bring this debate not actually to a close, but to give our respected speakers some form of feedback. The poll is open. Kindly take out your devices, ladies and gentlemen, and cast your votes. And we will do a comparison as to what we started with before the debate started, and we'll see where we are now. I think this is the part where you all start praying. And as the moderator, I am proud to say we did this debate in record time. I am going to wait till the bell rings for this vote to be done. No, I'm going to wait till the bell rings because I've been allocated 3 minutes more. And so I think the audience is now really thinking, now this is fascinating. That's moving. It actually keeps moving. But you know, what's the good side? It's a whole lot better than 6.
I don't think we've won, but we definitely won people over, right? So I think that's pretty good.
All right. But I must respect the time that has been allocated for this debate, and I have the remaining 3 minutes on my clock to just leave you with some closing comments. Comment number 1. We could not have done this debate without your participation. So ladies and gentlemen, you truly deserve a round of applause. So for all of you in the house. Right. Second, it is evident from the format of an eco-business debate that we all got to think, reflect, and perhaps this might move you into action. The debate numbers, you know where we started, so I don't need to call up the former numbers. And now this House believes regulation is needed to drive nature-positive outcomes in Asia. I am proud to announce the winning team is, can we give them a round of applause? And I do want to invite all of you in the House to give a rousing round of applause to the team that made a very hard case against the motion. So as the seconds tick away, my closing comments. I shared this on LinkedIn. Did you know that a debate is crucial because it plays a vital part in society across the planet? It encourages critical thinking. It exposes the audience present to diverse perspectives, and it helps refine ideas on a particular topic, and we all know what the topic is today. Is the debate solely about winning or losing? Well, I would argue that the broader purpose most certainly, and is evident today, extends beyond mere victory. I'm very proud to be part of the eco-business format, and I want to say this in front of all of you. Thank you so much, Jessica, for keeping this in the format. Thank you, everyone. Round of applause for the two teams again. So, can we take the group picture, everybody? And we'll include Riza in the shot. Oh. Okay. Move on one side.
Thank you again to Augustine. Yeah, no worries. We're all taking the right side today. Thank you again to Augustine and our speakers for that very spirited debate. I think we all enjoyed that. And now Augustine is off to see the Pope. Good luck with that. So for the next item on our agenda, we are delighted to be introducing a special fireside chat curated in partnership with Singapore Institute of Directors. The fireside chat is going to be moderated by Franziska Zimmermann, Director for Sustainability and Climate Strategy at Temasek and ESG Committee member of SID. And this will be on the important topic of board governance, stewardship for a global transition. I'll just invite Franziska to take the stage. And then joining her are our distinguished speakers. We have Mark Christopher Greaves, Chairman of ComfortDelGro Corporation. Mark, thank you. And joining him is Attorney Federico Tancongo, Senior Vice President and Chief Compliance Officer and Head of Compliance and Legal Department at BDO Unibank. Please join me in welcoming our speakers on stage. And Franziska, I'll pass the time over to you now.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you so much. And we have actually a very difficult task, not just figuring out what is the right seating arrangement for us, but also I think after this rousing debate, I think our house is really hot and we need to probably make sure that now the fire has been lit, we need to keep up that fire. I'm very pleased to be here today to have that fireside chat with my two colleagues, Mark and Federico, around why and how we must change the climate in the boardroom. There were very big and rich discussions in the morning, as I understand. We heard about the need to go faster on climate, yet also about how this is so difficult against the challenges of the geopolitical environment that we're in. We heard that the new regulations that have come on board is raising the game, is raising the stakes for both at corporates, but also for financial institutions. And it's not surprising that regulators get into the game, and I think the debate has just shown it. Every day we are surrounded by the news of climate disasters, biodiversity loss, how pollution is affecting human health. So these are issues that need to be dealt with. And one of my peer colleagues in the asset owner community uses the word, these are 21st century opportunities and challenges. And I really like that phrase, 21st century challenges and opportunities, because it really brings home the point that it's no longer the remit of the CSR team, no longer the remit just of the sustainability team in companies, but actually it's now a matter where the boards need to get into the game. Not surprisingly, also as investors, we're looking more closely at how companies are governing and managing those issues, and trying to see how well company boards are equipped to deal with sustainability. But to many boards, this is new. There is no established playbook on how to do it. So what we would like to get done today is really to unpack this and leverage on Mark and Federico's rich experience in interacting with board, being part of board, on how can we do this effectively and how can we get to it. But first, I know this is a very interactive crowd, so I want to bring you into the game. If you could go back to your Slido, we would like to ask you, essentially, what do you think that boards should be focused on today to accelerate our global transition? So I'll give you all a minute to put in your thoughts, and we're going to have a word cloud appear on the screen of what you think is the most important thing for boards to focus on. First answers are coming in. I see building capacity, I see accountability, transition risks, nature, grandchildren, interesting, strategy and investments, impact, climate, nature coming in strongly. Next priority, lead by action, responsibility, KPIs. Strategy and investments, being on the ground, measures, discipline, governance structure, courage, technology, internal leadership. Very good. Capital allocation, trust, non-financial returns, net zero strategy, empowering the team, pragmatic trade-offs, transition portfolio. Awesome, awesome inputs. I really like this. It's a diverse tapestry of things that really sets the stage for us to jump into the debate. And I would like to maybe start off with you, Federico. In your role, you're actually quite uniquely placed. You have your own board, But as I understand, you have 27 subsidiaries within the bank, so you're also responsible for interacting with the boards of your subsidiaries. Do you agree with these priorities? Is there anything in those priorities that are important to you?
I don't agree you can have this many priorities. When the word first came in the 1800s, priority means one. There's no such thing as priorities. You focus on a few, you can accomplish more. The more you have, it will all be shallow. But I agree with building capacity, because if there's anyone that makes things overcome inertia, it's building capacity, and that's part of the board, and that's governance. And governance is the intersection of integrity, discipline, and humility. And that's how you see, and until you see it that way, it's not governance. It is not about a program or even assigning stuff. Unless your approach to the BCP of climate change is already part of your BAU, it is not something that you do, it is something that you are. And that has to be led by the board. I know we had a debate this morning on whether it should be top-down, down-up. This thing has to be top-down because money is involved.
Interesting. Would you agree with this, Mark? Does it need to be top-down? Is it a priority?
I think it goes both ways, doesn't it? It's top-down and it's kind of bottom-up, and hopefully it all meets in the middle, because what you need to have is complete buy-in from the organization as a whole. So it's all very well to effectively load the responsibility on the board, and the board must lead, must show the leadership, and must instill, I think, the right mindset into the organization, into the culture and value of the organization, so much so that it's absolutely critical upon first being attracted to the organization, that one of the reasons why you are so attracted to it is because it has such values. And they come from the top down, but they also start at the bottom and they work their way up. And I think one of the issues that one has at the moment is with the sort of the space in between, if you like, at the board level, at the governance level. We have rules to follow. We have regulations, which we've just been talking about. We have regulations, we have structures, we have recognized ways of recognized sets of rules and of codes that really guide our conduct and guide the way that we measure and the way that we prioritize. And when you have young people in an organization who are relatively new to it, they will bring, in fact, a lot of youthful, innovative thinking with them, which tends to be more modern, it tends to be more forward-thinking, it tends to be without baggage, and that's always very helpful. What you've got to find is that middle ground that has to be pushed by the top, but also that has to be educated by the bottom. So we're very fortunate at Comfort Delgro. We have an amazing sustainability team, some of whom are here today. It always strikes me as quite extraordinary that the average age seems to be, in the low 20s, if not possibly the late teens, and that even goes to the Sustainability Committee, and the chair of our Sustainability, who is, of course, Jessica herself, who is the youngest member of our board by quite some way. And I think we've got so much to learn from that kind of entry level, if you like, into the organization. And that will help, I think, for the education of everybody from that level up. And the leadership comes from the top level down.
Okay. I think it's both. It has to be both, but it has to be also begin with the board. Imagine the board as breaking the ground open so the thoughts from below can come up. I come from an organization that we are a conglomerate of 27 corporations. I'm on top, I'm in charge of not just sustainability office under me, but also corporate governance office. But see, if the board is not with you on this ride, they become your biggest obstacle because you need money. And what we do is when you have the board, they have to be the champions. It's almost if I may refer, biblical. God does not ask for volunteers. He first looks for the champions, and then he gives you the assignment. In this case, the assignment is there. We have to look for the champions. But the new champions will have to begin with the board. But we have to unearth the new champions, because Gen Z and the millennials, they are sustainability natives. You don't have to argue with them. They are the ones arguing with their parents. And we need to find that. We have to find those things out, because they are the ones without the structure. But we need to put structure so that whatever ideas we have, we can execute. We can execute now, we can execute for long term. The board has to come in also. The greatest inertia is education and self-awareness. That self-awareness has to begin with the board, which has usually the oldest people. These are the people, there are a lot of the seniors, what we refer to them are people who are in the pre-departure area, holding their boarding passes, but they have the institutional memory. They knew what we stand, what we are about. But they can build that culture. They have to open it up. But that's also scary, because the board has to listen to fresh ideas and be ready to let go, because one of the things that the board must understand, as what one author has written, what got you here will not get you there. Or what got you here will kill you over there. So you have to be ready and humble to work with everyone in your organization, but it's leveraging everyone in your organization. And unless you start to lead, you don't even know who's ready to walk with that ride with you.
Have you seen any successful models or examples of where that has been done, where you had fresh ideas presented to the board and the board was amazing in embracing it, or the other way around, was giving pushback, and perhaps the initiative has not died but has been made better and brought back to the board? Any examples?
The only reason I can say that is I saw it in our bank. So we have, first we wanted to make as broad as possible, capacitize the board with as broad as many people, and to curate who will be in that board. And even especially when we are senior management, sometimes when we bring a new senior management, their ideas can actually change some of our infrastructure. That's painful. And having to be very quick that we are not caught up in a sunk cost problem. There was at one point we were making this new building, and it turned out, because we practically own many of the properties in the area, it was better to build a campus. But we were already halfway in the price of creating that building. We decided that was not a bad investment, but there was a better investment. We had to destroy that building and start all over again. But then we found out that that was better. But see, when you are quick to execute, we see immediately if something is a mistake, so you don't increase your eventual cost. But when you get fresh new ideas, you really have to start tinkering with those ideas, because sometimes something can actually change your infrastructure or a mindset. But that is costly, and that will always be painful.
For our part, we are always taking ideas from the sustainability people in the organization who come and address the board on a regular basis. And it has contributed significantly to crafting some of the strategic turns that we've taken, some of the directions that we've gone in areas such as electric vehicles as a service, EV charging as a service, autonomous vehicles, where we've been able really to absorb what has come out of the sustainability process and say, well, yeah, we can do, not only can we significantly increase our actual sustainability contribution to the communities that we work in, but we can actually improve our financial performance at the same time. And that's the ultimate holy grail, if you like, if you can find something which actually genuinely is an addition to a community's sustainability journey, but also adds to the bottom line. And I think one of the roles of the board and of the chair in particular is to kind of navigate that path between what's good for the stakeholders as a whole and what's good for just that one group of stakeholders, namely the owners. And in a public listed corporation such as ComfortDelGro, we have investors who need returns. They aren't there just because they love zero emission targets. They are there because they have to themselves justify their existence to their own fund providers, to their own pension pot holders, and that requires dividends. It requires steady growth over time. But we're fortunate in that, generally speaking, we are able to count on fairly long-term shareholders and on high-quality shareholders who support us because we work very, very hard on navigating that relatively narrow path that I mentioned, which is the interests of the company in its totality, the holistic interests of the company. So all the communities that we engage with, all of our stakeholders, our employees, our suppliers, our customers, and the other side of the path is our investors. And if you get that balance wrong, you can find that it can be pretty disastrous. I'm reminded of a slightly light-hearted, a rare light-hearted moment in the worst of the pandemic lockdown, when there was a rather good cartoon which appeared in the Daily Telegraph in the UK by a cartoonist called Matt, I think it was. And it showed the chairman of British Airways looking out over Heathrow, which of course isn't actually owned by British Airways, it's owned by British Airports Authority, but his aeroplanes fly in and out of Terminal 5 all the time, right? So he's staring out at the runways at Terminal 5, and there is, of course, nothing happening because of lockdown. But his door bursts open, and in comes the head of his sustainability office, who says, "There's good news. We're now officially a zero-emission airline." So we managed the zero-emission journey, but we sure aren't making any money at that particular point. So you can satisfy some of the people all of the time, all of the people some of the time, but you've got to try to just keep it moving in a way that is balanced between the interests of all those different stakeholders. And that's a tricky journey.
Yeah, I understand that dichotomy, but in our head, in all of this discussion, including leadership of the board, ESG, being a critical player in transition finance, is this. The metric that matters to all of the stakeholders, of course, is business performance. We have not become a charitable institution. We were the first to issue a blue bond in Asia Pacific. If we were ahead by a week, we would have been ahead. We would have been the first in Asia. But see, we do not change. We do not believe in incentives in getting this kind of a funding, because we want this to be part of BAU, that this is part of good business. The transition, the first transition, is in the mindset of the board, which begins from mere compliance to becoming an advocacy to becoming legacy. And that's why from wearing the lenses of compliance, you dispose of that lens. On the left lens, you see risk. On the other lens, you see opportunity. That's why in the early part of the year, our sustainable finance framework, where we invest, where we lend, it was about 10 categories. Our board increased it to 27. We have adopted water as our specific advocacy, whether it's plastics, whether it's sanitation, we adopted that. And we raised bonds. And we know that the money is there. It's the projects that are not. The government-approved projects that are not. We tried to raise 5 billion pesos. We got 67. In the last 2 years, we have raised it 3 times. But we are running out of projects to give it to. Now, when they ask us, why don't you give us incentives so that we can... That's not a problem. We did not give incentives. You cannot... Based on the terms, you cannot separate this from our normal business. Because until it becomes a normal business, it's like our diet. For as long as you call it a diet, you'll go back to it. If your only target is to wear to wear what you want to wear because it becomes summer. No, it is your day to day. It can only come day to day if it is part of your portfolio and it is still business, because we believe good governance and ESG is sound business.
Let me press you a bit on that point, right? And it's the point around time frames. I think everybody recognizes a business is there also to make returns. I think, generally that's an accepted principle. But the question is, does it need to be short term? Is the returns expectation longer term? How do you manage that? In your case, Federico, when I follow your argument, you would say, if Jessica came to you and say, well, I have this idea about flying electric taxis, the technology is there, it's starting to become mature, you would say, okay, this is not making money today, I'm not going to do it. Whereas Mark, perhaps, you might take a different approach as well and say, well, actually, this may make money over time, let's explore. Can you just comment a bit on this longer term? How do you balance also innovation and investments into innovation, into future business?
There are always short-term, long-term, and medium-term results. Not all of them are immediately commercial. Like in the first part is you have to bring your clients in your journey. Because until they understand what their role is, when we give them a loan, this time the discipline is a little harder. You have to hire certain experts. There are reports that you need to make. There's an impact report that I need to see, not at the end of the expiry of the loan, but while you are moving, I need to know that our commitments, I need to be able to watch you, and you need to be able to watch yourself. Now, the first part is educating them. The three is, then you educate them, you equip them. But then, in the short term, it's really bringing them to the journey. 80% of our hard work was really making them understand what this is about. The moment our employees understood what this was all about, then the ideas came very fast, and they latched onto it, and they understood. But that part is the most difficult part. There is medium-term part, the infrastructure. The infrastructure, so when the loans, this all-capacity building, so that when the loans come, then we are able to curate which one we do. We cannot be everything to everybody. We have to leverage on what are we good at, and then we focus on that, and then we go after it. And we understand that this sustainable finance is about moving an ecosystem. It's not just our client, it's also the community where our client stays. And it is also our own people. You have to move those things together, not one after the other. And you better be good at execution.
We do a lot of things that don't make money in the short term. We even do quite a lot of things that don't make money in the medium term. But we work on them, and if they don't make money, we're generally doing them not because we intend them to make money by themselves on their own, as standalone type projects, but because we intend to benefit from the learning experience, and we aim to integrate what we've learned into our mainstream activities, and therefore to benefit the bottom line of those mainstream activities. And that would include adjacencies to our fundamental basic travel business, to our buses, to our taxis, to our trains, and in areas particularly related to doing things better. So it's going to be involving technology, adoption of new technologies, improvement of current technologies, and this is something which the board, I think, takes quite a, I mean, relaxed is the wrong word, but has a fairly broad approach to that. Things do not need to be immediately profitable and providing a particular return on equity, or they don't have to be necessarily in excess of WACC, and in fact you can afford to carry losses in some things for quite some time. We have incorporated a specific vehicle called CDG Ventures, which is an in-house development capital bucket of money, which we allocate solely to funding innovative new transport and mobility adjacencies which are leading drivers of future sustainability, particularly for urbanization and urban mobility. And that's something that we've found extremely useful as a seeding ground for ideas that then get incorporated into our mainstream business. So whilst there's always that eye, as you say, to not being ourselves a charitable organization, quite a lot of things happen that might well give you the impression that that's not the case at the entity level or at the unit level. And we engage with communities in a way that is fundamentally, bottom line wise, quite costly. Indeed, I made reference earlier to the Comfort Delgro Sustainability team, some of whom are hopefully still here, haven't left yet. And if you think, cast your mind back 25 years ago, there was no sustainability team, there was no sustainability theme, there was no sustainability activity, and hence, guess what? There was no sustainability cost. There was no governance of sustainability, there was no reporting of sustainability, there was no measuring, there was no monitoring. I mean, it's kind of like this entire sustainability machinery has emerged over the past quarter of a decade. It's obviously costly, you only have to look at the headcount, but it's actually in itself a positive investment that we have made and that we continue to make, because we know that its contribution to our bottom line is not what it does itself. It isn't per se a profit center, but it's what it brings to the organization as a whole. And it's what our investors increasingly are expecting to see. So it's a question of aligning what we do with what our investors would like us to do. And then we feel that we have the right kinds of investors because they are buying into our whole story, and they feel they've got the right kind of investments because they bought into and they are supporting a company that listens to what they want to see happen and actually engages with that and makes it happen. I mean, I took the precaution of actually printing something out, which I'm now just going to read to you briefly, if I may. And this is my crib sheet. I'm not going to read you the whole thing. I'm just going to read you the sort of key bits. What is, in corporate governance and the board of directors roles, what is the role of the board in its approach to sustainable finance? Right? Now, this is quite interesting. It was written by somebody whose name will be well known to everybody in this room. The role of the board can be summarized really in 5 points: strategic oversight, risk management, approval of policies and frameworks, monitoring and accountability, and stakeholder engagement. All stakeholders, obviously, including the shareholders. What is the role of corporate governance? Well, similarly, 5 points: policy development, transparency and reporting, regulatory compliance, internal controls and audits, ethics and integrity. Now, how does all of that take you to sustainable finance and unlocking sources of sustainable finance, which ultimately is what this conference really is all about? Well, if you integrate sustainable finance into your strategy as a company, this will truly guide you and steer you towards your own sustainability goals and to meeting them. And the key options, obviously, are things that people in this room are very familiar with, like green bonds and investments and ESG metrics generally, but all these things contribute to long-term value creation. So, to finish reading, if I may, in essence, the board provides strategic oversight and approval, while corporate governance structures ensure that sustainable finance practices are implemented effectively and transparently. Together, these play a vital role in guiding and shaping a company's approach to sustainable finance, ensuring it is both strategic and compliant. Now, that's the end of the thought piece that I wanted just to read to you, and I've only read you the key highlights. But it is written by someone we've hardly heard mentioned today, which is artificial intelligence. This is in fact written by ChatGPT, verbatim. Now, I find that that's a little bit dry. To me, it just regurgitates Wikipedia or stuff like that. The reason I wanted to bring it up is because I find quite surprising that today we've barely heard mention of AI. Now, many of the challenges which I think we face, frankly, globally in sustainability, AI can be a really powerful enabler if we allow it to do its job. Now, there was brief reference to it in terms of the nature of regulation in Singapore from our debate that we've just had. And I don't think you really needed AI to tell you that Singapore is the most regulated country in Southeast Asia. But obviously, China would probably be one of the most regulated countries in Asia if we broadened the geographic remit. I don't think we needed AI to tell us that, but I think we can make an awful lot of mileage out of harnessing AI, in particular in data collection, in data evaluation, in the entire sustainability journey that we've been talking about today. But it leaves out, I think, the humanistic aspect. And this is what I think I would say about the role of corporate governance and the board in this journey. It's the board itself that has to champion the integration of sustainability actually in everything the organization does. Okay, so it's not just a sort of niche thing called sustainability. Now, we have a sustainability team, yes, and I said they're not a profit center, but that's because they're a part of every single thing that the organization does. They are embedded in effectively every activity the Comfort Delgro Corporation is engaged in. And the most important thing is that the leadership of that team and the guidance it gets from your sustainability committee, which we still believe to be a critical part of our governance structure, we think that is absolutely crucial, and it's the people who matter. We are absolutely blessed in Comfort Delgro to have Jessica doing her bit for us, because she really is an icon in this particular field, not just in Singapore, but frankly, globally. But our team, led by Jonathan Chong and his people, are also just quite extraordinary, and I cannot sing their praises too highly. And yet they're not a profit center. Now, isn't that remarkable? Because normally you should be singing the praises of the highest scoring salesman of the year, or the guy who heads the business unit that has the highest return on capital, and you'd give him more money to do this and the other with. But no, this organization's core is this activity. And on our own zero emission journey, which we're pretty well advanced on, I mean, we crossed the line this year, and we got 50% of our total fleet worldwide is low emission vehicles, and growing all the time, of course. In our journey, they are absolutely critical and will continue to be, and the board wholeheartedly embraces that and has to. In times gone by, boards would be quite difficult about spending money on things that don't actually themselves make money. So even if you cast your mind way back over the years, internal audit used to be a sort of hated group of people, but they're now rather embraced. But sustainability, absolutely embraced.
Two things. You said two things. Embed it. It's the board's job to champion it and to integrate it. In our case, we have a steering committee for sustainability, but the board takes ownership. How did we do that? We spread out the work of sustainability across our 4 boards. Our executive committee, our board audit committee, our risk committee, and our corporate governance committee. Our 11 directors are spread across their 4 committees, so you cannot be a member of the board without your hands getting dirty, because it's in the details that becomes difficult. One, the board audit committee is on top of compliance and internal audit. They are the ones who make sure that whatever we said, whether our targets or our public statements, that they are able to watch that we're on track. Our risk committee, they look at it from the point of view of lens and stress testing and trying to see the risk of the investments or the lending. But then also, we have our corporate governance committee that goes over our sustainability report after it has aligned with international standards. And then also, our ExCom that looks, now every time when you submit a loan proposal or investment proposal, there is always a line as to the impact on ESG. So that's part of every investment and credit decision. Now, a true test of all of this is what do you do when you go through a pandemic like the last pandemic? That is where we saw, and our board shown, including our senior management, and in the middle of the pandemic, we never stopped declaring the dividends. Not only that, we ensured that we have the ability to execute. You can have all of the strategy that you want, but if you cannot execute, it's not going to waste. We were able to execute and kept 95% of our branches open, and we approached everything on two rails, digital and physical. We call it the phygital strategy. We were on the ground. So when line is down, our bank was there. We are in 95% of the municipalities of the Philippines. So we knew what was happening there. And because we were physically present, and then we added, actually in the middle of the pandemic, we added 100 more branches. We grew our IT. That is because there was a downtime of a lot of things. That is when our board studied artificial intelligence. In the last 2 years, in our annual board governance committee, we actually brought in Gartner, we brought in Boston Consulting. We went through 4 hours every year to find out how does it align with business, because we agree. It enables the human factor. So we studied what's the impact in relationship management, what's the impact on backdoor operations, because everything then it comes to the bottom line. Because if we cannot protect the bottom line for all stakeholders, then our sustainability project cost the non-sustainability of the bank. That cannot happen. So in the middle of the pandemic, that's what happened. And then we prepared. We knew that we had to prepare. Even without knowing when the pandemic will lift, we will not go back to restart all over again. No, we restarted in the middle of the pandemic. So when the veil is lifted, we are already flying. We split our operation into two, so that if I have a unit with 5 officers, one part is we have 2 head offices, so that when one unit is down by COVID or one unit is down, it is on a different electric grid, the other unit, if you start a report on one side, the other unit can go. So and now that the pandemic has lifted, we are keeping that. We will not, it's like embedding your BCP into your BAU. You must be able, can you imagine having 2 offices, but then on the other part, when during BCP scenarios, you are able to deliver BAU results. That's sustainability.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting point. I mean, similarly, during pandemic, we kept our buses going, we kept our taxis going. There were serious challenges, but clearly people, critical frontline workers and so on, still had to get to what they needed to do. So despite those difficulties, significant measures are put in place. And we're not so much now talking sustainability per se, we're talking, as you say, BCP and how you keep things going. But as a crucial part of a community network, as you are at BDO, so we are at Comfort with SBS buses and with our own taxis. Keeping things moving is absolutely critical, and keeping things moving sustainably is even better.
So, and this is what I hear, right, from both of you, is that stakeholder engagement, that connectivity with the key stakeholder, be it your customers, the community, the employees, the broader society, is absolutely critical in order to also be able to keep the license to operate, to get the support, to be able to move forward. I would like to segue here into that conversation around also the regulatory pressures, right? We've heard a lot about new regulations coming on board. We heard a lot, even though they might seem to be voluntary frameworks like TNFD and so forth, it is quasi-regulation. We have a lot of disclosure rules. It's something where I would like to get your perspective on is like, how do you manage through all of these new regulations? And what are also some of the approaches that you take as the board, perhaps to engage with regulators, where some of those things may seem to not really match the reality of your business or the reality of how you can implement this? I see also our technical team has put up the Slido code, so please, to the audience, if you do have questions for our panel, feel free to log them here. We have a quarter hour left on our time, so we will be happy to take some of those questions as well. But with this backdrop, perhaps the point on regulations, I don't know whether any of you would like to weigh in on this.
Sure. A quick word, first of all, of thanks to Romy for her excellent question. I mean, we do engage very actively with younger generations and future generations, but we also engage extremely actively with our employees and with our trade unions, which is the National Transport Workers Union. Because here in Singapore we have this tripartisan model, and we therefore have a sort of element of the European type structure that we don't necessarily have, an actual bus driver as such on the board of directors, but we do have a union appointed person on the board of directors, a gentleman called Steve Tan, who's Secretary General of the National Security Workers Union, I think. And we've always had that type of structure, so we work closely with government, with the ministries, with the Ministry of Transport, with Land Transport Authority, but also with the employee groups. But on the sustainability front, we are hugely engaged with our younger users and communities through social media, through also actual physical type engagement events in communities and in various new towns and near our depots and so on. And we have a whole range of activities that involve the families that we serve, because we have kind of a vision of Comfort Delgro as being a large global family. So we're a large global family of companies, but each of our companies is itself a family for the people who work there, for the people who use their services, for the people who get on the bus, get on the train, get in the taxis, whatever it may happen to be. And we kind of embrace them. We engage very, very significantly with our communities and work with them. And that to us is really critical. We have a social mission. After all, public transport is kind of a public good. It's not free in Singapore for anybody, and that's because the Singapore philosophy is that if something is free, it's going to be wasted ultimately. There's got to be some charge for it. But it's extremely affordable, and our mission is to make it reliable, safe, and actually enjoyable. And we want people to really sort of have a quasi-lifestyle experience when they get on one of our driverless trains, for example, which have the downtown line has the world's highest reliability record, in the sense that it has the largest number of mean kilometers between failures at 8-point-something million kilometers, mean kilometers between failures, which is absolutely remarkable.
Yeah, if I may. To the question, have you considered giving a seat? There were 3 questions. One, Francisca's question was on the regulators. We do regulatory engagement. In regulatory engagement, we go beyond our regulator in the Philippines. We look at what the other regulators, which are the peg for our regulator, like MAS or HKMA. We try to see where the trends are. And actually, when we do adopt policies and when we do adopt strategy, we look to the region. Because if our regulator is headed there, we will be able to help them and give them data on our own experiment. We don't wait for our regulators. And we work with them. We work with them in coming up in regulatory advocacy on what we think will be helpful. The other part on giving a seat to generation or nature, we have intentionally made sure, when we look at the composition of the board, ensure that we have people, one of our independent directors came from World Wildlife Fund, and had an exposure to different organizations involving sustainable finance and also transition finance. We also, one of our independent directors that we acquired is a person that has worked with IFC and spent 20 years in the Philippines involved in ESG. And we actually reach out to the UN to be able to do certain things. Our conversation will involve local because our context is local. But since we are part of a region, we need to understand what's happening there. And so we need that articulation at the board level because also they have a view that we will not have from our own government, across multi-organizational. So we actually pursue them and actually we listen to them. And then this is the area, and then in terms of the young generation, we have a very, very young workforce. And some of them very young, but they are already in management. So we get to hear them. And the board engages on strategic meetings with those who are new, who bring in new ideas. But our board they themselves must go to the pain of understanding what's happening. Like what was said was AI. It's powerful, but it can also be dangerous. Cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is what keeps any bank awake at night. Our board has to go through and understand the dark web. They have to understand, they have to get an answer as to what happened to CrowdStrike. While CrowdStrike was happening, we are already engaging our board and making reports in the middle of it. They know what's happening. They know what resources are affected. They know that in 48 hours we will be back on our feet.
Yeah, just to add to that, yes, I mentioned that we engage with people like the LTA and the Ministry of Transport. And on the regulatory front, that's to have the dialogue and to try and sort of, if we can, to frame the so-called the narrative and to get things moving in the direction that we'd like it to move in. For example, in the trade-offs between regulated taxis against private hire vehicles, this kind of thing. So there's a constant dialogue going on, and as you know, there's currently a review of the P2P sector in Singapore being undertaken by the LTA. But how do you do this? Much the same way as you mentioned, Federico, there. When it comes to the regulatory side, we are effectively always ahead of the regulation. So if something needs to be done by 2026, we'll do it by 2025. So that we're ahead of the game and ready for the next upgrade, ready for the next move. And that kind of keeps you on your toes.
Yeah, the other part, if we call the board the champions of sustainability, and actually the champion of everything, it's the fact that their attitude towards technology and the attitude towards innovation. The attitude towards innovation. Like in our case, by intention, it is very rare that we are the first mover. We are an innovator of version 5. Allow others to test certain ideas, gets what the best of an idea. When we see somebody coming up and we understand where they are at, we try to look at what's working with that. We pick it up and we improve it 5 times over. But we only do that if we have the capacity and the bandwidth to execute. So that when we execute, even if you're ahead of the game, we will be able to catch up because we can do it, as our title says, we can do it at speed and we can do it at scale. And until we get there, we will not jump on the bandwagon.
Great. I think there's a question around priorities. So obviously, every board has many competing priorities. How do you look at this and balance between them, right? And how do you decide, is it more important to look after climate change or nature or water? Or what is it? How do you balance also sustainability topics with all the other topics? And I think another related question to that I see log is that existing management structures are actually geared towards everything that's profit making. How do you not just, as a signal from the top, say climate is important, nature is important, all sustainability topics are important, but actually can also ensure that the management systems are adapted to able to be embracing this. You talk about it's important to focus on execution and so forth, but how in practice do you do that?
Okay, it is part of the regular agenda. See, when you have a board, you have an agenda, right? And you have other matters. Before other matters, there's always a topic on what is happening here. It will involve what's happening in the market. It will involve, are we actually achieving what we're trying to do? Are we putting our money where we should put our money? In the board committees, it is always part of the regular agenda. Actually, it is always last because usually it's the longest because new ideas are being introduced. You cannot put it. We made the mistake in our risk committee of putting that in front, but since everybody was excited to discuss it, it bumped off the rest of the agenda. So we became wise. It is part of the agenda, but before other matters.
Do you have KPIs?
Again?
Do you have KPIs?
Yes, of course.
KPIs
Of
for
course.
sustainability as well?
Yes. Yes.
And also about management compensation, that might be another one of those levers.
Yeah, I mean, we incorporate sustainability metrics in our senior management compensation calculations and KPIs. And that forms part of the long-term incentive plans, yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So maybe to
It's
that
an element
question
of it.
about how do you adapt the management systems, that system of KPIs, the system of internal reporting, the accountability, plus the incentive through
Well,
compensation.
it creates the skin in the game, as it were, and the sort of that little degree of self-interest. But the question of how do you balance sustainability as investment versus sustainability as expense is something that effectively we spoke a little bit about 20 odd minutes ago. But you don't really see it as expense. You see it as an integral part of the organization. And for the board priorities and the time spent on discussing these priorities, as you were just saying, it's a rather strange phenomenon that actually you notice board agendas and board timetables are roughly the same now, in my experience, as they were 20 years ago. But 20 years ago, you were talking essentially solely about the commercial issues, about the business. Now, in the same time frame, you are devoting probably at least 50% of the time to sustainability type issues, workplace safety and health, ESG generally. So the amount of time actually devoted, therefore, to the business and reviewing where the business has underperformed or overperformed in the previous quarter has been reduced dramatically. And I think boards have come to realize actually there's not much merit really in talking about what's happened in the past 3 months because it's pointless. It's going to happen. You want to be talking about what's going to happen in the next 3, 6, 12 months and beyond, and the strategies that you need to tweak, to adopt and adapt in various ways in order to achieve what you're aiming to get to, and that is much better informed by such things as learning about AI and discussing how it can contribute to your business. I mean, we, for example, we've rolled out predictive maintenance on our train network. So we use AI to tell us when something is soon going to break down, and we replace it in advance so that it doesn't break down, which explains the 8 million mean kilometers between failures I was talking about. And that's a highly, highly valuable addition to our overall armory when we are bidding overseas for new tenders, for new train contracts or new bus contracts, the ability to show that you have an extremely reliable operating track record. Now, that's come out of innovation, it's come out of board open thinking about what we can do and what we should invest in. It costs money to create that kind of development within your business that may not be immediately profitable, but ultimately adds to the totality of what you are bringing to the products and services that you sell. So I think boards have become much more forward-looking, and that needs to continue, and if anything, to accelerate, because the pace of change is now so rapid, and we all know Moore's law, and it doesn't appear to be stopping. So the speed of adoption and the speed of time to market of new of new products that are internet-based is just astonishing, and that is affecting everybody's outlook.
And that goes to the earlier comment on board composition and perhaps the need to also think very, progressively about what is the right composition of the board, what are the skills we need to bring in, and how do we make sure that we have the right counsel around us. And I think there was one comment that was saying, across Asia, there's a trend of advisory boards on sustainability coming online, right? Is that a possible avenue for boards to get additional advice, an additional way of getting inputs, and so forth? I know you have an internal sustainability committee. I know you mentioned your own champions that you brought into your board, people with background in conservation organizations, with experience in labor rights and so forth. So bringing the expertise to the board is one of the ways, but also extending the expertise through advisory board may be another one.
Well, it's I think fascinating to see, and this takes us back 50 minutes, I think, to when we actually opened this particular discussion, that the board, in our case, the board has learnt an enormous amount from the youthful members of the sustainability and ESG teams. It's quite remarkable. And you have a board which is not itself sort of Gen Z or whatever they're called, but that really does listen because they can see the value of what's being brought to the table, to the boardroom table, by these much younger professionals presenting areas that they don't know about and they want to learn. So actually our board is very, very keen to have more time spent on the sustainability piece on a regular basis, workplace safety and health, community engagement. And it becomes less about driving buses and taxis and much more about how we're part of this changing environment that we all live in and want to contribute to as well as take from. So it's a holistic type of approach, but it's changing its nature and its composition all the time and becoming much more sort of community-based, a community of the people who work for you, a community of the people who supply goods to you, all of your stakeholders, all of your customers. They're all kind of part of the same journey. It's not the board telling people what to do. It's a very collaborative process, and I think that's absolutely critical.
Yeah, two things, composition and sustainability. We have as I said, we spread out the work of sustainability across the board. So there is ownership on different aspects of sustainability. There's ownership and distributed accountability. But they are supported by a unit that's under me, which is our sustainability office. That is where we have all our Gen Zs and the millennials. People have actually worked and have done in community work, exposed to community work. They have actually are divers who used to be part of activist group. They are in that and they support the board. So they work together with that. In terms of board composition, we really have to curate, and because we ensure that the members of our board, most of, in terms of diversity and inclusion, we have, out of our 11-member boards, we have 3 women, including the chair. And our bank itself, we have 43,000 employees, 75% of that are women. And women are in 59% of senior management and in revenue-generating roles. Now, when we take a look at our board, most of them will have grown in the Philippines because they need to understand context. They grew up in the Philippines, they went to Ivy League schools, we are fairly represented with Harvard, Yale, Princeton, but a whole lot of Wharton people in our board. But across, and also different disciplines, from engineers to lawyers to accountants, even people who have worked with government. We actually have an ex-senator who used to be the chair of the Senate Finance Committee and who used to be our Secretary of Labor and Secretary of Justice. And then we have a distribution. So we want to make sure, and we have people from industry who used to be the head of the Philippine Chinese Chamber of Commerce. We need to have all of that, so we have it from all points of view. Well, one thing we cannot use is we hired this person because he is a fit to the board. We are not looking for a fit. We need people to disturb our board. So we know what we are becoming blind to. And so that composition is very, very important. It takes us time. When there's a vacancy, it really takes us time, together with the nominations committee, which my unit also supports. That's why it's strange. All of these are under me compliance. It does not, I said this is very bad for optics. People will think it's about minimum compliance. It's not about compliance, because this is about policing what we promised ourselves, and policing what we made, the declarations that we've made, and policing to ensure that we pass this on, including institutional memory. And so but the composition of the board is mission critical.
Yeah, a strategic issue for sure. Unfortunately, we are out of time. There has been so many questions logged still. We could go on, I think, another hour, honestly, but I'm sure the eco-business team will find a way of collecting those questions, having conversations with both of you, with any other board members, and, you know, sort of feedback to this community, some additional insights, and also inspire us continuously through their engagements with the broader community as well on what we can do to elevate that role of the board and make it very effective. So with this, thank you very much. It's been an inspiring discussion, so thank you for being with us. Thank you, Ecobusiness, for hosting this incredible session.
Thank you, Francisco.
You have a last
Thank you,
word.
Francisco.
Okay, I was going to say, Mark, you have a last word. But if there's anything you would want to share as a last word, what is the most critical thing you're going to take on after today?
Inclusiveness, diversity, so much to talk about, which we've barely touched on, but ultimately passion. I think the whole sustainability ESG piece is about people, and people having a passion to deliver it. And if they don't care very much about the bottom line, well, that's fine, that's not their job. It's the board's job to walk that narrow pathway that I've referred to before that ensures that all the stakeholders are thought of.
Federico?
I agree with the passion part. The board has to be the champion. But see, I disagree with Steve Jobs that it's about passion. Passion is overrated. Passion, true passion, comes from mastery. When you are good at what you do, when you pursue excellence, success will find you. When you are good at what you do, you can execute. All the banks have the same target market. We have the same clients. We have the same strategy. The difference maker is in execution.
This is why an event like this is so critical. It helps us become better masters. So thank you, everybody. And yeah, we conclude with this. We're going to have a short photo taking. So thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you to Francisca and our speakers for that insightful discussion. We will be transitioning to the next segment, which is the TLC launch, and we'll resume very shortly. We'll just give the team a little bit of time to set up. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Sorry, if I could just invite you all to start taking your seats. We'll begin the next segment shortly. If I could just invite everyone to start taking their seats. Hi, good afternoon. Welcome back, everybody. We are now moving on to an exciting segment of our program, the official launch of the Livability Challenge 2025 in partnership with Temasek Foundation. Thank you to all our guests who have joined us here in person and online. We are proud to be launching for the first time ever at Unlocking Capital for Sustainability, the 8th edition of the Livability Challenge. Presented by Temasek Foundation, this is a global sustainability innovation challenge and Asia's largest sustainability solutions platform, where we crowdsource globally for climate and sustainability tech startups with more than $2.5 million in grant funding and investment prizes awarded to selected finalists. To kick us off, we have a special video prepared for you all, so please sit back, relax, and enjoy.
With the 7th year under our belt, TLC would have incubated and supported some 45 startups, distributed more than $10 million in funding, and these startups have gone on to raise hundreds and millions of dollars more.
We provide catalytic funding to the winners to help them produce operational prototypes that are ready for investment. This will help speed up the commercialization of their innovation, thereby helping us protect our planet and our people for generations to come.
At AeroVC, we often look at momentum, and that can come across all sorts of different sectors in a startup. Where do you think you have the most momentum?
This year, we saw a very strong group of finalists in both tracks. All delivered high-quality proposals which aim to solve real-world pressing challenges. Enterprise Singapore is very pleased to partner with Temasek Foundation to support these highly talented innovators to scale and grow their business.
When you buy or take on the raw material, there's some financing cost to it. If you're paying for it, how are you going to finance the raw material?
We love that it's addressing a real problem for the SAF space, and it's a really creative way taking alternative feedstock and turning it into UCO equivalent.
Beyond the money, it allows us to bring new solutions to market in a very realistic way.
The Livability Challenge grand winner for 2024 for climate change goes to GAF.
A lot went into preparing, obviously, our pitch, and a lot of work was also done to look for potential partners here in Singapore. And most importantly, we really spent a lot of time planning our proposal for why we would be a good match for the Livability Challenge.
For the food and nutrition track goes to Cricket One. Huge congratulations to Cricket One for winning the $1 million prize.
All of the finalists in the food and nutrition track this time is very competitive, and a lot of them they come up with a very great solution. So we thought it's like, wow, this is going to be quite a bloody battlefield. So it's still a surprise that we won the final.
I hope you've all enjoyed that video and have gotten a glimpse into the excitement of TLC. Joining us today to launch the 2025 edition of the Livability Challenge is Head of Climate and Livability at Temasek Foundation, Heng Li Liang. Li Liang, could I invite you on stage?
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Li Liang from Temasek Foundation, and very happy to be here today to launch the Livability Challenge 2025. Temasek Foundation is the philanthropic arm of Temasek, a global investment company in Singapore. Our goal is to drive the commercialization of innovative solutions to address sustainability challenges. By connecting research with real-world application, we help bring impactful products and services to the market that benefit communities worldwide. So today, I'm very thrilled to welcome all of you to the launch of the Livability Challenge 2025, or we call it TLC for short. 2024 was an exceptional year for TLC. With the support of over 80 global partners, we received more than 1,000 applications from over 100 countries, the highest number we have seen since TLC began. This growth motivates us to keep the momentum going, ensuring that TLC continues to be a valuable platform for finding climate innovations that prevent us from crossing the critical planetary boundaries. And over the last 7 years, TLC has helped many innovative startups move closer to large-scale commercialization and impact. Let me share one success story today. In 2021, Aquatic, or last time they called it Sea Change, won the grand prize of TLC. With the catalytic support from us, they scaled their electrochemical technology, which remove carbon dioxide from seawater and store it permanently as carbonates. 2 years later, after a successful pilot with PUB, Singapore's National Water Agency, Aquatic secured a $20 million to build a carbon capture system capable of removing 3,650 tons of CO2 annually in Singapore. And just about a few months ago, they announced another 100 million USD partnership with Deep Sky to construct a 100,000 ton per year carbon capture plant in Canada. Stories like these inspire us to continue to seek breakthrough innovations. The need for climate solutions has never been greater. 2024 saw the hottest global temperature on record, and rising emissions are accelerating the threat of crossing critical tipping points. Collective action through policy, investment, and technology is key to achieving net zero by 2050. TLC's mission is to find both mitigation strategies to reduce emissions and adaptation solutions to strengthen our ecosystems against its effects. And this brings us to the focus of TLC 2025. We will be concentrating on two main themes. First, decarbonization. Second, cool Earth. Under decarbonization, we are seeking deep tech solutions that can scale and have a meaningful impact on reducing carbon emission, particularly in hard-to-abate sectors that convert, for example, converting waste into resources, improving energy efficiency, or accelerate the transition to renewable energy. Under Cool Earth, we are looking for both nature-based and technology-based innovations that help mitigate and adapt to extreme weather events, especially heat. We are also open to solutions that provide large-scale cooling benefits. So I'm happy to share that TLC 2025 will continue to offer 2 million Sing dollar in catalytic funding. 2 grant winners will be selected across the 2 teams, and each will walk away with $1 million Sing to kickstart their proof of value pilot in Singapore. We are also proud to welcome Valuance Ventures and the Octave Wellbeing Economy Fund as our strategic partners. They are offering an additional 100,000 Sing dollar investment price each. We look forward to partnering with more like-minded organizations to bring disruptive climate innovations to market. We hope that these opportunities will inspire more innovators to come forward with their game-changing ideas. With that, I'm excited to officially announce that the Livability Challenge 2025 is now open for applications. We look forward to receiving your submissions by 9 of February 2025, and may the best innovation win. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lee Lang, for officially declaring the launch of the Livability Challenge 2025. On behalf of the team, we'd like to thank you for the continued partnership and shared vision over the years. And I speak for the whole team when I say that we're excited to kick off the 8th edition of TLC. And we also hope to see everyone here at the TLC Grand Finale next May at Ecosperity. On that note, we'll be moving on to our closing plenary for today, Bridging the Climate Tech Valley of Death. This is one of our fuller plenaries for today, so as you'll see, the team is setting up the chairs and tables. This discussion will be moderated by Megan See, Director of Partnerships here at EcoBusiness. And joining her on stage are our distinguished speakers. May I please invite you all to come on stage? We have Anders So, Director of Programs at Temasek Foundation. Thank you, Anders. We also have Ashley Tan, Global Head of Sustainability and Social Impact at AWS, Marie Cheong, Founding Partner of Wavemaker Impact, and Celine Tan, Business Development Director at Nandina REM. Megan, I'll pass the time over to you to moderate this panel.
Thanks,
so much, Serena, and thank you everyone for being here. I know some of you have been here since, 8 a.m., 9 a.m., so really thank you for your participation and support. If you need more coffee, you know where to find them. Before I start off, I'm going to do an audience poll just to wake everyone up as usual. Everyone take out your phone, take out your phone, scan the QR code that will be shown on the screen or on your card. And the question is, what is the key to fast-tracking climate tech from research to market in Asia? It's going to be a word cloud, so one word, maybe two words. And same thing as before, the more people put in the same word, the bigger that word will go, okay? While you guys are doing that, I'm going to set the context for today's discussion. Climate tech in Asia has reached a crossroads. While a range of climate technologies are emerging in the region, there's a wide gulf between research and commercialization. This is due to various reasons, among which includes extended product development cycle, where climate tech tends to have a longer development cycle compared to typical tech products, increasing the time required to bring these innovations to market, hence increasing the challenge of commercial viability. There also are regulatory and technical barriers as well, where there exist complex regulatory environments and lack of standardized policies for climate tech, and also the high cost of scaling tech as well, especially for later stage companies that are closer to commercialization. I'm not sure if you guys read the Financial Times early this week and Jessica Stenter's article as well. In the past, I think year, there have been 4 renewable energy companies in the US that has gone bankrupt. And that's the largest number of companies that have happened that has gone into bankruptcy since 2014. And that doesn't really bode well, I think, for the industry. And for Southeast Asia itself, we cover less than 1% of the world's surface, but that region also provides approximately 30% of the global carbon offset supply by 2030 if used correctly. So this also highlights the region's importance in global decarbonization efforts, particularly due to its rich biodiversity and vast forested areas as well. However, climate tech startups, as we know in this industry, often fall through the cracks between early stage venture capital, and large-scale infrastructure investment, hence the term climate value of death, because it's easier for climate companies to get enough funding to get started, but harder once they reach the point where they need to commercialize and need the money to scale. So with that, our panelists here today are going to be posed with various questions, one of which will be, how can we support climate innovations to reach commercial scale? And earlier, Mark from ComfortDelGro stated as well that we haven't talked about artificial intelligence, which we will be doing in this panel. With the advancement of AI, what are the exciting areas of growth for climate innovation? And how can we nurture a thriving ecosystem that deploys patient capital and enables the widespread adoption and scaling of these solutions? With that, I'm going to just turn back to the word cloud here. Funding is a very, very big word. I'm glad because everyone here is going to be talking about funding as well. Pilots, grants, network, venture capital, very, very good words, and we'll be talking about all that too. With that, I'm going to go on to my first question to Anders. You've got vast experience in cross-sector partnerships. What ways can public, private, and non-profit sectors collaborate to bridge this valley of death and ensure that climate tech innovations reach commercialization, especially in this region with so much potential?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining our panel, and really happy to be on discussion with all my fellow panelists today. So, as Li Lang has already mentioned when she was announcing the launch, Temasek Foundation, we are the philanthropic grant maker to support early stage innovations and that are disruptive to help accelerate their commercializations to benefit people and planet. So if you look at the technology life cycle or startup life cycle, you have from ideation, growth to maturity. But at the same time, in parallel, what we actually require is the capital stack. And that's starting all the way from what we call grant funding from like governments, public funding to support early stage research, all the way to angels, to seed, venture capital and private equity, so on, all the way to IPO. So from that's a very key enabling piece, and with different stakeholders and players along the value chain. But more importantly, at the early stage, what we see, that's where risk capital plays a very significant role. And philanthropic organizations like Temasek Foundation, we look at how we can really look at, from an impact-first orientation, help a lot of these startups cross the first valley of death. And this valley of death is by no means just a small bump, but it's really where a lot of startups do not see the light of day, where a lot of these innovations that have already received significant, what we call grant funding, public funding, reach a certain point, but they are not able to cross towards commercialization. So when we think about this approach, catalytic funders like us, we are only I would say, although our funding is not insignificant, but it's actually a drop in the ocean for many of these startups. What we see is we need to actually crowd in more capital in a blended finance multi-stakeholder approach. And that's where public, philanthropic, and private sector come into play. And when we do that, when we involve a lot of these stakeholders, what we see is there's a lot of de-risking of these efforts, and there's also a greater rigor in the kind of pilots, in the kind of projects that we see. Because different stakeholders bring in their different disciplines, whether it's from an investment lens, a viability approach, the technology feasibility, etc. And that's where we can, to collectively help them proceed on a pathway towards commercialization to reach our net zero goals. So just now, when Li Lang already mentioned Aquatic as a good demonstration or showcase, that's where we see different public, private, and philanthropic coming in, from the National Water Agency to co-fund the pilot project with us, to create that testbed environment to enable them to succeed. At the same time, our philanthropic capital gives them that leg up, that boost to de-risk this part of the technology, de-risking efforts. And ultimately, we also see players like Boeing, who have already committed the offtakes of the green hydrogen, the carbon offtakes from the Aquatic project. So from this, you can see how the different players coming together, bringing their expertise, bringing in their resourcing to be able to help this startup succeed. And I think that's what's needed from a collective approach, a blended finance approach, because we have to do it together, and philanthropic funding alone cannot actually address this gap, but collectively we can. So I think that's how we can see it, the approach of helping a lot of these early stage startups reach commercialization.
Thank you so much, Anders. And then speaking of early stage startups, Nandina, Nandina was one of the finalists for the past edition of TLC. Congratulations as well. I'm sure the team has been very busy since then, but also want to take this in the context of Southeast Asia as well. We have such a diverse landscape, from its biodiversity to levels of developments, down to even different legal and regulatory landscape as well. And navigating these different markets can be very challenging for climate tech entrepreneurs. So based on your experience, in your corporate finance life, angel investor, and also now Nandina, what are the key considerations for climate tech entrepreneurs when adapting their solutions to these diverse landscapes?
Hi, thanks for having me. So just to give a little bit of context, I believe I'm the only startup on this panel, so I promise not to go Greta Thunberg on you. I think I'm preaching to the choir already. Nandina is a homegrown Singapore startup, and we reclaim aviation retired critical materials from end-of-life aircraft. And we are an industry first, and we bring these raw materials back into the aviation supply chain or automotive supply chain. So what we do is essentially critical in the aviation industry right now because there is a supply chain crunch. Now, to your question, Megan, on Southeast Asia, I think entrepreneurs in Southeast Asia are currently building differently. So as an example, Nandina, when we started the company, we had a very conscious awareness that we had to do things right, sustainable from the get-go. So the formation of the co-founders, we are three of the co-founders are homegrown Singaporeans, and 2 out of 3 are female. 50% of our management team are female, 50% are male, across all different ethnicity and beliefs. So for us, that was the makeup of our team. And the current ecosystem within Southeast Asia, I think there are different strokes for different approaches. It's so nuanced. Southeast Asia, from Indonesia to Philippines to Singapore, everybody faces different challenges. So what I would say to the entrepreneur scene right now is that we're all playing with what we have on the table. So one of the key things that we also do at Nandina is we are data-driven, because we are founded on the fact that data basically will drive the outcome. And a lot of the financial institutions are guided by data when it comes to their risk assessment. So for us, you will notice that our business is driven by circularity, traceability, and that traceability is data-driven. So entrepreneurs in Southeast Asia are now conscious of that fact, and we're collecting data from the get-go. Another thing that we also decided when we started out is the co-founders wanted to make sure that we are in the ecosystem which supports our business the best. So that's why, besides the fact that all three co-founders are homegrown, Singapore is the headquarters of Nandina, and we did that because we've got the R&D capabilities, the catalytic grant and support. So we are a finalist in the Livability Challenge. We won the Audience Choice and walked away with $100,000. But separately, we are also a beneficiary of Temasek Foundation's support and grant. So we've got that ecosystem here, and that's why for entrepreneurs, I think across Southeast Asia, it's very important to find the base that is supportive of your business and your cause.
Thank you so much, Celine, for providing the context, and also congratulations for Temasek Foundation's subsequent support for you. Ash, I wanted to turn to you. Climate tech startups here face several barriers to entry in adopting and scaling new types of sustainability technologies, ranging from high capital requirements to complex regulatory landscape. So what types of mechanisms can lower entry barriers for climate tech startups and also support the adoption of technology for sustainability solutions?
I think we need to acknowledge this valley of death, which is very real and present, and we need to find a way to help our startups cross that valley, or to at least narrow it. A recent survey said that 70% of startups agree that technology is key to scaling their solutions, but only 20% said we can use technology effectively because of this valley of death. So maybe I'll offer three points on which I think we might be able to help cross this valley together with them. And the operative word is together. I think the first is that we really need to pick the right technologies and the right partners. And these technologies need to be cost-effective and scalable. So we use the example of the cloud as a technology. The cloud technology is on demand, off-premise. It ramps up and down based on your usage, and it progresses with the startup as it goes through its journeys iteratively, and ensures that the costs are managed and that it can easily ramp up when usage increases. So picking the right technology is critical. I think number two is really part of the commitments that I think large organizations like ours need to make. And with success and scale comes responsibility. And that's where we commit to ensuring that accessibility to these technologies needs to be kept high, barriers to entry need to be kept low. And so we need to put our money where our mouth is. And that's why we offer financial grants and cloud grants to lower the barrier of access to use this technology when it realizes and meets environmental and social outcomes. And that is a responsibility I do hope that other large organizations embrace, because it's not enough to just say, use this technology. How are we helping them adopt it at scale to cross that valley before they can commercialize and become more sustainable? I think the third is the idea of a global public good. We all know about the tragedy of the commons, right? When was the last time we thought about a digital public good for startups, for climate solutions? We have an international payment system with SWIFT, for example, and Singapore's SG TradeX, which some of you may know is our newly launched digital supply chain platform, Singapore Inc., that is being pushed out to the world. But besides these two platforms, we have very few public goods that folks can latch on globally. And so I think we need to create more of these, and an example of that is the idea of democratizing data for startups, for climate solutions. We've launched our Amazon Sustainability Data Initiative, which is the world's largest source of climate data that is open source. And it's free. Imagine it as a huge library in the sky with climate projections, weather data, satellite imagery. It's free to borrow a book. It's also free to put a book there. And I'll give you just two examples of how this helps narrow that valley of death. Right now, we're hosting the world's largest source of open air data. That's through a company called Open Air Quality that looks at why are some countries have unequal access to air. And this is all open source from IoT sensors that collect air data through government, through research grade, and we host it. A second example is in climate risk assessments, which we heard about this morning. NASA and NOAA have collected data sets going back to 1850 all the way out to the year 2100. It's a data mess. But with open data, you can make a data mesh of that. Because what we do through open data, through the cloud, through the analytical and AI technologies, is to make sense of those climate assessments to say, where can we predict the types of climate risks at a country level, at a building level? How can startups make use of that data? So chronic climate risk would be sea levels rising. Socio-economic climate risk would be how food and water insecurity can lead to more wars. So banks, insurance companies, and FIs can use this data to really predict. For example, in the EU, before I build a building, I need to know, will it be underwater in 20 years? And so that's the power of open data to really help us to look at these things, but we need to democratize that. We need to keep it accessible, and that is part of our commitment, and we hope, again, as a call to action, that other organizations join us.
Thank you so much, Ash. And we'll be going back to the topic of AI a little bit later on as well. But I wanted to turn to you, Marie. Venture builders as well, a big part of driving, or rather bridging, this climate valley of death. And Wavemaker Impact is Southeast Asia's first climate tech venture builder. Last year, you guys just announced the final close of its debut fund. Congratulations to that as well. So how can venture builders like Wavemaker Impact help bridge this funding gap and better support these startups in Southeast Asia, where climate tech is still considered quite early stages?
Thanks, Megan, and thanks to all of you and my fellow panelists. So first of all, I was very glad to see funding so big on the word cloud. I feel very validated, like I'm doing something in my job. Maybe, I think it might be useful to redefine or add another layer to what is the valley of death. I think from a VC lens, VC is going through a tough time right now. It's harder and harder to raise capital, both for startups as well as for VC funds. So it's a tough climate, driven by macro conditions, higher interest rates, and so on. So what does the valley of death look like from a VC perspective in climate tech? So I think it's two things. So the first thing is about speed of growth. And at Wavemaker Impact, we build and invest in 100 by 100 companies. So companies with the ability to abate 100 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent and be $100 million revenue businesses at scale on an annual basis. So when you make a direct impact on emissions, or you endeavor to do so, that means making a change in the physical environment. So you've got to deploy new assets, create financing options for other people to deploy new assets. And you've also got to create incentives for folks to change behavior. And in order to do that, often, because there is a physical asset involved, you need access to debt capital. So one of our first investments, a company called Agros, is replacing diesel irrigation pumps with solar irrigation. The biggest constraint to growth was inventory financing. Equity financing is a very expensive way to fund your inventory. And that was a big challenge to growth. So other forms of capital, be it philanthropic capital, but also different types of catalytic debt. There's a lot of conversation right now around blended finance. My personal view is those conversations are taking too long. So we're trying to figure out now with some of our LPs and investors, how can we speed this up? How can we provide catalytic debt quickly that has very clear additionality and impact, but also enable startups to crowd in commercial funding faster, or commercial debt faster? The second second component to redefining kind of the valley of death, which I think a venture builder like us really helps with, is a lot of times in climate tech, the conversation is about the solution rather than the problem. And so we see a lot of solutions in search of a customer, or solutions hoping that one day someone will buy their product in tech. I think that conversation needs to be flipped around to focus instead on what are customers actually asking for today, what are their pain points and pressures today, versus what might it be if regulation comes in down the line. Because in Southeast Asia, especially, a lot of customers, a lot of enterprise, a lot of small business owners, they're focused on very day-to-day issues. It's still very bottom line. Sustainability is still a luxury. So you've got to address a real pain point. So I'll give you an example. One of our companies, Helios, launched Southeast Asia's first solar mortgage, where customers get access to cheaper loans or larger loans as a result of putting solar on their roof. The first target market is the Philippines, where the average house price that they're targeting is 100K USD. So these are, not your very luxury homes, landed properties in Singapore. These are very, middle class, middle income families. And when they opt for a Helios mortgage, they're doing it on the basis of a discount on their interest rates. It actually has nothing, they don't stay up wondering about climate change. They don't care about how green the grid is. They just see the difference between a 9% mortgage and a 7% mortgage, and that's their basis for buying. So looking at ways of what do customers really care about, and how can we help meet those needs through green technology, I think is one of the fastest ways to drive growth and adoption of climate tech in the region.
Thanks so much, Mary. I wanted to stay with you for just one more question, because funding was such a big word. Venture cap investment in this climate tech sector has slowed, despite it being on the rise as compared to the past 10 years. And I guess we can then see that investors are being a lot more cautious with where they put their money, especially in terms of climate tech as well. How are VCs seeing this very critical phase between R&D and market-ready products? I think that was a big question we're kind of posing as well to everyone as well, but maybe we'll start with the VC side of things.
Yeah, I think nobody ever likes to hear the VC perspective, I try to listen to my LP's perspective, but I'm the one with the problems, not you. So it all goes down the line. But one of the pressures that VCs are under right now, when they think about raising money again and launching funds, is it's called distributions to paid-in income. It's DPI, which basically means how soon are you able to return money to your LPs? And I think when we think about the challenges with climate tech and funding climate tech and why that is slowed, is because it's often difficult to see with climate tech, where do the exits come from? How soon is the next funding event or the next funding milestone? And in some ways we're very mission driven, right? I think all of us here are here because we're incredibly passionate about doing something about climate change. But I think there are some real economic realities to getting VC funding deployed. And one of them is not just locking away money for 10 years or more and hoping for outsized returns, but rather showing progress in your portfolio and being able to distribute money to your LPs along the way. So I think that's kind of one of the big challenges. And when VCs start to look at climate tech companies, I think increasingly it's with the lens of how quickly is there going to be results? And in our early stage portfolio, for example, we have a company called Tech, which is a deep tech company in vanadium batteries. And even in spaces where a lot of R&D is required, there are signs of traction. So, for example, I think VFlow has over 50 projects in its pipeline, which equates to over $1 billion of potential pipeline. So whether or not all of that pipeline gets realized and so on is a different question. But what it shows is that there is very, very strong market demand for this product, which as an investor, then you think, okay, this is a bet that I'm comfortable in taking.
Thank you so much, Marie. And I see Celine very eager to get into this conversation, because we had a conversation outside as well. We're talking about, are there any financial banks here? No? Okay, never mind. Because we're talking about how, I guess in Asia, the products that banks are offering are not good enough for climate tech startups like Nandina. So maybe you wanted to comment on that as well, but also in terms of this critical phase between R&D and market-ready products, tell us about some of the key challenges that Nandina faced in scaling its solution from concept to where it is right now, and obviously how the TLC platform has also worked, how it has supported you as well.
Very loaded question. Let me start off with the gap. So I wrote an op-ed for Eco Business after the Eco-Prosperity Week. It's on their website. It's entitled "The Elusive Inflection Point of Impact Investing." So, we do have good intentioned VCs, but unfortunately, when we do talk to them, when they are keen to come in, it's usually Series A. Once we're at commercialization and we're ramping up stage, right? So what happens after R&D and before commercialization? That's the fundraising valley of death. For Nandina, what we have done is, the good thing is 2 of our co-founders were previously from the VC world. So we took a very conscious decision, again by design, to claw our way out of the valley of death as quickly as possible. So how we managed to bridge that gap is we went out to as many angel investments as possible. So we brought on family offices, we brought on ultra high net worth individuals. So angels investors plugged that gap. Then we went out to grant challengers like TLC, right? Because TLC gave us platform and network. It gave us additional visibility on a world stage so that at least, we can bring our concept and idea to a wider audience. And then, of course, it's other catalytic funding. So for us, we're only 1 year old, but we're already on the cusp of commercialization. To Marie's point, a lot of startups, so 7 out of 10 startups die in the first 3 years. So that's usually the time frame of the valley of death. We are 1 year old, we're on the verge of climbing out of that pit. And how we did that is from the very beginning, we engaged the end customer. So we know that a startup can't change the world on our own. So we formed the Aviation Circularity Consortium this April. And among the founding members are industry giants like Qantas, like Sumitomo, Gemco. So all these are big aviation names. We had the acute awareness that when you are small, you have to stand on the shoulder of giants so that you can see further, reach further. So for us, we played it very strategic from the very beginning so that, when there are VCs that are ready to bring us to the next level, to punch even harder, we're already there. But the valley of death is still a challenge for a lot of startups who are younger and inexperienced. The co-founders and the management team comes with a very strong set of industry backgrounds. So we are already pretty advanced in our careers, so hence we had the industry connectivity to tap into. For the banking folks, there is a bit of an opportunity in Asia. What we do see missing is there is a shortage of innovation banking. So a lot of the commercial banks, they do green loans and transition loans to their existing customers. So as an example, if a startup in Singapore were to go to our commercial bank and ask for a working capital loan or inventory loan, they would ask us things like, may we have 3 years of financial data? Then we'll go, but we're only 1 year old, and my bottom line is going to be red for a few years, right? So there is a gap. I think the US does this very well. There is an ecosystem of innovation banking already. It's a higher risk banking product, but it's part and parcel of having a very healthy entrepreneurial ecosystem. So I think we look forward to that becoming available in Singapore, in Asia, but we're not waiting for it. So we have to claw our way out of this pit very quickly.
Thank you, Celine. I think that provided a really good look into your experience as well, and Nandina being only 1 year old, and soon be able to call out that value of that as well. And for all of you, I know I said TLC, but the Livability Challenge, we like to call it TLC for short. I'm going to move on to Ash. We did talk about AI a little bit, and that was missing from the previous panel discussions, I think. Just in May, actually, there was a UN multi-stakeholder forum on science, technology, and innovation. And there was actually a big urge there, for investment in AI to be more focused on solving global problems as opposed to the big powers in the world kind of just focusing on winning the AI race just because. And that this should really be focused into solving the 17 UN SDGs. And in that way, I know that Bezos also launched, Bezos launched the Earth Fund, that announced a $100 million grant to combat climate change with AI. And with that, technologies like cloud computing, Gen AI all offer tremendous potential to advance sustainability efforts when harnessed for good. and AWS in particular, is leveraging their cloud infrastructure to improve energy efficiency and power all global operations with 100% renewable energy by 2025. That's in 1 year. At the same time, AWS is also TLC's technology partner, and UCFS's Tech for Good partner as well. So tell us more about the model behind these types of strategic partnerships.
Thanks, Megan. Let me answer that question with a call to action, I think, to everybody in this room. A call to action that's underpinned by a theory of change that leads to these models with Temasek and with eco-business. And that theory of change is essentially that it takes a village. It takes everyone in this room, different actors, to bring together their uniquely differentiated roles to the picture. And so I think there's 5 C's involved, and I'll use the TLC as an example. The first is financial capital, and that's where Temasek, folks like Wavemaker come into the picture to really fund this. The second is tech capital. The new currency is no longer just cash, it's data, it's Gen AI, to power these solutions. And that's where responsible tech providers need to come in to provide that technology at scale and at cost-effective ways. The third is knowledge capital. Nandina, for example, cutting-edge technology, subject matter expertise to develop the products. The fourth is political capital. We need governments with friendly regulations. And in Singapore, I think we're quite blessed to have regulations that give good grants and tax breaks to our startups. And the fifth is organizational capital, where eco-business comes into the picture to bring all 5 of us together. But it takes that village to really scale these solutions, and no one can do it alone. But the key is to create scalable and repeatable frameworks and models that we can use. But as an example of that, we are extending our support not just for TLC, but to also work with Anders and Lee Lang from Temasek on the Net Zero Challenge in Vietnam or the Climate Innovation Impact Challenge in Indonesia. But it follows the same model. So I just sort of welcome everyone in this room after this panel. Can we think of ways to work together to build partnerships that are not obvious? This conference was about blended finance, but why not we think of this in terms of blended partnerships, where blended finance is a subset of these partnerships, otherwise known traditionally as public-private partnerships.
Thank you so much, Ash, and thank you for your support as well. I'm going to turn over to the audience very soon for your questions. So if you could also use the same QR code on your badge to put in your questions, and I will also post them to our speakers here. But I wanted to turn to Anders here, just sticking to tech a little bit, because we've just launched our 8th edition of TLC, and it is a global search for disruptive deep tech solutions that have the scale and impact to reduce carbon emissions across industries. Tell us more about the intention of why deep tech in particular, and what kind of solutions will we be looking forward to seeing?
So the idea of deep tech, if you hear the stories of Nandina and then what even Marie shared on vFlow, a lot of them are working on another way of addressing deep tech is called hard tech, and it's very hard to get all these things to work. So you can see that not only it requires deep science and engineering, you also have a very longer iteration cycles for the tech development, and ultimately there's a lot of CapEx needed for these kind of projects. Unlike, you can just load it on the cloud, but that's where Ash comes in, where you leverage some of the data in the cloud. And that's where patient capital is very critical, patient capital with longer term horizons to ensure that these innovators working very hard on their solutions to address very big problems, they'll be able to bridge the funding gap and to have really the shot at getting their climate solutions to the market. And this also will allow a lot of these innovators to focus on really the hard R&D topics and prototype development without diluting them at this early stage, so that the immediate pressure for profitability is also sort of like relaxed a bit at least because for the nature of these solutions. And for them, this will be, by doing that, they actually then can have a greater foundation to then attract follow-on and private capital to help them scale up. So I think that's why we, at Temasek Foundation, we focus very much on the deep tech side, because we see that there's a very big gap, a significant gap, and being philanthropic in nature, impact first, we can be able to afford that patience and to the startups. So when we look at the two topics on decarbonization, and also even the cool earth. I will summarize them into 4 R's for just easier remembrance. So the first one is reduce, right? We all know reduce. So when we talk about reduction, we are talking about reducing need for energy, reducing need for to transit away from the fossil-based economy. That includes built environment. Can we reduce the energy needed for building, cooling system, or heat pump solution? Those will be the kind of reduction in just consumption. And we look at also reduction from the sense of hard to abate sectors, even from food production, from manufacturing, or textile, or even even large-scale cement and steel. Are there ways that we can reduce the need for energy by using new green solutions, or even using waste heat, for example? At the same time, when we go to the next R, reuse. When you say reuse, it's all the waste to resource. Can we see how, even right now, plastics, for example, and other kind of waste that we traditionally see as waste, they could now be a valuable source of resource, and we can mine, in a sense, an urban mining solution, where we can use this to power our economy away from all the fossil-based feedstock. And the last one, instead of, I'm not into recycling here, but we are talking about replace. Can we even replace with new form of energy, renewable solutions, whether it's hydrogen, green electrons from solar and wind. And that will be kind of what we think when we talk about decarbonization solutions. And for heat, the last R I want to say is resilience. When we look at a lot of the communities being affected by right now the rising temperature, we need to even help them, enable them to be more resilient. And we need to look also at adaptive solution. As much as we look at mitigation, we need to look at also adaptation. And that's where we are looking for solutions that could possibly address it at a large scale. How can we even ideally cool the whole earth down? In the past, there was some, we had internal discussions in 8 years ago when we started out. How can we create a global, air conditioning system to even cool down the earth? Is there such a possibility where we can create a cool environment? And I think that's where, when we talk about TLC, these are the kind of solutions, disruptive solutions that we're looking for. And I feel I just want to go back to the point on the capital and how, the startup is really, when we look at VFlow, in fact, incidentally also supported by Temasek Foundation. And when we talk about collaboration, it's coming in to see how, as an ecosystem, as a village, we can come in to support disruptive startup on their journey. And it's not the blind leading the blind here, but it's really success breeding success. And I think that's how we can work together to see disruptive solutions and to address our climate goals.
Thank you so much, Anders. I think you covered a lot of ground in those questions. And yes, I think this is a call for all you climate tech founders as well to look at our TLC website and start to apply it too. I'm going to turn over to the questions from the audience because we have 2 there. If you can just put it up on the screen. First one is from James. Climate solutions rely on physical products, not apps. Crossing the valley of death is longer and harder. Surely effective marketing is the key to success. Do you agree? I feel like this is a do you agree, yes or no? But I'm sure there's more to that. Does anyone want to take the question? Effective marketing, Marie.
I mean, I think getting your product out in the market and visibility is very, very important. But I think folks in the startup ecosystem, not just in climate tech, know that it's actually relatively easy for founders to get airtime, in the sense that you can kind of, if you're into that sort of thing, you can make you can spend a lot of your time coming to events, speaking at things, sharing about your product and services. But at the end of it, what really matters is traction. And so traction is as a result, as Lean mentioned, of understanding your customer, of solving a real pain point. And then, of course, marketing can help accelerate. But marketing in and of itself cannot be the end game.
Yes, of course, Ash, please go ahead.
I think I totally agree with Marie, and to your earlier point that we need to look at solving the problem rather than having a solution up front. I don't think marketing is the main differentiator, and I'll give you an example of a climate solution that relies on low-cost physical product, but because it's trying to solve a real problem, it's scaled. And this is a homegrown example. Some of you may have heard of NetaTech, which is the first vertical farm in Singapore, an urban irrigation company that uses automated farms. And they have 100 projects in Woodland campus, SIT, HDB. And so our latest project, and it's a climate solution that has minimum marketing. It's in Lim Chu Kang, they have a farm there, and they're using IoT to measure the optimal yield of soil, mineral, wind, water, using very cheap IoT sensors that are attached to different vegetables, kailan, cabbage, spinach. But the problem that they knew they had to solve was, it's not a Singapore problem. This is a problem in the rice bowls of Thailand, of Indonesia, or China. And the idea here is, and how we supported them was, we provided the AI precision tools to create AI models that automate the distribution of water, soil, etc., or these faucets. And these AI models then become open source and given out to the smallholder farmers across Asia. That doesn't need marketing. That's a problem that we're trying to solve together. And it's a real problem that if you can crack it, you give it to these smallholder farmers who can implement, to them they're trying to survive. You ask them to build climate solutions, they'll look at you and say, I'm just trying to feed my family here. But if you can bring to them something that's low cost, it makes sense, it saves them money, and saves our earth, we can really scale that together. So I think it really is about looking for the right problem to solve, rather than marketing, which is probably something a bit more ancillary.
Thank you, Ash. I think that also goes back, echoes as well what was talked about earlier, that we're looking at problems to solve as opposed to just solutions themselves. With an eye on time, I'm going to take just one more question from the audience, the one with the thumbs up. A carbon CO2 management software got $160 million, but hard to abate sectors are starving. Are we investing in an easy, fast-to-scale software versus a hardcore engineering needed? Celine, of course.
The answer is yes, a big renouncing yes. A lot of the VCs and family offices in Asia, they tend to be more interested in investing in SaaS, software as a service, right? But the real world problem, so for us, because we are engineering based, we are chemistry based, we are real science based, right? So we have encountered difficulty because we do need to build a processing plant, right? So we will be building our carbon fiber recycling plant, and we'll be opening next year at Seletar Aerospace Park. So when investors hear that, they're like, ooh, big capital investment, right? The cost is high. And then, we start to go into details, and the usual concern is the higher the capital return in investment, right? So I would say that more needs to change. AI is now the flavor, but at the end of the day, real life problems will always need a real life solution, right? So we operate in the real economy, and as a result, I would say open up the investment horizon a little bit more, because SaaS is also very risky to invest in, right? It's cheap to set up, and it bubbles away quickly. But when you solve a real life problem, there's a need. So for us, in the aviation sector, it's open knowledge that the supply chain is very backlogged now, right? From critical materials, from shipping delays, logistic delays. So that is not going to go away for a very long time. So I would say for VCs, they usually would prefer software. I would say, let's take a look at the real world, because we live in the real world. The digital world is great. It makes life more convenient, but it's also quick to go away. I think it's time we bring back investments in the real reality, in the real economy.
Thank you so much, Celine. Anders, do you want to also comment on that?
Just a personal perspective, because I think when we talk about sustainability in not just planet, etc., sustainability in growth, and we say growth is also financial returns. And if everybody's looking for quick wins, the gravitation is towards those that actually give a faster return, a shorter cycle. But in fact, if you think longer term, back to Celine's point on horizon, then that's where you see value capture in a longer run, and that's where you are able to see whether or not these things become more investable from that lens. And I think that's what is needed, is the short-termism, and being able to also, getting more people on board on that, so that we are able to unlock more funding for these kind of solutions.
Well said. Thanks so much, Anders. One more from Jessica, because she asked it. One other piece of the puzzle is the lack of founders or entrepreneurs in the region. It's a tough journey and there aren't enough. How do we solve for this? Marie.
Yeah, I feel like...
this is your question.
Yes, but so Jessica, thank you. I mean, I think what we don't have is enough of a pipeline of climate tech companies. Actually, I think there's a lot of interest from founders. So we're a climate tech venture builder, so our deal flow effectively is founders, and then we build companies together with them. For founders, to appoint 4 founders, we talk to, I think, about 300-400 people. So there's a lot of interest from founders to come into the space. I think there's a couple of interesting things. So a lot of the founders don't necessarily come from the industry, something related to where they want to build. So like Celine mentioned, come from diverse other backgrounds, identify a problem and go for it. So I think maybe what we need to do more of is demystify climate tech. So climate tech doesn't need to be always just deep tech and science. At Wavemaker Impact, we specialize in business model innovation. You don't need to be a specialist in the space. You don't need to have had 3 or 5 years experience in sustainability in order to understand the space. So I think there's a lot that we can do to actually show that having been involved in startups, having been involved in building things within a corporate context previously, actually provides you with a lot of transferable skills that could make individuals great climate tech founders. So if specifically anyone wants to ask about that, I'm always very welcome to have a conversation afterwards.
Thank you so much, Marie. With that, eye on the time, we're going to wrap up really soon, but just one final question to all the speakers. What is one single action or priority that will most effectively bridge the gap between research and commercialization for climate tech in Asia? Because we're on a time, 30 seconds for each one of you, okay? All right, we start with Marie. Yes.
Find a customer who will pay you.
That's a good one. I like that. Okay. Ash.
I think you really need to build the right community. And so a quick example is we host a climate pledge, which is at cost to ourselves. There's no money in it for us. And it has 500 signatories. Our competitors are there. Microsoft is there, Uber, and it's reach net zero by 2040. But the value of the community is not window dressing or greenwashing. It's a community of best practices that you share and that you're able to uplift each other. We're all facing a common existential problem here. So the pledge is just a tool. But the idea here is finding a community, and startups need a community.
Thank you so much, Ash. And Celine?
Well, a bit of both, really. So I would say as a startup, it will help. Strategic partnerships will help greatly. So one of the things that eased our very, very arduous journey is the strategic partnerships with potential customers as well as business partners from the get-go. So it's getting their feedback on what they need in the industry and the problem, and then we build according to that so that we're not wasting our time. And they guide us. They provide us with the platform. They provide us with their network. The introductions that we've had wouldn't have been possible if they didn't show us the door. So I think strategic partnerships cannot be underestimated. I think that's been quite paramount to our success.
Thank you, Celine. And finally, Anders.
For me, I'll just say like-minded is echoing Ash points, bringing like-minded people together in the room to collaborate, and that's what we hope to see through not just these kind of events and even platforms like TLC is ready to crowd in resource, ideas, capital, and different expertise in the room, so that we can really address it together. And I think the climate goals can only be achieved as a collective. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Anders, and thank you so much, everyone, for being here. I think we had such a good discussion. Too little time, but I'm sure we can take it offline. With that, I'm going to pass on over to Shireen to introduce the next speaker. But before that, photo for everyone.
And for this photo, could I also invite Jessica and Lilang to join us on stage? Thank you again to Megan and to our speakers. It is now my delight to introduce our next speaker, Christoph Bauert, UNDP Deputy Regional Director for Asia and the Pacific, to deliver his closing keynote. UNDP is a knowledge partner of Unlocking Capital for Sustainability and a long-time collaborator of ours. Prior to his appointment, Christoph was the UNDP Resident Representative and Country Director for Indonesia, and his earlier assignments with UNDP included China, Vietnam, Ghana, Uzbekistan, and Ukraine. Christoph will be joining us here today virtually, so if we could just pull him up on the screen. Christoph, hi, thank you for joining us. I'll hand the time over to you.
Hello, thank you very much, and good afternoon to you all. I feel very happy and privileged to be able to join you for this closing part of today's event. And let me thank EcoBusiness and UNEP for inviting me to join you and deliver these remarks just now. I could not travel to Singapore, but I've been connecting through the day from Bangkok and listening to a conversation. I have to say I really found them most enriching and very, very many pertinent comments. So when I make those closing remarks, I would like, of course, to share with you some reflections and experience from the United Nations Development Programme work in Asia and the Pacific when it comes to sustainable finance, climate action, both being very important part of the work, but also pick up on some of the reflections, comments that were made during the day and that are, very relevant for us to take away. But first, let me do a little bit of context setting, because when it comes to, wrapping up and reflecting, I think context remains very important. And the first thing, a few points, but the first one is that Asia remains an engine of growth. Growth recovery in Asia after COVID has been solid, maybe not full, but very solid. And then when you look at all the economic analysis, cost projection, the engine for global growth is really in Asia. That's, I think, a very important factor when it comes to sustainable finance. But there are, however, two caveats. The first one, there are some uncertainty when it comes to growth in Asia and probably some countries, and just with the latest weekly edition of The Economist on China. But also there are questions in the longer term about the growth model for Asia, and whether what has worked thus far for a number of countries, probably in Southeast Asia, would work in the time to come. And if you have looked at the latest Regional Human Development Report of UNDP, we really raise that question and give an answer that actually we need a different growth and development path for the region. So growth is important and quite solid. Human development is also, a success story in Asia. We have seen progress in income, we've seen progress in life expectancy in education, but here again, there is a very important caveat that it goes with inequalities. Very marked inequalities, probably within countries, income inequalities, gender disparities, regional disparities. And that's actually, to some extent, when it comes to sustainable finance, that's actually an obstacle when we come to it. And then third, the Sustainable Development Goals. It was very good to see them, featured in the event, in the forum. But as was mentioned in the morning, Asia is actually off track for to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal by 2030. And surprisingly, and maybe of particular concern, Asia is faring particularly bad when it comes to SDG 13, which is climate action. And that's happening in a region which is, the most vulnerable to climate change, I would say, with a number of countries partly vulnerable to climate change, but also the mere share of populations directly vulnerable or already affected by climate change. And it is also the region that accounts for about 30% of global greenhouse emissions, and about 50% of coal consumptions. So, climate action is not there. And I think energy transition, which was much discussed today, is lagging behind in Asia. And we really need to have an acceleration. And we have a sense of urgency as well. At the United Nations, I hope all of you, urgency because of the number of severity of natural climate-induced disasters. And just look at the not only the articles, but also the very striking video footage from Vietnam with Yagi over the last days, and the impact, not only in terms of lives lost, but also economic damage, and what it tells us about resilience of infrastructure, risk integration in construction. So a sense of urgency because of the disaster, also to meet the Paris Agreement, not because it's an international agreement that we have to honor, but because of what it means in terms of slowing down the rise of global warming. And of course, you know, the Paris Agreement requires a lot of political commitment, but also financial commitments. And I'll come to that in a moment. Now, the context also involves the geopolitics, and we heard Kishore this morning, so I'm not going to elaborate more on this, but just to complement, also at the country level, we should not forget there are a number of, very strong vested interests that would act against energy transition, for instance. So political will, and that's also a message from the United Nations, UNDP, that political will is extremely important, and we need to make sure it is there. From an economic point of view, not to contradict what I say about the growth, but the current context is not an ideal one for sustainable finance because of debt. Look at Sri Lanka, look at Laos, look at other countries where debt levels are really alarming. Cost of living, obviously, but also limited revenue, partly for national budget, partly due to insufficient income and tax systems, which actually limit the fiscal space and limit the role of public finance in addressing climate action. And therefore, we have, and that was very much underscored, we have needs in terms of financing, but we also have a very significant gap between the need and what is available in terms of resources. So that's a kind of context as we see it evolving. But there is also, and you need to be, when you work for the United Nations, you need to be an optimist. You need to have an ideal, maybe step-forward optimist, that was mentioned earlier in the day. But we do see progress. And I find it very striking that, sustainable finance is really there. It's actually now a subject of consensus. And we can debate about regulation, about other things, but what I've been hearing throughout the day is actually there is consensus about the need to mobilize sustainable finance to address environmental, social challenge, an agreement about the need to bring together public and private finance, about the need to unlock finance, sustainable finance, private fund, of develop new instruments. I mean, we can say that we were all converted already in the room, but I believe it's actually, it's actually a true consensus that has emerged. And also a real debate, and I think this, event today is a very good example of the vitality of the debate. And it was mentioned I was in Indonesia. When I came to Indonesia in 2015, we were not at all talking about sustainable finance. It was really not there. Huge difference have been made, and there is now a very dynamic thing, but also very concrete, tangible progress. I think green finance has really taken off. Look at instruments, Indonesia Green Sukuk being one example I have in mind. Now, of course, green finance, the market could be much larger, but there is a positive trend. We also see some very good initiatives being forged and around, for instance, energy transition. So just energy transition partnership in Vietnam and Indonesia, with all its complexity and expectation that needs to be met, remains very good examples. And maybe we need to see more just energy transition, whether they are formally called partnerships, JP or others. We need to see more of those energy transition. But already those two examples are actually very encouraging. We see dynamism. We see, and I think Singapore is a very good example. We heard Ravi this morning, sharing with us a number of initiatives that the government of Singapore has taken, which was very good to hear. But also you have a very dynamic scene in Singapore with companies, venture capitals, foundation like Temasek. So that's very encouraging. And also at the regional level, and partly in Southeast Asia with ASEAN, we see some very interesting development. A regional ASEAN taxonomy, or the joint action by ASEAN Stock Exchange to actually have common ESG metrics, actually a very good example of cross-border and from country to country example. So there is a sense of progress being made. Now, for this progress to be confirmed and to be of a higher impact, we do need to have actions taken. And so part of my closing remark is also call for concrete actions. And let me just divide it in, for convenience sake, three big constituency groups. First, government. For government, it's absolutely essential that we see the implementation of the commitment made. Let's take the nationally determined contribution. A number of very ambitious commitments have been made by the government of Asia. And it's good to see. Let's take renewable energy. You see really a kind of very ambitious commitment on the share of energy of renewable energy. But we need to deliver on those. We need to make them a reality. And that goes with policies and regulations. And not to repeat the debate that took place early in the afternoon, but regulations are important. I'm not talking about bureaucratic, I'm not talking about over-regulation, but policies and regulations, laws that actually set the frame, that actually set the rules of the game, also set incentives, are absolutely important, but are not enough. Because, and the point was made, and I very much agree with that, if you have policies adopted, but they're not implemented, that doesn't make any difference. And I think, for UNDP, sometimes we work with government on policy formulations, legislations, but if, they're adopted and not implemented, actually our work is of very little impact. So the implementation of policies, and including with penalties, as we mentioned, is absolutely a must. And we need actually to see stronger action in this. Second point for government is public finance prioritization when it comes to national budget. With a much more, and the fiscal base can be constrained, but I think we need to see stronger prioritization given on long-term climate actions in particular, in terms of allocation, but also in terms of incentives, also incentives given to the private sector. And for the public sector and government to go much more actively towards blended finance. Again, the point is very valid that was made this morning, I believe, that blended finance has a huge potential, but it remains a very tiny part. And part of the reason for this is actually that, public finance has not played its full role in terms of blended finance. And last set of actions for government relates to, I would say, maybe the soft side of governance is about institutions. That's SDG 16, transparent, accountable institutions, and tackling of corruption is absolutely essential. Indeed, it has a direct impact, I believe, about unlocking private sustainable finance. Just look at the debate that took place some time ago in the Philippines for the Maharlika investment fund and the safeguard that have been placed. So corruption is actually, tackling corruption is very, very important. There could be more, but let me just leave it at those three key messages, three actions for government. Now, when it comes to private finance, private sector, energy transition, as was mentioned, is important subject of a lot of attention, which is good. I think it's important to look at various dimension of the energy transition. Energy transition is multidimensional, so it has to do with reducing fossil fuels, but also increased use of renewable, improve energy efficiency, electrification, access to energy, grid modernization. So all those aspects have actually to be, targets for investment, and also two cross-cutting dimensions. The first one is really looking at being inclusive, being participatory, looking at the population group and involve them in the transition. And that's something is part for us as United Nations, leave no one behind, something we're very attached to. And I would say also focusing on mitigating, when it comes to investment, focusing on mitigating the socioeconomic impact that are out there coming from climate. And there was a line in the Insights report of last year that really resonated with that. And that's a line about the need to shift from investment that have actually low emission reduction potential to investment that have a very high emission reduction potential. And that's part of the transition and the role that public and private finance can play in energy transition. Maybe we need to shift the needle a little bit and to move to low impact to higher impact when it comes to addressing impact of climate change. I would also say that while it is fine and good to see so much attention given to energy, we should not overlook other sectors. I'm thinking of transport, I'm thinking of waste management, forestry, agriculture, tourism, which account for a large share of emissions. And that also should be part of sustainable finance, maybe to a much higher level. And if you look at, circular economy and some of the discussions that are taking place in the region, that's very much part of it. We need to see investment distributed across sector. And finally, very important for the private sector, the companies, and that was very much illustrated by many points during the day, to embrace very actively and operationalize their business activity, a number of mechanisms that exist. It's, it's impact measurement and management. It's ISSB, it's ESG, just use the acronym, but also the nature-related financial disclosure. When it comes to nature, and the point was made earlier in the afternoon, nature is very important. Now, UNDP is part of the task force. We need to see much more companies engaging on the nature-related financial disclosure. And it was good also to see that there is some progress in the companies, in the countries, adopting those kind of, mechanism and report. What we heard from, sustainability report in Indonesia, the progress in quantity, number of companies that are actually now producing report is important. Of course, it would have to go to quality, but that's, I think, a welcome development. And turning to the last constituency, which is, I would call it, the international development partners, including the United Nations, IFIs, international financial institutions, also bilateral donors, developed country. I think the commitment to sustainable finance is extremely important for us. UNDP, we've made it part of our key document, our strategic plan. We have a sustainable finance hub as part of our structure. We have a moonshot objective. It's also important for us, all international partners, to play a role in terms of capacity building, in terms of policy making and work together. We have also, we have many good examples of traditional partnership, UNDP working with Sweden, UK, European Union, but also new partnerships. I was listening to Mari Wavemaker. We have in Singapore a great partnership with Wavemaker. We've also been collaborating with Temasek. So these new partnerships are extremely important, very much part of the way we operate now as international organizations. I think finance has to come from the public side, and I would say from developed countries in terms of the funds instrument that have been set up, but that needs to be, replenished. Matching between the project and the investor is important. Look at the SDG investor maps. We have them now in 12 countries, probably in Southeast Asia. Extremely important and valuable, and also have a number of initiatives. I think, we have with the Asian Development Bank a Blue Finance Accelerator in Indonesia. We have Impact Venture Accelerator in 12 countries of Asia. So a number of initiatives that are being taken by UN agencies and other partners have a very strong potential. And that led me to my last point before I conclude. We should not forget also the very small initiatives that are being taken by small enterprise, medium-sized enterprise, individual. That was a kind of, bottom-up approach that Kishore was talking in the morning. And it is actually very, very active in Asia and the Pacific. And that's something to capitalize on. And therefore, what stands in front of us, as we conclude this day is first, the need to do gap bridging, bridge the gap between the finance available and the needs. And we reduce that gap gradually, but hopefully speedily, and then making the shift from non-bankable to bankable project intervention, shift from pilot small scale to large scale and replicability, and shift from local to national to regional. I hope, we are making good progress in terms of acceleration and scaling up, and I hope that it will be also part of the takeaway from this event in Singapore that we take with us for our next actions in terms of sustainable finance. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Christophe, for joining us today. I see can we please give a round of applause to Christophe once again? It really felt like he was in the room with us. But yeah, thank you again for sharing your valuable reflections and your key takeaways from today. Could I now invite our Executive Director and Head of ESG Intelligence, Junice Yeo, to deliver the closing remarks and summary for today. Junice, please.
Okay, normally, before lunch, they say, I'm standing between you and lunch, but now I say I'm standing in between you and drinks. So bear with me, and thank you so much for staying with us, all of you here today. And I think with Christophe having done a fantastic summary for all of us, I do the easier job, in a sense, to just say thank you to all of you. But before I do that, I'm just going to do one reflection, if I could. I was one of the fortunate few that attended unlocking capital for sustainability since its inception in 2018. I wasn't even with Ecobusiness then, but I was a huge fan. I was a client of theirs. We were also neighbors. We were literally sharing the office space to save on rent, Jess would know. And I think, one of the nice things about reflecting, especially standing here today, being part of the team and being so proud of how far we've come, is that back then in UCFS, was labeled as the region's premier sustainable finance conference. And at that time, I thought, wow, that's a nice claim to make, But truth be told, that sustainable finance barely existed at that time. MAS was not talking about it. We were kind of a bunch of people that felt that, there was something we believed in. But today, I'm convinced that UCFS plays a very critical role, simply for a few reasons. Number one, the language of sustainability has broadened and has also deepened, meaning to say the technicality is very critical. Sustainability is complex, right? And it has to be understood simply because the CapEx involvement is a lot higher. So when you're investing, when you're considering, new investments or you're thinking about moving away from some investments, it becomes a lot more, the discussions basically go much higher up in the boardroom as well. This is also why when it came to designing the agenda, as you can see, everything right down to every single topic, every single person that we invited was very carefully thought through. And I hope you appreciated the level of discussions because as Jessica has nicely put it, we like to geek out in that sense, but geeking out is just a fun term to put. But the truth is it's not easily understood. And our job as a media and as an intelligence organization is to make it easier for everybody to appreciate the gravity of this situation. I think the other thing is the good news is however you frame it, climate and nature and livelihoods are very much interconnected. Yesterday, I had the privilege of working with Romy and Yanita from UNEP FI, where we delivered for the first time a nature and finance masterclass. And very nicely, actually, UNEP FI told us that they chose Singapore as the first country where they'll run this. If you imagine what that means, it means that we are off that level where we can have that kind of conversation, right? And the last slide, which Romy shared, if I may steal a little bit of that, was the one that left the biggest imprint on me. It just basically had a picture of a tiger. And the title of it was, when the tigers, sorry, I might have misquoted it, but it says, when the tigers disappears, the school will go too. And I found it interesting that, how do you relate tiger with schools, right? And if I could ask some of you, what do you think is the relationship there? Anyone wants to have a go at it? Okay, I will save everybody and explain. So, and if I may, again, take some of what I learned from Romy. As tigers are at the top of the food chain, they're called the apex predators, right? And when tigers go, all right, because of course, with land use and clearance of land, etc., the deers will multiply, right? The herbivores will basically multiply. And with that, obviously, comes the destruction of vegetation. And with that, obviously, crops cannot grow. When crops cannot grow and when the land is not stable because the soil has degenerated, that affects, livelihoods everywhere. And when livelihoods get affected, of course, then farmers can't send their children to schools. And when children can't go to schools, there you have it. The interconnectedness again happens. So however we put it, the interconnectedness is what we have to understand as people who are sitting in boardrooms, as senior management, or even if you're an aspiring person who wants to move into sustainability. I think I meet a lot of people in my job as someone who's trained up a lot of different types of folks in sustainability that it's not an easy topic for sure, but it's definitely one we can all appreciate because it affects all of us somehow or other. Okay, with that, I will save all of us the trouble because I think Christoph has done a very good job to summarize the day's event. For me, one of the key takeaways as well is that I found it funny that Professor Kishore talked about the UN agencies. And to me, the UN agencies plays a very critical role because whatever you do has multiplier effects. It infects so many other industries and so many other players around. So to me, we are so appreciative of that partnership that we had with them since the inception as well. So thank you very much for that commitment to us. Okay, now last but not least, I have a few things to mention. And one of that is that we are going to continue this conversation in 2 new markets, all right? And it's exciting for us to commit to you like this because we are still like ducks under the water, scrambling to make it happen. We want to make UCFS happen in Thailand and in Hong Kong and eventually China, where I'm based as well. Now, China is a difficult market, as many of you would know. It's one market, however, that we must engage somehow or other because it is by far the biggest emitter today. So I have the aspiration to do so. We just need your support. And with the support comes my next topic, which is that Ecobusiness has run a subscription model this year. It's one of the things we're very proud of, simply because a lot of people who love what we do are telling us you need to put a subscriber model to back you up because you do need to keep yourselves alive. So with that, I am going to show a little advertisement here to tell you that today, only today, if you scan this discount code, you will get a 25% off for the subscription here. Now, there are different subscription plans here, as you can see. There is EB Member, EB Circle, and EB Premium. I don't have to go into so much details, but basically the more you support us, I promise you the better work we'll do as well. Okay, so thank you for that support. Again, I have to say, this is today only, all right? So if you are still thinking about it, I just pledge you to take a photo, all right? Take a photo because, after you read an article, you might like it enough, and then you might want to take advantage of that 25% off. All right? See, even Jessica is taking a photo of that, and she's going to send it to everybody. Okay, there's one more thing to say. A lot of QR codes to scan, but if you notice, there are 6 QR codes here, yeah? You don't have to scan all of it. I'm sure you've scanned at least one of that. But there's one thing I want to say, and also because I lead the ESG Intelligence unit. It is the unit that basically has been doing research, advisory, and training solutions for partners. This year, they've kept us very busy. I've been doing a lot of trainings with my partner as well on carbon markets. For example, we do a lot of technical training on carbon markets, on ESG disclosure. And if there are new topics, say even on nature, on SBTI, on any aspects that you feel is relevant to your business, please come to us, and we're very happy to speak to you. We have to hustle because we do want to keep ourselves active and going. We have been commissioned by the Singapore government to deliver director-level foundation training, all right? It is basically one of the best deals you can get because essentially you get a 70% off the regular rate, which is, it's very affordable. As long as you are a Singapore registered company, you will qualify for a 70% discount. This is my KPI to the Singapore government, so I hope you can support us as well. Okay, my job is done selling, all right? If you really want to support us as well, there is a feedback form, so you tell us if you like this event, who else you want to be on a speaking panel, and one more thing is carbon footprinting. We are measuring the fact that you are here today and how you came here. So please make an effort to help us to measure our scope 3 emissions. I know you all hate it, but we have to do it, all right? So let's support one another on that journey. Okay, all right, so with that, again, thank you so much to our sponsors, to our partner, first of all, UNEP-FI, for giving us this fantastic platform to deliver this to a much wider audience. We want to keep working with you, so let's keep this relationship alive. Secondly, is our strategic partners, BDO, LRQA, OCBC Bank, RGE, as well as UOB. Our Tech for Good partner, AWS, thank you for coming on board this year. Super excited to be working with you. Our breakfast briefing partner, Fair Finance Asia. I really enjoyed the breakfast briefing we had today. Really good discussions there as well, especially on the sector, gender-specific lens towards the energy transition. And last but not least, our knowledge and outreach partners. If your name is not on this board and you feel you can be an outreach partner to us, please, you know who to call. We are definitely eager to talk to you as well. All right, so business is open with Ecobusiness, and thank you again, all of you, for coming. Let's give a round of applause to all the speakers and everyone here today.
Thank you, Junice, for that very convincing sales pitch. I want to do business with Ecobusiness too. So this again brings us officially to the closing of our event, and we'd like to thank you all for joining us today, and a wonderful day of conversations and all the interaction and all the questions that we received through Slido. We really appreciate the interaction. A big thank you to our speakers, our panelists, moderators, guests, and the amazing EB team. This event wouldn't have been possible without you. And of course, thank you all here for joining us both in person and virtually for this year's edition of Unlocking Capital for Sustainability. Just reiterating what Eunice has said, if you take a look at the QR codes over here, the most important one would be to scan the feedback form. We'd really be keen to hear your feedback, and we really take that into consideration. And I really recommend that we do this before we break for drinks, so you're in the clear state of mind. You can be brutally honest with us. And yes, after this, please, once you're done scanning all the QR codes, you can return the lanyards to my colleagues out in the front. We do reuse them for our events. And yeah, please join us for networking drinks outside. And thank you once again for joining us here today. We hope you've had a wonderful time. Thank you, everybody.